Vake Tali Folau. Ai whakawhehokotaki anga o e tonga I he kolope. This is Radio Vake Tali Folau, where Tongans can connect globally.
Aloha, Pensini ong naukau ke tāna gilahi ke wheliuri waki o ea. I lele loloa o kuiku kono whauri o ea, mo no whakamawhana ilahi o mamani, mo maalunga ngeai ai tahi, o whaingata ngeai ki o tau ngahi whamiri o tumotu ke nau mo ui fie maarie. Liliu lewa he ahoni, mi he pensini ke mea lele uhila, mi he SoCal PIRCT. O kumao e he mautimi empower ha u totongi whakafoki tai totongi, mo i polo kalama ke whakawhaingofua mo whainga maarie ai whakawhetongi. Telefoni, ono wa ono noa, noa taha hiwano. Ke tokoni o whakasisi ai uri o ea mo malui ho tau kakai.
Looking to make your home more energy efficient? Empower at Southern California Pacific Islander Community Response Team offers free programs to help you. Call us 626-660-1096.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short trip today using the Royal Tongan Airlines to visit the land of Fiji. Ula binaka, binaka nakare. Masa Tabaco, tabaco, tabaco. Tabaca, oh tabaco. Yankona, yankona, yankona. Yanga, ona, yankona. Absarara, warara, koyao. Rara, koyao. Rara, koyao, sarara.
Is your vehicle failing its smog check?
Oh no!
We got you covered. Call our Empire team at the Southern California Pacific Islander Community Response Team for free financial assistance. 626-660-1096.
Te ke fetong ya melele uhila ai ke ma Facebook a ke fatau fa mama ai SoCal PIRCT pe telefonio no wa no tahai wa no.
Lutu na kapi kamani si royani barabi
Pe mautokon ke totong ho ngahi mo ua uhila pe kasa. Whakatamai ke teng mautau ke mautokon iat. Telefoni ke Empower ono noa noa taha hiwa ono.
Need help paying your electric or gas bill? Let us help you. Call Empower at 626-660-1096.
Master artisans of Polynesian costumes, accessories, and design. Our Polynesian-owned small business has handmade costumes for over 15 years. Our island creations are shipped worldwide daily, whether it be Tahitian, Tongan, Samoan, Cook Island, Fijian, Hawaiian, or Maori attire, we've got you covered. Customization is key when you're trying to stand out in the crowd. At Tiare o Patitifa, we work with our dancers to create the perfect piece that helps you tell the story of your performance. If your love for the Polynesian culture goes beyond dance, then you'll love our jewelry collection. From earrings to bracelets, rings, necklaces, and Tahitian black pearls, you name it, we've got it. Whether you like an existing piece or would like to have something custom made, we've got you covered. Looking for more than costumes and jewelry? Well, then head over to our website to check out our costume supplies, hats, flowers, pareos, sandbelts, coconut oils, and so much more. Visit www.tiareopatitifa.com or check us out on Etsy at www.etsy.com/shop/tiareopatitifa. You can contact us via email at mavet@tiareopatitifa.com or call 916-271-0955. Mahalo Albito for your time.
Malomo a lau Maria hau eiki pe a malomo a lau Maria hau eiki malo lele e tonga kotoa pe o kui he paenga le tio Vake Tali Folau. Ko kore pe ki u whakamalmalu atu i ngai whatapu kotoa pe whaafaki ngalu e aba mo ngalu o pe. Tangata he te ao whai ki tua. Kai tuku mua ke ata ke whai whatongi atu maa ki mo tolu i he pongpongi fo o koen. Ka koe pongpongi tu site aho hono wha o epeleri o e ta uafe ma ua tolu. tau whawhitai ko tau pe ke eki ko uhi ko ofa tai whiri mana ko ne whai ke tau mo ui. O tau toi au sia mai ai e pongpongi hono ua o wike tapo e tau wafe maa ua tolu. O whatawange pe o ku toka maari e pe mea kotoa pa me apina. Mo tolo mo mea mai pa me ngā ue whatawange mo mauhang aho ngā ue lelei mo aho ngā ue whaka ofa. Ki mo tolo mo mea mai pe me hanga he feitu pe o e kolo pe malo mo e tau toi mau ai ho wani. O ku tau whiawhia mau pe ke tau whekite ngaki i he ata pea moe le o i he paenga o le tio Vake Tali Folau. Pea o ko wakai hifo ki he eku ki i mea o ko wakai e toai ka mo tolu hange ka te au o ku mate ka o ko tui mahalo ko e ki mea ngā awe pe ka paulewa o ku mate me ho ta whaaki pea ke ki i lawe mai ange pe te ke whakahama ange pe koe koe ke ulawe i pe koe mea ngawe pe koe tukunga pe o kia interneti ka e tipendia ho o whakahama i pe o asilele ia to wikai ke mate tau te whito aki mō tolu ko ia i he Facebooka. Ka te hoko ai pe polo karama tai tari atu ki ha mō ripoti mai pe o mate mai me ho o mō tawhaaki tau te whito ki aki mō tolu mō mea mai i he Facebook pea mo YouTube i he ata pea mo tau website. Ka te tau hoko ai tu pea mo tau ngai polo kalama whamalo ai pe ke tau station whakalotu ki a whaiwhekao whina o mea fo o kai o maa e hoa o e whaiwhekao sione malua linda malua ko e hui ko tataki mai a e tau lotu pongpongi pea me he Vake Tali Folau pea me Vancouver, Washington. Ko e te kai peke hata hai whakalea mai pe o ku mate ne ai whamawhola pe kai ko e te hokoko at pe. Ko tau prokalama ko ia i he aho ni a tu si te koe ni te hokoko at pe mo whaifatongi at maa ki mo tolu me tau studio ko ia i he Bay Area o a uke tai miua aho ata. Tau tok mawai ki tau tolu he ua kai hoko at e whaifatongia ki Euless, Texas ma ngai prokalama ko te mai pe malo po mana tamai po mana kusai pe. Mga hi polokalama ko te mai pe a me he etau station ko ia mo studio pe a me Euless, Texas. Ia tai mi ni malewa ki e walo te tau mawai ai pe a mo Texas ka tau wakai ki Hawaii pe a mo siwakili wai mo no whakakoko mai tau ngai polokalama me Hawaii. Ia tai mi walo ki e tataha te tau te whok mai ki San Francisco o ko atua e whaifatongia pe tau toi whoki pe ki Hawaii wha osi me ai ngahi polo kalama. Ko e anga ia e tau wilo holo i ngai studio ai le tio Vake Tali Folau pe koe whamalo heni ki e tau ki tau kainga unau whai mai ai ngahi ngā ue me tau ngahi stationi ange koe a ko mansela kawakawa kai o maa e toenga kau whaifatongia pe me Euless, Texas hange ko siwakili vai pe me Hawaii linsi pe mo se mis pe me e pe me kolo i kau angelo pe mo Victorville, California kai o maa foki a mere seini vehi ki te si ka mere moala fisi kai o maa foki a Brenda pe a me he e tau station ko ia me Seattle, Washington pe a koe ngalo foki e tau station whakalotu whaiwhekau sione maalua kai o maa linta mo e toenga e kau whaiwhekau mo kau whewhine, mo kau tangata unau tataki mai e tau station whakalotu whai mea ia hono hufia o e tau ngahi ngā ue kotoa pe a koe a koe whamalo whoken kia ki nau tolok nau whaifatongia hange koe tau wakai ke community koe a o pea me whaifatongia ane pō pea mea mere waho i kona kupu ka mai toenga ka kāla tongi ka mai toenga ka whaifatongia pea mei pea mo tau polo kalama ko ia ku te foki ke kamata a e nau whaifatongia mai me e nau studio pea a pea i he ko te pe maha ke wike kahau kamata me ia ono whai a ngahi polo kalama pea me he ledio fo o ko ia a pea pe ka inga tai ka whai ngā aue ki he ledio ko ia a foa te uke whahoko mai a pea mea Bruno Haft pea me he e tau station ko ia afoa. Ko ia ko ngahi station ia mo ngahi le tio ko kamata ko whahoko atu pe me Vake Tali Folau pe ai whamawhana ko hinga ko tau wakai atu tau kia kina o tolu o kunau a loto lelei mo loto hanga maali ke whai ha tau whangaki I polo kalama ke tau wahe pe mo tau whiinas a kia ngai talanoa o aho ko ngai talanoa ngai kolo pe mo ngai polo kalama ke whahoko atu me kau tangata me kau whewhine o kunau whahoko ai ngā weni. O ku tau lele ki mō tōlu pia mo whakatawange o mō mao aho lele. Ko ane afi, aho mō moko I aho mau wheitu un tau te whito ke Bay Area. Nai ki ha viri mai pe, kai ke uha, kai ke sinou, ka na e mō moko au pito, pia mo ki ha viri, ho mau wheitu un. Pea goia, tukuma ke tau wakai ki anga tuku goia e tau ea, I he mo whamatala ea, kulawa ke tau wakai ki ai I he houani, ki mua pa tau hoko atu, he koe hoko ai hiwa pe of ki ai, te tau kolos tau tolu ke tau polokalama koia, o e na mua e aho. Hiwa ai ke hongo fulu, vai te ngai po ongo lawa ke tau tāna ki mai, pea me e tonga, ngai ongo mo te pasiki, ngai ngongo pe me Amerikani pe mo tu apure anga I e taimi hongo fulu ke tataha. I taimi tataha te tau toi kolos ki tonga ke toi o mai e whakaiki ke tau ngai uni o ngongo pe me tonga eiki. Pe I he taimi tahaua pe o whiai oskoia ai o ngongo pe me tonga eiki me FM aval fit po ini nima te tau hokoko a tai pe ki tau tol mo e mamani o ahoni. Pe I he taimi taha lewa ki he ua ko e tau polo kalamaia o e wakai. Kai tuka whenga maare ko ni ke tau ki wakai ange ke anga tu ue ea, mo tolu koe ang mou mea mai, e lawa pe ke ko ia e mere wahoi. Ange ka te au o ku toi wakai ange mo tolu mou mea mai Facebooka, o ku mate atu nai ai whakamafola pe ikai, ko uhi ko mere wahoi e ta mai mate ene ki mea ngau e taha. O ta tau to pepa mo au heni, o mate mea ngau e ua, kai mo uirelei e telefoni, pea ko whaampe ke whapapau I mai, pe o ku whewhe a anga ko ia ho wakai, ki he whamafola atu ko ia I he pongi ni. Mo tolu e mo mea mai I he Facebook. Ko e whehu I o ku mate nai aho o Facebooka, pe mo YouTube pe ikai. Ko I ngā ka pau o mate pe atuku ke tau wakai I ke whahano fix mo no whakalele I ai whai whatongia. Anyway, tu mai tau wakai ke tau whamatala ea. Tau kamata pe me whamatala ea koia pe me San Mateo County me wahenga koia whai at me ai ngai polo kalama I he lolo tongani. San Mateo County ko fua ma fanati ko whenai te whanima. Aia oku kei mo moko pe o hange ko ane po. E au ke nai, e au ke nimenima ko ahoni e aho e nia e la ala ale lei, ia I peki au fia ka ke fu fe fau. Aho e ua ka hoko mai ko mea tatau. E la ala aho e ua ka hoko mai, e ki au fia ia, he koe whalaite ia mo tokonaki, te tau toe, whafoki mai tau tore uha. Te tau toi whafok mai tau tore uha I he aho whalaite pia moe aho tokonaki I he San Mateo County. I San Jose, di Griffin hai te whawhai fua mawhana mo moko au pita San Jose, au ki a pongpongi e ki alapo ki mawhana sisi pe au ki o nonoa pia au fia pe mo tu apule lulu whalaite tokonaki e uhai a San Jose ia. Alamita pe ko e East Bay. Di Griffin hai te whawhai pe fua mawhana he tai min ke mo moko pe au ki a pompong a ua ka hoko mai au fia pe pa kei momoko ka koe aho flaite mo tokonaki tau mateu ki tau tolu he koe aho ia o uha. I he Sacramento, la alelea Sacramento ka oktoi momoko anga Sacramento ia I o tau feitu uni. A ua ke te Griffin hai te whaatolu ai fua o e mawhana I Sacramento. Tama e po mana whaka ofa pe I Salt Lake. Malo po mana aia o aslelea pe o koe kai ke mate Salt Lake mahalo koe Bay Area pe o mate ai e tau pokalama. Ka ko Sacramento afua ahoni a fia a ua ka hoko mai ai ko pulelulu to pulelulu Friday tornaki ko uhaya I Sacramento. Contra Costa County to momoko ange feitu uni tiki fina te whānoa e fua mawhana aho ene lala alele a fia he aho ua ka hoko mai pea uha I a fly te mo tokonaki ai ko Bay Area te mau afua atu pea momoko I ahoni mo pulelulu tu a pulelulu a fly te mo tokonaki whakatokanga iange tau toi ki ma te wangi he e uha a fly te mo aho tokonaki. Ia kolo e kau angelo, tiki whina te ni matolo e fua e mawhana, ia taimini au ke anai au ke ono tolu, ki momoko ange Pepe area I Los Angeles, la alele a honi, ka atoa e weekend o au ke aho tona ki, la a e petai me ki au fia ai, ko e fua mawhana, whakavalis ki ono walu, ai alu petai mi mo toi ki I mawhana ange a LA. San Bernardino, ko nau taimi to mi de wanoa ke hiva pompong tiki fina te whaavalo e fua mawhana e taimin hau kia nai e au e ke ono taha la alele ai ahoni weekend kakato hau mo San Bernardino he uha aia ko LA mo San Bernardino feitu at ko ia te mo afua lelei mo tolu I he weekend ka ko Bay Area whatokanga ia ange flight e tornak te tau uha tau toluai I Reno, Nevada, mo moko au pita Reno, tiki whenai wahiwa fua mawhana. Au fia si pe ahoni ka okei mo moko pe, koe aho toenga koe o weekendi, koe a Friday mo tokonaki, e ki uha maa pe, kai ke fu uha I hange koe uha koe ni I he Bay Area, kai uha maa pe a Reno I he weekendi, ka koe toenga ka koe weekendi, o kukei mo moko pe a Reno, Nevada. Las Vegas, toi ki momoko nga Las Vegas, whaatolu e fua mawhana, au ki a pompongi, la alele ahoni mo toi nga weekend, ka ko flight e tokonak e ki au fia pe, ka e kei la ape a Las Vegas. Portland, Oregon, ki fai pe uha a Portland e ahoni, to si uha pe a pompongi mo weekend kakato ko e tau uha e pe mo momoko whakaavalis ke ni mga futupsi e fua mawhana I Portland, Oregon. Seattle, Washington, to e minitong full mahiva ke hiva a pompongi. To give you te tolu hiva e fua mawhana to e momoko I ange a Seattle, tele tatawa ta Seattle mo Reno. A honi ko aho whakapopo uri pe mo a pompongi ka ko toenga ko ia o wike ko uhai pe o tatau pe mo Portland, Oregon. Salt Lake City now si keife a pe mo sino I a honi sino a pompongi ko aho to apule lulu te mo ki breake sino o la alele ka okay mo moko pe. I aho to apule lulu I Salt Lake a flight a fia au pito pa mo tokonaki ka ko ahoni te mo kei sino a pompong whakavalise fua mawhana ke tolungu futupu ko e mo moko whakauria au pito a Salt Lake City pe a mo e sino I aho e ua ko e ni Provo, Utah ko e meta tau pe mo Provo fua mawhana tiki whenai te wafitu ko taimi Utah taimi to e mitong fulu mawalo ki hongo fulu pompongi a sino he ahoni ko a pompongi o kula alele aho to apule lulu I Provo pe a whakapopo uri pe mo a fia flight e tokonaki ka koe momoko te gai peke mo mawahe mo tolu me whakaavalis ke whango futupu tolu mo futupu e fua mawhana I Provo, Utah. Euless, Texas, kei mawhana pia Texasia. Alwe ne mawhana Texasia ke vela. Tiki whenai te valfitu e fua mawhana he ahoni I Euless, Texas, pia au fia pe, toki uha si pe I he hengi pe ko apo, whafufua ke tai mitaha, o gai ki uha I Texas, toenga ko a pompongi e afua, mo e mawhana, fitu walu e fua mawhana. Au ke to apule lulu, ki au fia pe, ka koe a flight te tau kau whakatata tonu pia mo Bay Area I he uha. Pia ko Texas ia oku kei mawhana au pito pe a Euless, Texas ia whavaris fitu ko fuku. Ahonia e au eke valu fitu ai fua o mana fua mawhana. San Diego, California, momoko tiki fina te ni matolu e fua mawhana ahoni ka koe ngongo le leipe ki San Diego weekend ka kato te mo la a whaka ofa au pito ka ike yono ngofuru tupu pe ai fua mawhana i San Diego, California. I Arizona, koe taimi Arizona toi mi tonga full maono ki e hiva tau taimi tatao pe tiki fina te whawha e fua mawhana la a whaka ofa au pito Arizona ka momoko weekend ka kato e moko au pita pompongi pe a uia ki he mawhana pe a toi a uia ki he vela i he weekend i Arizona. Aiko weekend ko ni valungo futu pe fua mawhana ka uia i he vela ko o sia wata Arizona ia ki he sama henga ahoni. Honolulu, Hawaii, si kei whetakai pe Honolulu moe uha weekend ka kato e uha ahoni whafuafua ke fua mawhana ke walungo full maua. Neongo ki uha mosi pe mo tō holo a Honolulu i he pompongini ka koe nea au ke whafuafua ke ai fiafi ke walu o kutoi hoko ate ki tō lahi mai ai uha mo toi ngai weekend whatokanga e angi Honolulu o kumo kei uha pe. Ta tau pe mo maui a honi koe aho uha weekend ka kato o a uke aho toko na ki. Tau kolose toi pe heni ki Arizona, whatonga e ange ko Kataki, Alaska, Anchorage, Alaska. Tiki whina te tau noa e fua e mawhana mo moko au pito toi mi tong fuma nima ki e walu pongpongi. Koe ahonia e whakapopo uri pe ka e toki sino wia a henghengi. Hoko te sino a henghengi, a pongpongi koe mea te tau whakapopo uri i ato apule lulu, e toi sino wai pe tu apule lulu, pe aki au fia i aho whalai te kako aho taka tōna ki o ku kei sino pe ai au kei whi au pe Anchorage, Alaska ia pe a moe sino. Koe tau whamatala ea pe ia kulawa keu a whainasi aki mo tolu i he pompongini. Tu ke ka pau ki a whei tuhena o te kei keu o atu lava peke ke ki whakalea mai koe i he tau Facebook tala mai o whewheanga tu ue ea i o mō whei tu una ka pau te kei keu o atu haki whakamatala si whekau aki pia moho mō ngāhi whei tu u. Ko tau whamatala ea ia mo a te pē mo tau whanki whanakonongo ho ek mo ka inga o kui ai whamanatu hen pia mei he malu i putu ko ia o kutokanga i kina ea ne pasina whatokanga ea nge o mau inga au pito ke aya ki malu i putu. Ka pau kia hao malu i mo uilele malu i death peu gai pe hao malu i mo ui a koe ia ka u te kei kia hao malu i putu maho inga peke toi ai pe hao ki malu i putu. Mana tu i te tai pe o ke tāla sis pe o ke kansa pe o ku te yaha whahinga whakoutua o ku talamai he kei ke te toi mo ui kita e kei lava peo ai ho malui. Ko e ngai whakoutua pe koe o ku kai ke tari e he Lincoln Heritage Funeral Expense Insurance ko e ka pau te puke HIV AIDS pe ka pau te lolotonga tokoto whare mahaki pe ka pau ku te ostokoto pe kita ia o koe ke te toi lava kita tuu ki o lunga i api ko e ngai uhinga pe ia he kai ke tari ai ha o malu i. E taim tatau e pepe ko ha o immigration status. Pe o kuke osma o citizeni, pe o osma o green card, pe o tigege ma o green card, o kuke lava pe ai aho o malu i putu ho ek mo kainga. Koia tu mo ke tau wakai ke whamanatu koia o mai pe a mei he malu i putu pe a mei ane pasina.
Good night. Take care. Have a fun night.
Malo ilelei, ko hingoa ko ane pasina, pea o ko ngaue ki he kautaha insiua. O ko iheni i he whiawhini, ke whai atu haki i tala noa, pe ko whanki whihu i pe ke aki mautol. Ko mau ofisi hen i South San Francisco, California. Pe o mau ngau ke kautaha koia koe Lincoln Heritage Life Insurance. Koe ki whehui. Oku ke I lokoa. Oku ke I lokoa. Te oku whiha. Ai totongi koia o putu I ngai ahoni. Ko tui te uki vai atua. Koe putu. Oku he tau upe I tāmano ni mawhe. Ki he ua mano o alupe o tolu mano. Oku ke I lokoa. Kua pau ke totongi ai paanga koe ni. Ai ua mano pe koe tolu mano. Ki mua pe atok whai ai mea whaka eiki. Oku ke I lokoa, te maulawa o totongi at ho paanga malui, I he hoa ua wha ke hoa wha walo. O ka pau ko o sia ho malui o ta ue ua. Oku ke I lokoa, te mau totongi ai putu o ka pau e alu ki hapa hinga feitu pe I mamani. Pe au ki tonga, pe koe malolo mai me piritania, te mau ke I totongi pe. Oku ke I lokoa, kua fuoloa tau e mau ngau ke kautaha koe ni. Te aku mau ilo pau oku mo oni ai ngahi mea aku mau tuua ke tu. Oku mo ke ilo inai, oku mau lava o toko ni I pe koe I hawha ahinga state pe I American. Mo hawha ahinga lea pe, oku ia I mau kau Spanish, kau Filipino, kau Haamoa, kau Fisi, ka tehe ke kau tonga. Oku ke ilo I koa, ko inga ko mau fai ai ngawe ko ni o ku mau hoko ko ni I ke toko ni I koe. Pa ko tui ko ngai o ko loto ki whaka osiaki. Ke iloi, pe au iloi, ko taimi koia e hoko mai ai pule ai eiki, te mau lava o tuu I ho tawhaaki, ke whaka kakato ai ngahi mea ko ni o ku mau tuu aki. Pe au ko lava ki whaka mo oni, ko mau fai en I he taimi to olahi. Ko ke iloi koa, ko fe unga mo I claim, whakataha I au mo I kukau ngawe, ko mea au o ni maafe tupu. Ai claim ko mau ostotongi I hoa wafa ke hoa whawal. O kuke ilo I koa, ko e Lincoln ko I kautaha whika ulakia I American I polo kalama koe. Ko kore atu, whetu utaki mai. Whetu utaki mai o ka pau o te ia whehui. Mo hatoe mea o kuke toi fie ilo. Whetu utaki mai, te maulawa o tari mo toko ni I koe I hao ngahi fie mau. O whaatu, whakaamuangi te ke whetu utaki mai.
Tahai e tau whamanatu pia mei he malu I putu me Lincoln Heritage Funeral Advantage. Ko hui ka pau fie mau hao malu I putu, te kei kia hao malu I putu. He koe taimi koe hoko ai koe ai mate, hange koe whamatala ko mai koe ia ea ne pasina, mau be aho o malu I loto I hoa ua wha ki hoa e wha walu. Koe taimi a koe te fie mau lahi ai paanga. Taimi ni hoko mate, pe tok puputu e te whakakaukau, pe a koe toi asinga e puputu uia, koe uhi koe kei a seniti, pe o si e seniti ia I heo tokato. Ka koe ne hoko pe koe ai mate, ave lewa e pe ki a ia, ki he feitu koe au ave ki ai, koe ne mau koe ki ai. E hoa pe e whāwalu, ki loto e hoa whāwalu, o mau aho seniti, ko tui e toi si iangia e puputu. Kai ke tau toi nofta tō tāri ke ngai holo, lava pe ke te lele mo ki se niti ko ia. Ka pau nā te malu I ke paanga e tolu mano. E o ato e pese te vau noa e tolu mano ko ia, I loto I hoa ua wha ki hoa whawal. Ka pau nā te malu I ke pese I paanga ua mano. E I loto I ho akau ni a ho paanga malu I pe ko pese te vau noa. I loto pe hoa whawal. Pe I taim te tau ho eik mo kainga. Ko hoa whawal ko ia, ko pesete toenga ko pesete wanoa e to atu ia mau ai ngai tohi mate pe a mo ngai tohi ko ia e fie mau ka te atu le vai toenga ko ia a ho pesete e wanoa fai ngofua au pito se ko ulaki pe ko me ko te sai ia he malu I ko ni ka pau te mate I tonga e lava ke na autokoni at ki na autolu ke o mai ai pe ki a me tonga ki American lava lele peke na tokoni ko pe ko feitu ka pau matei ai Salt Lake City ke loto ko ke o mai ki he Bay Area e tokoni e malu i ko ni ke o mai aho o me a whaka eiki ko hono lele ia kai ke toi hamumu ta kai holo una firma o ke o mai me a whaka eiki a pe me Salt Lake ka osange ko ya o ku kai ke ula fe fa o seniti ko ya ai leva ha o malu i putu i he Lincoln Heritage Funeral Advantage ko fika telefoniko ia ane pasina ko ono ni manoa valu tol fa fitu ono ni manoa valu tol fa fitu fika ia ane pasina ta kia i ulahi apita mga he benefit ke e kai te ulawa o whakalawa tu hen ka ke tāpe ko i ane pasina ke mo fe po tala noa aki ai i ha whainga maari e vave taha ko tau polo kalama ko ia e hoko te tau hoko ki ai ko tau polo kalama ia tai mi ofi ki e hiva pe ko ospe ko ia ai hiva pe te tau hoko atu ki tau polo kalama o e na moa e aho mai a tau ki fo i palovea pe ki whai me ai ai whakamaunga e tala noa i he tai mi osko e hiva kako ate rewa ki whamadatu ko ni wha oski mua pa tau toki hoko atu ki tau polo kalama hoko whamanatu e nia pe a me he pot ngā awe mo ui ko ia o Amerikani. Whikau aki pe mo COVID-19 pe ko huhu malu i ko ia o e COVID i taha hiva. Whatoka ngā eanga o eku mo kainga. Ka pau ko huhu whakamui taha i mua i sepitema o ta uko osi. Ka pau ko huhu whakamui taha i mua i sepitema ki mua i sepitema o ta uko osi wafe mawowa o fie mao ia ke to iai aho ki i hoani a koe ka ke o ngoi o ku ke fie maari e. Whatonga ngā iangi, ka pau ko huhu whamui i he aho i sepitema o ta uko o si fie mao ia ke to iai aho ki i huhu hoani a koe pea moe COVID-19. Ko ia tau wakai ken o atuma tau fas ki mua pa tau hoko atu ke tau pulu kalama ko ia o e na moa o e aho. O whamanatu me le ti o tonga VTF ke tokanga ki o mo uilelei ko uhi ka lahi ho taimi ki ngai mea oku ke o whai. Ko huu malu i COVID whamui tene malu i koe me he puke lahi togoto whare maki mo ngai nunu a COVID o e COVID. O ka pauna ke huu malu i COVID whamui taha ki mua i sepitema wafe ma wowa o ku fuu fie mao ia ke whakahoko i he wawe taha a ho huhu malu i whakamui taha. Te tau malava pe o whakapaangaeni e US Department of Health and Human Services.
nia pea me he hulu live I he ata me he paenga o radio Vake Tali Folau. O kuke fie mao ke live ha polo kalama I he ata. I ha whahinga kātoanga pe ka kai ke malawa. Fe nai ka paweni o kuke whaka amo ke whakauato ke hao whamiri, maheni, pe koe kāinga. Ko omong se vani ti eni ko I heni ke si tau anga maa ki mautolu. Ko mautuku pāi whoki, ke mau whaios kia verenga ho mau tūku ingata ke live atu I he ata I hao whahinga kātoanga pe. Pe akuanga pe heni le vaia, ka kuke fie maweni ke antalelei, maa pe amo whaafo ofa, kai mea te pu foki a ene pese te deau a hono sum pe a toi vilohi ke whetapaki mongingila ho asi. O kumalama kotoa ia he whaita koia I he ata me he paenga radio Vake Tali Folau. O wana ngalo foki, he ko mautuku pae ki mautolu ke mamatai ai lauafe ki he toko mano I he opolo kalama. O kui kai ko ena pe, ka ke manatu, o ku live ke mea ki ai tonga kotoa pe, me I hatapa pe o e kolo pe, I he taimita tau pe o ku hokoi ho o kātoa ngā. Eo, koe hāku ke toe tatari ai, he koe totongi, o ku mātua ki saute whāwareware mo oni, pea mo oni ai lau, o ku toe pe ata pea mo kristahi ke tau wau ki ai. Ko iai whituta ki mai rewa koe ke whika telefoni koe ono ni manoa, valvalu hiwa noa valu hiwa wha, pe koe ono ni manoa tolu noa fitu nima taha, ki ono ngahi whakaiki iki. Whatonga iange ka mau whika telefonia e ono ni manoa valvalu hiwa noa valu hiwa wha, pe koe ono ni manoa tolu noa fitu nima taha, ka mau pāking ta ofia tu kiai. Malo apito, pea mege hulu live ata ai radio Vake Tali Folau.
Ea, that I will ever like for
rio Vake Tali Folau ke tau taimi o se tau mini te fitu pe a mei he hiva. Tau hoko at ke tau polokalama koia e na moa o e aho pe a ko e tau palovea pe ni o mai ke tau whiinas a ki ai i he pongpongi ni he oku iai haika e lele ki he hiku. Ko e tau palovea pe ia. He oku iai haika e lele ki he hiku. Ko hai tupu anga e palovea pe, ko hanai ai uhinga e palovea pe, pe ko hanai ngai mea o ton ki tau wako pe a mei he palovea pe ko e ni. He oku iai nai haika e lele ki he hiku. Ko e tau whika telefoni te ke lava tā mai ki ai, ko e ono ni manoa, ua hiwa whā, hiwa tau noa hiwa. Ono ni manoa, ua hiwa whā, hiwa tau noa hiwa, ko e tau whika telefoni ia. He oku iai nai haika e lere ki he hiku. Mai e koe ai tupu anga o e palovea pe, pe a moe uhinga o e palovea pe, mai hana ngai mea tu ton ki tau wako, pe a mei he palovea pe koe ni. He oku iai nai ha ika e lele ki he hiku. Ko hai uhinga, ko hai tupu anga e palovea pe, mahino pe tupu me ika. Ta hai ne palovea pe mahino pe a whaingo fua. Ko hai ko hanai tupu anga o e palovea pe koe ni. Oku iai nai haika, he oku iai haika e lele ki he hiku. Nā tūla koe fo i palovea pe hono whakalea, oku osi mahino pe ia. He oku iai haika e lele ki he hiku. Tupu anga o e palovea pe. Ko hai tupu anga o e palovea pe. Good morning, Nandi Taufa. Malo mo e whakalea mai. Malo pe tau te mai pompongin. He oku iai haika e lele ki he hiku. Ko toto repeat at ben ka rewa pe ko ke o mai ai tupu anga o e palovea pe. Ko e hanai ai tupu anga. Ko e tau namua e aho whatoka ngai ange pe ko e tau whenga pe ke tau wako. Pe me ngā palovea pe whamanat mai tau ngai palovea pe. Pe tau wako me ngai palovea pe ko e te tau tālanga ki ai i he pongpongini. He oku iai haika e lele ki he hiku. Ai ako ika ko toa peo kia hono hiku. Oia. Ika ko toa peo kia hono hiku e lina. He oku iai haika e lele ki he hiku. Ko e ha ai tupu anga o e palovea pe koe ni. Hoko hongo furu te tau kolosi ai ki anga hiongongo e lava ke tātana ki atu ma ki motolu i he pongpongini. Ka tau ula kamata tau tole e tau fo i palovea pe. Ko e ha ai tupu anga o e palovea pe koe ni. Tau whika telefoni, ono ni manoa ua hiwa whā hiwa tau noa hiwa. Ono ni manoa ua hiwa whā hiwa tau noa hiwa. Oku iai nai hai hika e lele ki he hiku. Oko o atu pe awia ai fo i palovea pe i hono tohi mai koia i he tohi palovea pe. Oku iai nai haika oku lele ki he hiku. Koe ha ai tupu anga o e palovea pe koe ni. Pau ia taha ku mate atu ai polo kalama ta te whito kumotole Facebook ma YouTube ki whaka ilonga mai ange. Oku iai haika e lele ki he hiku. Koe ha ai tupu anga o e palovea pe koe ni hou eikpa mo e kāinga. Tuku mai tupu anga e palovea pe pa tau tok hoko atu ai pe. Koe te ke lava pe koe mai pe koe ia koe hape mea o ke whakaukau kia koe ki hataria e tonu pe hala pa te utala atu pe au ka pau o ku tonu pe o ku hala aho o tari ka koe taime ni iu wha tonu mau pe ho mo tari a mo tonu ia. He oku iai haika e lele ki he hiku. Koe ha ai tupu anga o e palovea pe koe ni teleita malo teleita koe uhinga o ku hiku e motu a ka e ulu e fine motu a e. Aia e teleita, tamai teleita o ku hiku e motu a ia ka e ulu e fine motu a e. Aia koe i ka foki o totonu ke lele aki hono ulu. Pea o ke elewa mo i hiku e ka. Ka pawia haika e lele ak hono hiku. Hange ke te au e lele whakaholo mui e ika e koia. Ai o whakatai pe mai heni teleita ki haongo mātua. Ai koe ngo mātua ko ia, ko hoko ai motu aia, koe hiku, kai hoko fine motu aia koe ulu. Koe teleita, he? Ai au ku whamalo heni ka teleita i ene o mai ai tahaya uhinga pe koe, o kui loto pe uhinga koe e palawea pe, ai whakauka teleita ia, koe ika, au whakaukau kia fo ika, o kiai ahono ulu pe kia ahono hiku. Ai au toton ke lele ki mua ika. Ai ko taimu ko lele ai ko ika ki mua, ai au lele aki ahono ulu. Pe kapau e lele whakaholo mui haika, e lele aki ahono hiku. Kai me tau wako me palawea pe koe ni. Ko hana mea o tau wako me palawea pe koe ni. Taimi ko ia o ku hoko ai ai motu aia pe koe tangata e kia, koe hiku, kai hoko ai fine motu aia pe koe hoa aia koe ulu. Kai me tau wako me palawea pe koe ni o eku me kainga. Tuku mai ange ho whakakau kau. Hange koe mene ulawe ki ai o mahino au pito pe ai palawea pe ia koe ni. Nā tūla ko ia o ika, kono tupu anga ia, o totonu ke lele ki mua, pe a ke lele aki a hono ulu. Ka koe palawea pe koe ni, o kune pe mai, aia ka pau ko hange ko amosione. Ka pau ko au ia, ko ufie ulu au, kai ke ufie hiku au. Pe au tātā pate au ia, whakakaukau e lele a ika ki mua. Ko ia, hange ko ki confuse them. Ia taha whie tā mai ke tau telefoni, ono ni manoa, ua hiwa whāhiwa tau noa hiwa. Ono ni manoa, ua hiwa whāhiwa tau noa hiwa. Koe nā tūla koa i ka ke lele aki a hono ulu. Ka koe palawea pe koe ni o tala mai ia, o koe taimia o kulele aki e hika ia a hono hiku. Aia koe tau whawhihanaki mai koe ke hanga nofo haongo mātua pe amo e nau whanau. O totonu o hange lewa ai fo ika koe fai tutu unia. Ai au totonu ke fai tutu uni ma ope ai ulu. He koia o kuiai ai fo imata ho whanga whatapu, ko hono ihu, ko e ngutu o ika. Totonu ke fai whatongia ia koe o ulu ika, ke ni hanga tataki ai fo ika. Ka pau e tataki he hiku, o koe kia fo imata ia, o hiku tu he hiku pe ko hano ngutu pe ko hano ihu o tu ko to ia e ulu ika pe kapau elele teinga hiku ke ne hanga tatake fo ika elele kui e fo ika ko ia ko tau fika telefonia na ono ni manoa ua hiwa fa hiwa to no hiwa ko na tulaya au whakaukau ki ai, ka koe mea o whakaukau ki ai, ko foi ulu ika, pau ke whai ake ke lere aki koe ai mea, ai foi ika, oku iai koe ai ngahi ere me niti kotoa ai sino ke ne whai ai tataki. Fefe ka pau oku kui ai ika tu mai, mo lave mai ke tau lave ke tau fe ako aki e foi palo vea pe ko ni. Fe ka pau o kui ai ka ia, pe ko ge ne fafanga ai e foi ka ko hinga ka ko ne fafanga pe ka o ton ke malohi ai pe hiku ke fai hon fatongia Anga ka te o ku ka ge fai fatongia ia ko o foi ulu ke fai me ko toa, pe ka le me hoko. Ton ke aven leva ke lere ake hiku. Ko ia anga pe eku lave atu ko hui tamai ono ni manoa o hiwa fa hiwa to no hiwa ko tau whakau ka weni ke fo ina tula ko ia o ika pe ko so sat ke na tula taha ika kapa ke ha hiku ia ika ka me hoko kapa ke ha hiku ika ka le me hoko ke fo ika elere fe ya e ko te sat ke hiku ko e tata pa te ko ke lava nga unu. Pakapa ke kia hano hiku o na ia. Ka me hoko ke foi ka. E uku ia. Ko tau fika telefoni e na. Ono ni manoa ua hiwa wha hiwa tau noa hiwa. ko ave pe ta whakakau ke na tula fo ika, Pea ko whakakaukau a tēne awia ke na tula ko ia fo ika o ku talamai he palo vea pe o ku kaito ton ke ne lele aki hono hiku. Ka ko te sio atu, o whea mau ke iai haivia o hiku ko uinga, ka pau he kei ke malohi ene tātā pate ana ia, he kei ke ngā une fo ika ia, neongo ko ulu o ika o ku iai hono fo imata hu whanga whatapu, o hono ngutu hu whanga whatapu, ka hange ka te au ka kia hiku, ka kia hano taumu aia o ona. Ha o wakai a koe. Koe ha o wakai a koe ke na tula o ika koe ni, mo o mai e whamatala koe ni, ka pau o whie ma o ke lere aki he e ika, he o kia haika e lere aki hono hiku, ka oku iai ai ulungaanga ia pe oku iai ai ngahi mahu inga ia o hiku ki he fo ika. Koia? Tau whika telefonia na. Ono ni manoa o wahi wa whahiwa tō noa hiwa. Ono ni manoa o wahi wa whahiwa tō noa hiwa. Koe tau whika telefonia tāmai. Koe hanai hao lave mai. Koe prokalama koe ni o whaamu ke whanongo atu. Pea ke tau whanongo ke toenga o tau kau whanongo ki e nau whakakau whikau aki pea moe palo vea pe koe ni. Os mahino tupu anga ia, pea mahino pea moe uhinga ia o e palo vea pe. Ko to ene mea koe ke tau wako me iai. Tupu anga ania koe na tula o ika ke lele ke lele aki o kikai ke haika ia e lele aki hono hiku. Pea koe nu whauhinga mai koe ia teleita. O mai koe teleita whakauhinga. O ku uhinga, o ku hiku e motu a kai ulu e fine motu a ia. Kahanai aho o wakai ke fu i whakauhinga koe ia a teleita. Mo na tula koe ia o ika. Tau wakai pe ki tau tolu ke tau whatongia whakawhae i e anga ko ia e tau wakai ke na tula o ika pea oku tau pehe tokua oku totonu ke tau hoko ki tau tolu ko e hiku ko e ulu ko e tangata e kia pe ko e hoaia pe ko e tamaia ai whanau ko e whatongia ko ia o e ulu o ika tene whawhanga ai fo ika, tene koia o kumata koia ke wheitu ke alu ke ai ika, ka koe ngā unu koe ai fo ika, o kwhaia me he hiku. Ka pau he kai ke hiku ia, ka pau he kai hano hiku ona, e vilo pe fo ika, pas ininimo ai pe. Tau whika telefonia na, ono ni manoa ua hiwa whahiwa tau noa hiwa, tā mea nge ke tau ki lave. Ange koe mea koe kou lave ki ai, ko o ke tui nai ke mea kou lave ki ai, pe koe mea koe no kou tala noa ai, koe hiku, kai kia ha hiku he kai ngā unu e kai. E si vilo takai holo pe ia, na amoe vilo he kai pe toi lava ngā unu koe mea pe hoko, ko ene si tāko to ai pepe ko ene si tangu to ai pe fo ika e kai to lava ia pe kai leva ke lava ke fafanga e he ulu ia ai toenga ko ia fo ika fica telefoni ono ni manoa ua hiwa whahiwa tō noa hiwa ono ni manoa ua hiwa whahiwa tō noa hiwa o mai ange ha whaka uhinga moho tala noa o whekau aki pea moe fo i palo vea pe koe ni. He oku iai nai haika e lele ki he hiku. Pe oku iai nai meni, ko hori pe hiku ia ke ne whakalele ika, ke ne whai eia ai mea kotoa pe, ke mata, ke ngutu. Tāmai o kau mai ki tau polo kalama, ko uhinga ko hika tau fe pota no ak fika telefoni ono ni manoa wa hiva fa hiva to no hiva hospital ki foi fa no no ko ni tau fa am ke tau to vakai atu ki anga hitala no me ki mo tolu. Si oloto ange ki hakatoanga a of angata ko ke fatavala aki afuki ha mo aku makehe ono au makehe ono lahi makehe ono lanupe makehe ono me akotoa ikai te ke manu meri ia pe ke tok fakatumu he ne makehe ko ngai makehe ko ya te ke mau pe ko me lo taki enterprises ko mau ke ha mo aku lalanga mai be me ha amoa o fakatau pe ki o fe ma o te ke toki laulo ta pe ke to mahulu o hange ko mahina mo la a tale va ke fika telefoni ni ma ono ua noa ono ni mafitu hiva ni ma ono ua noa ono ni mafitu hiva oua te ke manavasi he te tatok ti saile e tau hafo i tavala ke mahino e lava pe ke toi paki mai mo fetu u te ufusta o puai kai tok fa osi atu e fika telefoni ni ma ono ua noa ono ni mafitu hiva pea moe Lotaki Enterprises. Oku iai haika elele ki he hiku ko e tau palo mea peia. Hange ko ngai whakauhinga ko tau whanongo ki ai mo tau wakai ki ai he pongpongi ni. Oku ikai kia haika ia elele aki hono hiku. Pe tafoki e ika ia o tau mua akia a hono hiku. E nofo pe hiku i hono hiku, ka elele ki mua e ika aki hono ulu. Ko whakauhinga ia ki e palawea pe koe ni o mai. Ko e tau, ko au mo wakai ko ia ki he natula o e ika, o marie au pito no whawhihanaki, ki anga tau no family. Ko hi, he uku ave mea kotoa pa ku tau kono o mai a koe ai ika ke ne whawhihanaki ki anga tau no family, ki anga mātu a moha ana whanau. Koe whai tutu uni koe ia ku o mai e palawea pe koe ni tala mai, whakatoka ngā iange ho e kumoe ka inga, koe whai tutu uni ki e wheituu e alu ki ai ika, e whaia e ulu. He koe uinga he ukuyai ai ngai elemeniti kotoa o ika ke ne iloi a hono fofonga, o kuyai a hono ihu, o kuyai a hono ngutu hu whanga whatapu. Pea koe natula koe o whai tutu uni koa e anga koe ia o e whakamatala e palawea pe koe ni e whamiri. Koe ulu, kua pau ke ne whai mea koe. Tene sio ke mea totonu ke direction pe koe whaitu totonu ke algea e whamiri. Tene whakawhanga e whanau, pe koe whawhanga e whamiri, he oku iai ai ngutu koe ia o i ka ho whakawhatapu. Tene nāna mu i pēnā o kai hami wheitu o kai totonu ke alu kia eka. Pe tene nāna mu i ngai akono i huhu whanga whatapu. Ko kore pe ke tau hufanga pe i he whatapu ke tau ngai akpe ngai lea o ku mahino. Tene iloi, tene ngai akilewa akono i hu ke ne iloi ai ngai wheitu o totonu ke nau whamama o mea e fo i ka. Pe ko ha wheitu o ku neongo i hange ka te au o ku saia ki wheitu koe ni ki e mao mea se niti. Pe e mao mea i haki a mea tokoni o toi lele i ange ki o family. Ai e whai kotoa ai fo i tutu unia ko ia e ulu e ika. Ko e mea lewa i hiku o whai, ko hono whakapapau i o tokoni ki e whai tutu uni, ko ene ave ai fo i ika ki e mea koe o kusio ki ai koe ai ulu. Wheitu ko toa pe o whakaukau ki ai ulu, like it or not, ko pau pe ke tātā pate ai hiku ia, ke ne ave ulu ke wheitu koe o kui ai. Kai ke lava he ulu ia ave ia on its own. Ko pau pe ke ai hiku, mana tui ko whakauhinga meni a aku. Mana tui ko whakauhinga peni a aku. Wheitu ko toa pe, mo e mea ko toa pe, tutu uni kia e ulu o e whamiri, kua pau ke tokoni e hiku ke ne hanga ave, ai tō taha koe ai whamiri ki ai. Pea ko taina palawea pe maali e au pito. Ke pau te tau wakai ki anga tau nofo wha family. O gai tai meni, o pe mai he uluia, ko me ento ton ke tau ave ki ai, pia tangutu lewa ai hikuia, no, pia tia ikai. O koe koe mea ni o te ton ke tau alu ki ai. Koe ke utui au ia ki ai. Pia whakawhekiki lewa hikuia mo ulu, pia ausko ia, pia na mawai ua na wai. Ha, wakai ki ai. Ono ni manoa ua hiwa whai wa tō noa hiwa. O koe tai meni, anga koe ia nofo wha family, ko tala noa pe aku me uki ia usia pe aku anga nofo wha family. O koe tai meni o ku tala mai he ulu ia, koe me aini tala mai he tamai, koe me ainu toton ke tau whai, koe ku tutu uni e ne whai, moi hafua ai ngai tutu uni koe ia, kau pea tau, no, I don't think so, kai ke utu ia ki ai. O ko utu ia toton ke pehe mo pehe mo pehe mo pehe. O ko mai e ika koe ni ai maho inga koe ia, ke whai ai whengawe aki whakataha. Ke whai ai whe ilo ngaki. Ke ua tātā pate pe ai waifi ia, kai kene ilo e ia, ko hakoa ai wheitu o tā wō ki ai. Ko ia? Pea ko confuse au moto. O he ogi ai haika e lele ki he hiku. Ka ko nof peo he natula. Ai ako te sio atu, to tonu ke hanga e koe hanga koe whakakaukau a kuia koe ke lea ngai ahoni. O ku tau ka vei ai gender balance. Pe koe whenga we aki whakatolo ua ai whae pa mo e tamai. Nā whenga we aki. Ta tau tof pe ia mahalo pe mo e palo vea pe koe ni e mene nai te good morning malo e tau mai pompongini. Ta tau tof pe mahalo mo e palo vea pe koe ni. Ne ongo fie mao ke whenga we aki vaofi ai ulu pe mo e hiku pe koe tamai pe mo e whae ka aku mahu inga peke na whe ilo ngaki. Koe uhinga kai veke whai e whae a ene ahono ai tāpate ke ngau e ika. He ka pau e pe mai he ulu ia koe e family ka te au. E meri koe mea pe kou talatu, koe mea ia koe e whai. Koe mea pe koe o kou talatu e au, ta tau e pepe o kou ke sai ia i hiku pe ikai, ka koe mea ia kou toton ke whai. Koe kua ngani tala mai, ke mo whelo toi, ai hiku pe a moe ulu. Pako toi whakakaukawa te ta whaketa. O ka pau te ta e whelo toi e hiku moe ulu, ki e wheitu koe ke whai ki ai alu, pea e ngā holo e lere ai ika. Ka pau e ki whakawhekike ulu ia pa moe hiku, ki e wheitu koe ke whai ki ai alu, pe koe tutu uni koe o tutoni, pe koe tutu uni o whahoko. E laheang e vilo ia koe aika, he wheinga foi ulu ke alu ki mua, pe koe alu ke wheitu koe ia, kai whakapiko i ka ai hiku ia, pe koe mea koe hoko, tena si tā vilo ai pe, o ni nimo. Kau tau os ilo pe nā nunga ni nimo. Mana tui ko whakauhinga pe ni ako. Whika telefoni, ono ni manoa ua hiwa whahiwa tō noa hiwa. Ko whakauhinga pe na ako e natula ko ika. He kok sio atu, teu veke whai a hok whatongia, ko e wha e au, ko e hiku au, pa teu tāpa te malo he taha teu lava, ulu aki, o ka pau, o whakamahino mai e ulu koe o ika, pe koe ulu koe whamiri, koe wheitu uen ke tā wō ki ai, pe koe uhinga ene utoton ke tā wō ai ki ai. Pa teu whawhanga lewa ki mō tolu ke mō mālohi, o au ki he waifi, koe uhinga ka ke tāpate o ave ki tau tolu, ka uhanga e au, o kau whakauri au. Do I make sense or not? Whika telefoni, ono ni manoa ua hiwa whahiwa tau noa hiwa. I he ngai ahoni, tau wakai ki statistika o Amerika ni, statistika o Pāmani, alwe taimi ke toi lahiange ai vete mari. Alwe taimi ke toi lahiange ai palopalema ai nofo mali. Alu e taimi ke toi lahiange ai tā oi ngahi oi ka kai whewhine mono whakamamahi api. Alu e taimi ke toi lahiange hono ue sia e whanau koe uhi koe whai tūtu uni a ngō mātua. Oku alu e ke toi whakalalahiange, oku kai ke alu ia, oku kai ke holo e kalafia o ngahi tūkunga oku iai he ngai ahoni. Ko tau wakai atu ki tonga, koe mea tatau, i he whale hopo. Alu e tai mike toi whakalalahiange, mo toi toko lahiange, ai kakai whiwhine oku e sia i api. Ai mawai. Pau tau whawhehu i ai anga o mo ui mo anga e tatake tau mo ui he tau hoko koe mātua. Pea tau o mai ai e whawhihanaki koe no ko mai palowe ape koe ni he kui ai haika elele ki he hiku. Pea te whawhehu ia pe au he oku ngahi lelei ina e hiku i api. Oku ke whanongo nai ki he mea o fie mau e hiku i api. Na oku tāpalasia pe hiku ia. Pea ke expect e koe ai ka elele pe. Ko tau o valpe ko tau whanonga ke o ngongo i Amerikani. Tu mai pe ai tangata eiki ia o whana kotoa ai wha e mo e whanau. Pea whana i pe e ia. Wakai atu ki he ngai mena e hoko e tau ko o si. Ko ha tamai. Lele pe i he ne kā. Pe a wiai a hono hoa mo ene ki whanau. Ko ene lele pe koe o hopo he liri whakoe nai Pacific Highway 1. Pea pe he ea te nau mate, nau mo ui ko toa pe ka nau lave lavea. Ai ki whanau koe ni pe koe ki whamiri koe ni. Koe tamai o eiki, pe koe tamai koe ni. Koe toke tā. Toke tā sino. Pe tau nofa whakakau tau pehe, koe alu koe atamai e tangatao toi lele yange i hono a koi, mo e tuunga i society o kune iai, pe ikei ke palopale mai hiku mo e ulu, o e family, ka oku ikai. Koe tau whanongo pe tatohe ngai palopalema la lahi, ngai palopalema ke o ku hoko, koe uhi, koe ikai, ke whenga o e aki ai hiku, pea mo e ulu o ika. Pehe e fina, o fatka koe e fina, ka koe palawe hape mahu inga eno o mai koe ni. Heu tau sio pau tau mata atonu ngai mea kuhoko e whanuani. Ngai mea kuhoko o tau kaunga api, ngai mea kuhoko o tau whamiri. Ika ingata pe e ave palopale ma, ai whenga ai hiku e whamiri ke hau ia o lere koe ulu. Ko ta haia ai mea e hoko ai palpalema. Kono wa pepe hiku ia ngune ilo pe ia mea kotoa. Kono tolu, ko no anga pene whakaukawa. O koe kai ke whenga o e aki pe koe ke whe ilo ngaki ai hiku ia pe moe ulu. Lahi angi e na wheta e mahino aki anau. Kai ke ilo he ulu, e ngā unu, o ka pau, o ku fia e hiku, ke ne tāpate i eika, koe uhi ke lere. Ko sien ko alo, o i masione ke ha o kau he polokalama. Ka koe tau whoki mai ia, mo e palawe ape ki o tau api, ki o tau anga e tau nofo koe ai api. O tau nofo e tau anga e tau nofo tau ki whamiri mo e tau wheinga ai mau inga ko ia ai wheinga ai ulu ke na whengao e aki pia mo e hiku ko e uhi kai lava ngā unu o lele i matangi ai waka e whamiri tau whika telefoni ono ni manoa ua hiwa whahiwa tō noa hiwa ko anga pēku ki talatala noa aku eku whakauhinga aku ki e polokalama ki he e tau palo vea pe ko ia o e ahoni. Oku pehe e whanga pulotu. Ke whanga o pulotu ulu tau whanua. Ka pau e ulu e tangata pe hiko e whewhine o whepākia mo e anga whawhanua. Pe toi whepākia mo e tala e wholofola. Ka ke ki whakakau ki ai. Ko e hiku ko e tau potu ia ki lalo ki e ulu. Ko e maa olunga ia hala ia mo e fuakawa iho o mari. Ko e palo vea pe ia ko e tau whakamahalo o hinga pe. Malo apito e whanga pulotu. O pe e whanga pulotu. Ka pau ko e ulu e tangata pe a hiku e whewhine. O whepakia mo e anga whakawhonua. To e whepakia mo e tala e wholofola. Kai ki whakakau ki ai koe hiku. Ko e tau poto e ki lalo. Ko e ulu. Ko e maa olunga ia. O kuhala ia mo e fuakawa i e nofo mari. Ko e polo vea pe ia. Ko e tau whama mahalo o hinga pe. Ko mea tau o mai e whanga o pulotu. Tau whakaukau. O kapau te tau whawhihanaki. Ai nofo ai ongo mātu a ki he ika. Ko e ulu ia. O awe ia ko konga o olunga au pito ia. Ka awe hiku ia o whakamui muita. Pe ko konga maa ulalo taha ia o ika. Ulu hiku. Pe whanga o pulotu ia. O wikai ke whiunga ia mo tāu, pea mo e tala whakawhonua. O wikai ke whiunga ia mo tāu, pea mo e tala e wholofola. Ke ave ko haunga mātua, pea ave ai tamaia o tuku ia o lunga, kai ave whae ia o tuku ia i lalo, taupot ki lalo. Moni be, moni au pita mea, koe no ko mai e whanga pulotu. Fie mao ia ke na tatao pe, ke na tau. Koe ki fie mao ia ke ave ki he, pe ave ki he. Ianga e tau wakai mi e ta whaake e taha koe ni o wakai mai kia ia whanga o pulo tu koe mea mo oni au pito ia. Ka kapau te tau wakai, kapau te tau wakai ki he whatongia o hiku pa mo e ulu. O hange kia te au o ku whenā pasi pe. He kai kiu, hange kia te au koe ongo whatongia o ongo hiku pa mo e ulu. O ku mau inga au pito ia ke whakalere o e whamiri. Kai ke usi au ke maa olunga mo e maa ulalo mo mua mo mui o e fo ikako. Usi au ko hona whatongia. Koe wakai pene aku mau inga pe hange koe lau e whanga pulotu. Koe tau whama mahalo pene. Ko usi au ke whatongia o e ulu me whatongia o e hiku. Ai mau inga koe ke whakaivia e he ulu ai hiku. Kai lava ke whai hono whatongia ko ene tāpa te kai ngā unu ai fo ika. He ka pau e whai tutu uni pe ai ulu ia iai pe, ka ukai kia hahiku ia, pana tui koe hange ko hono wa e ia. He kai ke ngā unu e fo ika ia. Koe ulu e ika o iai hono ngutu. Ka pau he keki ne whawhanga, whai hono whatongia o e ulu e ika, ko hono whawhanga o e fo i ika o au ke hiku ke mau hano iwi, he keki ngā unu e hiku ia. Pea keki taha feitu uia i he ika ke toi huu mai me ai ha mea tokoni, ko e ulu pe. Pea ka pau o ku ika i ke malava he ulu o whawhanga ai whamiri, pe ko whawhanga e fo i ika, esi i tā vai ai pe fo ika o au ke hiku, pe kai pe ke lava ia ngaue. Hangai e wakai a aku, me e ku whakauhinga fo i palo mea pe, ko e tau whainga pe ni ke tau hanga, o whakauhinga i e palo mea pe, fo te tau ki hanga ko e tau nofa whamiri. Ko e malo hinga o e ngā unu o e fo ika, pe a me hono hiku. Paka pao o ko toi to'o mai au ke anga koe ai nofo aho tau ki puho tau pure anga. Ta tau pe mo Amerikani pe ko whepe pure anga o te iai, ko tonga. Koe whai tutu uni koe ai ulu, e tipeni e ne ngā unu ana ia, pia me he tāpate koe ia, me he mālohi mo iwi o hiku ke ne tāpate i ke lava ngā unu e ulu koe ia, ai fo ika. Anga au te whaka, te o mai ki anga tau nofo pure anga. E anga koe ia ho tau whanki pure anga. Ai ako pehe e au ia, koe ulu e pure anga ai tau whare area, ai fo i kau taki koe ia e pure anga, koe si kau senatoa he whanuani. Ko ki nau tolu o kunau ulu, nau whawhanga ai whawhanga ai kakai. Ai a koe hiku ia. Kai lava ia ngā unu itself, o ka pau, o kui kai ke iaha iwi whe unga o e kakai ke ne hanga o te kei ai fo i ka ke ngā unu. Whiwe nai holo wakai a koe, ka pau te o mai a ke anga koe ia o e ngā ue ai pure anga. Te nau whai tu uni he ko ki nau tolu o kuiai ai fofonga o e kakai. Ko ki nau tolu o kuiai e ngutu e kakai. Ko ki nau tolu o kuiai e te ringa o e kakai. Ka e lava e kakai o mo ui o ka pau te nau whai lelei aho nau whatongia. Pai kai ngatai. E lava e hiku o ngā unu, te kapau pe te tauhanga whawhiana ke kakai ke hiku, E lava o ngā unu kapau o kumalohi whi unga i hono whawhanga e pure anga. Koia? Tau whika telefoni e na, ono ni manoa ua hiwa whahiwa tau noa hiwa, mō kao mai. Koe ave pe tau fo i ka tato whakatai pe ake anga nofo e pure anga e whaifatongia e pure anga koe ko tonga pe Amerikani. Anga e whaifatongia ai nofo, i o nofo a whamiri. I anga e tauhanga koe o mai. Ka pau te tauhanga e koe whakai koe ni ukulawe ki ai koe a whanga o pulotu. Ka pau te tau o mai ai whakatai pe fo ika koe ia ke pure anga. Ko pau pehe ke tau loto ki tau toluia ke tau pehe. Koe hiku koe maulalo tahai. Pehe ke loto kakaia ke identify ki nau tolu koe hiku. Koe ulu e pure anga koe maulunga tahai. Mau inga pe ke tau, ko kia te au koe mo oni pe mea koe no ko mai whanga pulotu. Kei taim te tau pe te huanga whanga uhinga e whatatau ki e whatongia o e fo ika. Ko au koe hiku o kuiai hoku whatongia ke whai. Koe pure anga, koe ulu o kuiai hono whatongia ke whai. Pe au fie mau e ke na whe whakaivia aki, ke na whe ilo ngaki. Koe uhika e lava ke ngā unu i matangi, ai fo i ka whakakatoa. Mana tu i ko whakauhinga pe ni a aku mea te au pe mo ki i whakakaukau, whakapukupuku. Ka ko whaamu pe lava ke mo kau mai. Whika telefoni e na ano ni manoa ua hiwa whaiwa tō noa hiwa. O tauhanga, o ko uhanga e au o whakauhinga e fo i ka ke ngahi whai angatutu, ke ngahi whaunga whai tutu uni mo e whengao e aki ai kulupu mo hawhalukunga kakai. Ka mata pe me nofo a whamiri. Pau te tau wakai ki hanga nofo tau ki kolo. Koe mea te tau. O gai ofisa kolo ka pai tau foki ki i tonga. Gai ofisa kolo. O gai kau take community. O gai ka kona o tolo e ulu e ki kolo koia. Koe nau whatongia, ke nau hanga o whawhanga ai toenga e ki kolo, ke nau wiwi ia, he ko ki nau tolu ai hiku. Pe kei ki nau lava ki nau tolu ngā unu pe, ka kua pau ke kau e hiku hono teke i koe ki nau tolu, kai lava ke ngā unu. Kama e sela, ko e hingoa pe o ke ka kuna tuunga tatau pe whatongia o kuna fua i e whanua, pure anga whanua mo e siasi. Kapito. Ko hingoa pe o ke ko hiku ko ulu. Ko fotunga pe o ke. Ko lakanga pe o ke, ka ko lakanga o ke. Ko na fatongia o ke. Ka whakatau mu a pe ke meta. Ke na whenga o e aki ko uhi ke lava o ngā unu e waka ko ia. Peke ngā unu aika ko ia. Wha malo at sela. Malo au pito koe mo one. Ko au mo ho koa o kuma keke. Keke e whakaukau. Keke ihe sino. Keke ihe mea koto ape. Whine au tangata ia. Ka ihe taim te tau pe, ko homa whatongia, koe whatongia koe tangata, mo whatongia koe whine, o whie mao ia, ke na ngā au e whakataha. Ihe sino pe taha. I hope I'm not confusing you more. Ke a tāpe, tau whika telefoni, ke a tāpe, toi si pe tau taimi. Ka kumari au pito, ai palo vea pe koe ni. He o ia iha ika e lele ki e hiku. O e te uha wao mo eku whakakaukau, o whakatai au ngā i e au ia, ai tutu uni ai tamai, peko tutu uni a hoku hoa, ko hono uhinga, o ko uhanga leipolo e o, ko malo pe ne tunga whalau maari, ana koe to ton ke whanau ngau kia koe koe tahai ak loto. Pe, ko ne tunga whakako, ana pehe mo pehe. Ne hawe me whawhamiri o masiva mo mea. Pe au whakatai au ngā i kotoa e au ia, ai whatongia o ange ki ai, ke hoko koe ulu e whamiri. Ka lewa mea hoko, te u whiinga lewa au koe hiku, ke u tāpā te au. Pe au pehe e au te uma o haku iwi, ke u whakalere kotoa e au e whamiri. Ka u talamai he fo ika ia koe ni, ka ke ka whiinga koe hiku koe, ke tāpā te o whakalere ai whamiri, he kai ngā unuha mea e taha matematea. E au pe ka taimi, kua hela ia he tāpate, pea osi mo hoku iwi, pea ha, pea kolapse ai whamiri. Ai au kei to tonu ki hanga hei hikuia whakatae au ngai, ai nā tula to tonu, pea moe whatongia to tonu ai ulu. Koe mea koe o whie mao, e he palo vea pe koe ni, oua mua whiinga, oua mua hiku te ke whiinga, ke whakalere fo i ka. Heu kei ke aha mata ia, peu kei ke aha ngutu ia ho whanga whatapu i he hiku. Whiinga pe koe ke mo whepōpō waki mo e ulu, kai lava ke ngā unu, ko taimi ko ke whaia whatongia ko tāpate, e ngau e fo i ka. Whaia te kumalanga, pea whaia te kumalanga, mo e whaka amu pe, te ke kau mai i he malanga. Kei ngai ko miti u tau kau atu ki ai. I he ngai wheituko toa peu tau i ai. Ngai ko miti ko listo tuku. Ngai ko miti a kavatonga. Ngai ko miti keke. Ko miti ka kai whiwhine. Tau kau atu ki ai. O kei te mini i he anga ko e ku wahe a aku e kua usia. Ko whakotuku ko hako miti pe au kau atu ki ai, hange ka te au i au whiinga pe ai kau me mipa ia koe na e whiri e he hiku ke hoko koe ulu koe o e ki ko miti koe ia. Whiinga pe ki kau tamai koe ia ke nau palani e mea kotoa, ke nau whai e mea kotoa, ke nau tutu uni e mea kotoa. Pea nau tok hanga pe nau tolo o mai fo i tutu uni koe ia hiri whaki mai ki he hiku. Pea whikau lewa hiku, go ahead, tāpate, ka tau ngā unu, ai tau ki komiti. Koe anga ku wakai koe a aku. Ka pau nei whakakau mai e hiku, ai kakai koe au nau muia ke komiti koe ia, ke mou palani whakataha, ke mou whe ilo ngaki, ke tau whe ilo ngaki pea moe ulu, koe hako e tau ngā ue o whai, moe hafu e ngai tutu uni o whai he ulu. Ke tau whe ilo ngaki. Koe taimi koe ku li ia tuai koe, ai foi palani ko ia ke hiku tāpate mai ka tau ngā unu. Ko e iwi lahi atu hiku. Wei dei meni i he ngahi kulupu ke o kou kāwat kia he whanungani o ikmoe ka inga. Pea motonga pe. Hange koe o whiinga ai ulu ia, ke ne hanga pe ia whakapuripuri ki e ne ngahi palani ko toa pe, toki li i mai pe ke hiku. Toki li i mai pe ke hiku, koe na koe tau whanweisi e ke mea. Koe na koe hae, koe na koe hae. He koe ika ko toa pe o kia hono hiku. Peko li I mai koe ke hiku ne ke ne ilo eia ai ngai tutu uniko ne fai e ulu peko ha uhinga ne fai ngai tutu uniko ia ko tai mia te mau whakawhehu ia e hiku. What you guys doing? Ko haka mea uhinga mo fai e tutu uniko ia. Ko haka uhinga mo talamai ke pehe mo pehe. Ko ki wheta e mahino akia koe okulahi. Peko mea rewa koe okuhoko. Ko e tangoto hiku ia pe tangoto ai pe ulu ia o I kai toi lava ia ngawe. Mahalo ten alu ke kau siaina, wharikolo a siaina, ko re maha to hiku me iai. Ka o mai he palo veape koe ni, ho eik moe ka inga, I anga koe e ku wakai koe a aku. Good morning mana moana. Ki mua pe tau hoko atu, te ute o atu pesi whakatalanoa koe ni oku o mai. Pehe e whanga pulot koe no whai whamiri, koe tamai koe au eke ki whamiri sai, koe whewhine koe au tau mo whaka lewa I lelea e koloa o ki whamiri, mo tokoni ke ulu, ke kei tonu pe lele mo uyo ki whamiri, ka kuo pau ke na taha mau pe whakaukau o ku lelei ma ai whamiri. Malo whanga pulot koe mo one au pito ia. Koe whamiri tamai whae mo whanau koe kongai tolu ia o ika. Koe mo one au pito. Ka foki mai koe ni koe ki ono mai koe ki ngai kulupu koe o ku tau uha whanga ki kulupu whakalakalaka ai ni koe na utala noa ki ai ka pati tau o mai fui whakaukau ta tau mei o ta tau he koe ngai kulupu ko toa peho eki mai ka inga o kou ilo I pe o kou lavei kai ki ha kulupu e ta e mawai ua te kulupu komit whakakolo koe mawai ua te komit kolistutuku koe mawai ua te ko miti ha koe ni. Ka pati tau o mai e whakakaukau koe ni o ika koe ni me palaweape koe ni ki e ngai ko miti mo ngai kulupu o tau whau o ku mahu inga o pito ke tau wako mea. He koe osianga koe ia koe ngai whaitu tu uni koe ai ulu o kai ke ilo koe ai hiku ka tok tolong mai peo talamai mo mai ke fundraise o whai koe mawatu koe ai hiku o maat kui Peka pau maat kui taime ni o ku longa whenga te ai hiku. He koe kine mahi no I ia hamea. Koe mea nea hoko. Pea koe taimi koe o ku pehe ai, koe whaka ofatu. Ka koe mea ko lawe ki ai, mo nea o pita whamiri. Pea ko statistic aia o mamani e whamiri, ta tau pei tonga Amerikani mo mamani whakatoa, ko mea ko mawai e whamiri, o ku lahi pea alu ki whakalalahi ang. Ka pati tau toi o mai ki e ngai kulupu, o ku tau hanga wha, o ku ngai kulupu ke whakalakalaka e tau mo ui, ko miti whakaako, ko listutuku, ko miti ngai kolo, ko miti ha, ko e mea ta tau, o ku kei mawai peia. O ku kei mapaki peia. Ka koe, mea koe nuk o mai e palo veape koe ni, mo mana to I mau pe hiku. Koe uhinga ai tau whai tutu uni ai ulu, koe hiku. Ko kina o tolu ke whakaivia. Oa te ke whai tutu uni koe, pea ke toki tutu uni mai koe, whaiena. It needs to be empowered. Pea mo oni ai ngai mo oni I mea koe ia o e whaunga pule lele iho eki mo ka inga. O ku mahu inga ki he ulu, ke accountable a ene whai tutuni. Ke tali ui kakato ene whai tutuni ke hiku. O ku mahu inga ki he tamai, ke tali ui ene whai tutuni ki he whamiri. O ku mahu inga ki he ngai komiti mo kau me mi pa, ke tali ui ene whai tutuni ki he kau muiaki, ki he hiku. Ka pati tau wakai ki transparency, pe koe ataki tua e ngawe. O mahu inga ki tamai ke ataki tua ene ngawe. Ke ne tala ki he hiku, koe uhinga o kou pehe mo pehe ai, koe ngahe koe tau ki paanga o pehe, pe aus koe apa koe tau tutu uni e pehe, o whatatau ki e tau paanga. Transparency. Pe e veke whai lewa hiku he kune ilo, o ku ataki tua e ngawe ai ulu. O mau inga ke kau mei mipa koe ngai komiti koe no tau fotu u, ke nau ilo o fia mau ke ataki tua, transparency nau ngawe. O wai teo eke atu e awia ki he komiti, ki e ku komiti o pe atu, ko haka mea ku whai e whenga paanga, pe mai he komiti a kataki, tari pe koe ke tai mo fai finga pa nga o ke ja to tonu a koe ke ilo koe ha winga o ko fai tu uni ai ko tai mia koe o ku kai ke ataki tu ai ngawe palo pale male vai hoko kai nga unu e kai ko the rule of law ko ngai lao ko to pe o fo tu e ki komiti ko ku te ai ke tatau pe lao ko ya ki e tangata mo e fefine e malu e lao ko ya ai tangata pe o ke fefine pe o ke disable pe o ke tau tolu pe o ke tau wanoa pe o ke tau fitu hiva os ko e fa o e komiti e na fanki lao ta ko uhinga pe ke malu i pe na to pe ngai ku wakai aku oi me kai ko anga pe e ku wakai a aku ke anga tau wakai ke palo ve ape ko ni ka mau inga au pito ke tau wakai ko palo pale mai ni au hoko le volo e family le volo e no whakainga, le volo e kolo, le volo e pure anga, le volo o e tau whangaki kulupu koe no tau fotu takai holo ke tau ke toko ni mega te tau tolu. A ngai business i koe mea hoko. Pea kumahau inga au pito ke tau toi whakakau kau pe ki ai, pea ke ne ke hoko a e tau nofo whakafamily, nofo whakakainga, nofo whakakolo, nofo whakafonua, ko ha mea ke ne hanga whakaivia aki tau tolu hono kotoa, tau te fito, ki aki nau tolu tau pe he koi hiku. Koe uhinga, he koi hiku, tene tāpatei ke ngā unu ai waka ai anga koia o tau nofo. Koe anga peo ki wakai ke palo veape koe ni, pia ko whakamalo lahi at kaki mō tolu, ne mō kau mai ki e tau palo veape, mō si whakamaama mai e tau palo veape. Ko tu whakaampe, ko e hoka palo veape koe ni, ke whatu whakaukau pe ke tau tolu, toi ngā koia ahoni, pe kai ngatai kai maho inga ko ya e tau whewhakai via aki ko uhi ke lava ke ngā unu pe lele i matangi tau ngai ngāu e kotoa pe ma e tau family kai mafo ke a tau whanau te tau hoko atu ke tau ngai polo kalama ko ia o e ngai polo kalama ko ia o e tukange ke ulaka wakai ia tau ki fo i hiva pe to o atu e tau ngai uni o ngongo ata tau foi hiva ma tau whangaki i a whanongo nongo o sko ia pa te tau wakai ai ke tau ngai uni o ngongo kako sa ia mau pe wha osia ke tau polo kalama koia o e namoa o e aho ai foi hiva maari e koe ni koe mau inga pe tau toi tuk pape o ku tuk pape aki aho mo minit ko toa pe pa mo hoa ko toa pe sai pe it makes us healthy.
Fang Ehehe, ko iai halolo ia ko ngahui pea vilopi, pea mix mei palataisi. Ke whakatauri a ngahi whakaamu whakasino mo ata mai. Ke miri pea ke whakasanisani mo masani mo whakamanifi. Pea ke foto aki ia ke hakatoa ngā aholahi. Pea ke toki iloa e mamani, ko e loloni ia, ko e tāku aki mei langi. O ua, ehehe.
Teke ai lolo, kakalatea, ene manongi, whakatalu-talu, oka e fiafi, pea ne ngangatu, ene to o ngaki ako e moau.
Radio Tonga VTF would like to remind you to make time for your health so you don't lose time for the things you love. An updated COVID vaccine restores protection that has decreased over time, including protections against severe illness, hospitalization, and the worst effects of COVID. If your last COVID vaccine or booster was before September 2022, it's time for an updated vaccine. Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Kata famoi mo de tako na kule ape au ki au le dio Vake Tali Folau ko tau taimi o se tau minite on fulu mata ke hongo fulu ki mua pa tau hoko atu tu peke o atfa o se re ba popo ko ni me supi mai le ko mindset ia na tau tu puhake aki na tau fai me akotoa he rifia pene fa tu pe malu aloi. When the cat is not around, the mice play. Malo e polo kalama fa malo at ke supi he toko ni pa mo popo fa skoia ke tau palo vea pe ka te tau hoko at ke tau ngahi uni o ngongo pe me tonga eki to at pe fanki o ngongo la lahi me tonga eki ko i he te tau tok fanongo ki tau tolu ke whakaikiki o ngahi o ngongo pe me tonga eki ai e tuku mai FM aval fitu poine ni ma pe a te tau wakai ki ngahi o ngongo pe me o moto e pasiki te tau hokat ka ngai ngongo me o te pasiki kai umafo ka ngai ngongo pe a me amerikani pe a motu apune anga ko e ngai ngongo la lahi pe ko o mai fa mui taha pe a me matangi tonga pe a me tonga eki o te teu ke frahoko e langa o ha fale ko e ni ke frahoko me ai a hono peki ko ia pe ano pe a mohono process o ha o me akai pe ko e me akai ko e me to kanga pea e lava foki o peki pea mo process ai mea toko ni ke whaka aisi pe koe ke tuku aisi i he tawhaki whaka isi te pe koe tawhaki whakahake koe tonga tapu e langa e whale koe ni koe pek house koe ni e langa ia i he whengawe aki a e ngahi kau taha pe koe businessi koe ia o ku nau whakatau atu ki muri ai e tau koloa o ku iloa koe loto poha export trading pea moe nau whengawe aki, pea moe polo kalama o iloa koe Pacific Horticulture and Agricultural Market Access Plus Program. Pe ko hono whakanono koe Farmer Plus. Koe whale koe ni o ku teu ke whakailonga i ai kamata o e langa i e peleri wafe maa tolu, pea kuea i e whakaamu e kakato e whale peki koe ni i siulai o e taoni. Koe whengawe aki koe ia ai Farmer Plus, pe a moe loto poha, o ku ne toi whaka ai mo toi whaka i via, aki nau tolu ai ka ngowe i tō kanga koe uhi, koe whale koe ni, tene ngauhi ai, pe tene process ai ai mea kai mo peki, o whakatatau ki whiema o koe ia ai ngahi māketi lalahi i muri ni. I e taim te tau pe foki e whamatala koe ni e lava ke process pe a peki ai mea toko ni o te tau pe i he mea toko ni koe ia IC kai uma a foki e ngahi mea toko ni pe koe ngahi fua koe ia tō kanga whakatau te fito pe ki a kinau tolu koe ia i he wāhenga hahake o tonga tapu. Pea i he lava koe ia whakahoko e ngahi ngāwe koe ni, e lava ai ke whetuku ki muri pe ke export ai ngahi ngowe mei tō kanga i a whaunga o kutoe le iange pea toi lahi ange ai foki a hono whakatau ki tu a. Nai whahaa pea me he CEO koe ia loto poha export trading, me le sisi fine wheuiaki, na le pehe o kumau fia au pito i hoko atu ai whengawe aki pea moe Farmer Plus, kai lava ke langa ai whale peki koe ni, Pea ke toi whakalele iai, pea mo whakaiwi ai a hono whakatau atu ki tu apule anga ai ngahi. Ai ngai koloa ai ngai fua o tō kanga, pe kai ngatai kai lava foki ke tali e ngai mā ke tilahi a hono whakafolau atu. O pe foki ko loto poha ne talu e nau a whakahoko a hono whatau ki tua pure anga ai ngai fua o tō kanga ki Amerika, New Zealand pe mo Australia pe ai kai ngatai ka koe ki koe ai ngā ue koe ni ke whiunga mo tāu ai kolo ai ngai fua tō kanga o atu pe mo fie mau ko ia ai marketi. O gune pe foki ko e fale ko e ni e toe tokoni ai ke ngai businessi tau te fito ki hono whakahoko ai ngai fie mau ko ia ai marketi o hange ko ia ko hazard analysis critical control points pe ko HACCP ai tau bea mo ngai fie mau ko ia Amerikani pe me US Foods and Drug Administration pe ko FDA pea o gunau fie au pito ai. O te tau pe foki anu usila mo Australia e nau toko ni i ko ia o e Farmer Plus. Na whahafo ki e sekretari ko ia o e High Commissioner Australia ki Tonga. O ku fia au pito e pure anga Australia e whinga aki koe ni mo e Farmer Plus. Pea o ku nau pou au pito i ka ingata pe ki e kakai kotoa o Tonga. Ka whakatau te fito e nau pou i e kakai whiwhine o ku nau whahoko a hono export a e ngāhi fua tō ka ngā ki Tonga ki muri. O hange ko ia ko mele sisi. Pea o kunau o mai ai e ngai tokoni, hange ko ia ko ngai tokoni ke ngai kautaha koe ni, ke hoko atu e nau whai ai ngā ue lelei koe ni. Nā toi pepe foki e sekretari ko ia, ke whakalakalaka ni a High Commissioner New Zealand, Olivia Philbert, na ane pehe, o whenga aki wāwhi au pito e pure anga New Zealand pea moe loto poha trading, i he e nau whenga aki ko ia pea moe Farmer Plus. I he taim te tau koe uhinga, ai whepopo waki pia mo whepeki ni ma koe ni, koe si tokoni ai pe ki ngai community, pe koe ngai kolo, tau te fito ki a ki nao tolu, i he mala e koe ia o e ngowe, tau te fito ai pe ki he kakai whewhine o e wahenga, pe koe wahe hahake o tonga tapu. O gea e nau talamonu ki a mele sisi ka e umafoki ene timi, ki e ngā ue maongo onga o kuteu, ke hoko atu ki ai, i he lava hono langa koe ia o e whale koe ni. Na whakafok me te vita lau taha ko e pūleeni pe ko e country manager aia o e Farmer Plus i Tonga. Ko no whakakato e langa ko e ni, pe te nau whakakato fok mo ngai nau ke whakahoko a ki hano peki mono process e mea tokoni ko e ni e wahenga whakahahake, pe i he teim te tau pe foki, te nau to e tokoni pe ki he wāwhenga o e aki, ai kautahani, ai au iloa koe loto poha, pea mo ngahi marketi koe ia i muri. Koe facility koe ni e toko ni ke ngahi whaamiri e ni manoa pe toi lahiange, ke nau tō ai ngahi, ke nau tō ai, ke nau tō ai ngahi angou e koe ni ia eka e te au, i he malumalu e mahu inga ia i hono whakapapau i o kutoe lele iange mau anga seniti o e kau ngō we pe kai ngatai kai toe lele iange foki ai mau anga mea tokoni ai ngai whamiri mo ngahi kau ngō we koe ni. Nai whamoni foki a lea pau koe ni i he aho tūsite aho whao e peleri i tonga eiki pea o ku whia e kai ngā koia i he tawhaaki whakahahake o tonga tapu. Pea mehe matang tonga ai pe, kua whaha mai ko e, nai toi whakalele i foki ai kemi tari ai, pe koe kemi ko ia ai kau tari ai military camp, mesa, aia nai whakalele ia, pe na e whaaki ki a ki nao tolu, ki hoko atu hano ngau e aki, i aho tolu e peleri wafe mau a tolu. Nai e foki e whale i ko ia ke tau malu i whanua Australia, Zin Benpora, ko ia na ne hanga o whaaki, ai tali ai military camp mass ki sione mapakai tolo pe a mei he pot ngā ue ko ia o e tau malu i whanua o ene a fio. na e whaha ko ia pea me Australian Defence Cooperation Program pe ko polo kalama eni o kune nau whahoko ai ngā ue hono whakalelei ai kemiko eni pe au nau pehe o ia e nau tui ko e whakalelei ko ia o e kemiko eni pe ko e api ko ni e hoko ia ko mea ke to e whakalele iai ai whai whatongia ai tau malu i whanua e ne a whio e daim te tau pe foki na e whakahoko ai ngā aue i hono whakalele i ai kemi ko ni e Fletcher Construction pea mei tonga e ki ai pe ai ngangwai pe ni ko at pea mei he matangi tonga mei he matangi tonga ai pe ko ki nau tōko toko walu e kakai o wawao na hiri whaki o nau tau tea whafuafua na hiri whaki o nau tau tea pe a kuia e toko lahi ni nau ko toko walu ko e ni ko tau tea na e kehe pe ai ane kamata pe i he ngai pōpula ke tau e tolu ke ngai pōpula ke tau e taha tolu mo e konga ko e uhi ko e mao ki nau tōu ne ai e nau whengau e aki pe a mo e ngai ko ke ini ko e ni na e mao i he matawhanga ko ia o wawau, ka ko e matatahi ko ia o otua lea i he wafe mā ua taha. Nei whaivo kai whakatotolo ko e uhi ko e ko keini pe ko e whaito ko na tapu tai whalao ko ni na e mao he matawhanga o wawau, pe ne kawai a hono pick up e whaitoko walu ko e ni o whai ai hopo. O whafofua ke kilo e tolu ono o e kokeini koe nei mao he matawhanga, whafofua a hono maho inga ke paanga Amerika e walupo i neua miliona i e marketi koe a Australia. Pe koe walupo i neua miliona Amerika e maho inga kokeini koe ni i he marketi, i he maho inga koe e marketi i Australia. O ku pehe foki nei kai ke kakato kotoa ai ngahi a kokeini koe ni hono mau ka koe konga peni na e mau. Nei whahau ko ai a tautea ke toko walu koe ni he auto noa o maasi e Honorable Mr. Justice Cooper i he whamau anga koe ia o whamau anga koe ia o nuku alofa. Pene whafofua ke pese ni manoa na hiki tohi ai a e tautea koe ni ke toko maloni. Koe toko fitu ai, koe kakai tangata, koe toko taha whiwhine, pe koe ngahi hia koe ia ne mau ai ki nau tolu, ne kawai a e nau mau ki nau tolu pe a mo whaitoko na tapuni kai maa foki, a e nau tufu atu, pe koe whakatau atu a e whaitoko na tapu. Koe ngahi tautea koe ni, koe lahi taha, koe mahin, koe tau e taha tolu pe a moe konga. I e taim te tau pe foki, whata tau e whamatala koe ni o kua mai he matang tonga, koe toko maluni, koe toko walu ne mau kotoa pe ki nau tolu, koe uhi, koe nau mau ki nau tolu pe a moe whaitoko na tapuni, kai maa foki a hono tufu atu, mohono whakatau atu. Le whaifo kai whakatotolo koe ni, pe whaha, pe ai ola koe ia o whakatotolo ne whapapau i ai o kunau mau i au pito ai lao koe ia e whanuani. Le whafoki e Mr. Justice Cooper o kune whakapapau i koe konga ia ki nau tolu ne nau kau i hono aleai i hono whakahuma ia e whaitoko na tapu koe ni ki tonga o ne te ki nai i matawhanga koe ia o wawau. Na ne toi pehe foki o kuiai pene whakaamu koe osieni a ki nau tolu pe koe toko lahi pene ka kaine nau kau ngatu ki he whaitoko na tapu koe ni ka aku kei hoko atu pe ai whakatotolo he koe fu whaitoko na tapu koe ni o mahino ia koe hao ia meitu apure anga. Koe toko walu koe ia ne whai a hono hiriwhake ne tautea ko no Mani Nayata, Eric Movete, Lolo Hea, Mele Fua Eiki Pale, Tui Pale, Leonati Motuliki, Makisi Ahovelo, Kapeni Tama Ua, pe a mo fe ofa aki havea, foi toko malu ia ko ia ne whahoko a hono hiriwhaki e nau tau tea. Ko no Mani Nayata, na e hiriwhaki on tau tea, ke tau e tahatolu pe a ngai popula, ke tau e tahatolu pe a moe konga, pe a e lava pe ke whakamole e tau e ua whakamui taha, makatu unga pe a mei he ngahi o ka pau, ugai pe a hono ngahi makatu unga, e taim te tau foki na e mao e tō tahani o kune ia kilo kalami e tolu e ko keini koe ni, i e ngai feitu kehe e tolu na e mao e tō tahani. I taim te tau ne whaha foki e whakamau, na e whaha foki e whamau, na hei pe wakai ki he whatongia koia e tō tahani tau te whito ki he ene wahe atu pe a mohono tufa, mohono whakatau atu a e kō keinini. Na ane tō e fufu i foki mo e konga i hono api, kai uma a foki a ngahi pe keti kō keini ne mao moia i he matatahi. Na e tō e mao foki pe a mo e kakai koia na e whakatau atu ki ai a e kō keini koe ni. Kai ngatai ka na ne toi hanga foki o whakatau atu ai toenga o ngai ko keini ki haka kai kehe ke nau hoko atu a hono whakatau ki haka kai toenga ko ia o ki nau tōne nau fie mau pana e mau meai a ene tūpu ia a ana. Ko Eric Lolo hea tau tolungo full maavalu na e toi hirifaki kia e tau tea tau e taha tolu. Pea e lava peke whakamole mole i e tau e ua whakamui mui taha i e ngahi makatuunga. Na e mau foki e tō taha koe ni pea mo kilo kalami e tolu o e kō kei ni. E teim te tau pe foki. Na ane whakahoko ke kau polisi, koe uhinga ene whaia e ngāwe koe ni, koe uhi koe fie mau viviri a hono whamiri, fie mau viviri ki he ke kumi ha nau mea kai, pea mo tokoni foki ki o nau whamiri. Ko mele pale, tau tolungo full maua, ko e whae ni o a whanau e toko ono. Na iri whaki ono tau tea, ko e tau tea ngai pōpula, i e tau e hongo fulu. Ko e tau e tolu whakamui mui, e lava pe, ke whakaataa ia i hangahi makatuunga. I e taim te tau pe foki ko tō taha koe ni, na e mauia ko uhi, na ane whatau watu a kokeini kilo e taha, ki hono cousin, pe ko hono totaha na ane toko ua aki pe kai ngatai, na ane to e whakatau atu pe a moe kokeini kilo e tolu, na ane tari halaia pe ke ngahi tuku aki i koe ni o ona, pe ane whahai e he whamau ke tō tahani ke ne manatu i mao pe, ko e lahi koia o e kokeini, pe ko e lahi koia e whakatau ai whaito o kona tapu. Na ane whakatau atu ki tu ape, na ane oange ki a mis naa ke whakatau atu, e tipeni me ai ai lahi koia a hono tau tea, pe kai ngatai kau whapapau e hopo koe ni, na ane taki ia i hono tuwha atu o e ngai whaito o kona tapu koe ni, ke kakai ke pe ke whakatau atu. Na ane koe whae fokie ni a whanau e toko ono, pe i he taim te tau. Koe taimi koia na e whakahoko ai hano whakailo ia, na ane wheitama o whakawhatapu mahina e nima. Ne whai e Mr. Justice Cooper, ai whengawe aki koia a tonga pe a moe puriang whatataha mamani i e tahiwa hiwa, ke whakahoko a hono tari ai lao koeni ki hono tokangai kina o kakai whewhine, tatau te whita ke kakai whewhine o nau nofo pōpula. Pe kai ngatai, ka koe lao koe ni tene malu i ia lolotonga a ene nofo pōpula, neongo pe kuna o kune lolotonga wheitama. I taim, ne toi whahape foki, koe whatongia ia e whakamau anga, ke nau toko ni i ai pirisone, pe koe Department of Prison, o ka pau kia i hangai fie mau, tatau te whito ki hangai fie mau, a kakai whiwhine o kunau lolotonga, o kunau lolotonga wheitama, pe a te nau mau foki, pe a moe ngai tokoni, whakatoke tā, pe koe whakametikolo kotoa pe tene fie mau. O kui kai foke iai hata whaaki ia o e pirisone, pe kua facility i e pirisone, o ku whainga maalie, pe kua whakanau ki he ngahi whae, kai umaa foki ai ngahi whae ko ia o ku nau wheitama. E taim te tau pe foki, o ku pe he whamatala koe ni, neongo ku oange ai tau tea koe ni kene ngai pōpula, pe kui kai ke ha facility ke kakai whewhine i wawau, ka kua pau pe ke nau whaiho nau lele taha, ke toko ni ia e tuunga ko ia oku ia ai. Ko os whamahino pe foki o kos tutu uni ki he pirisone pe koe api pōpula, hei kai ke oange hanga aue o ku whaingataa ke tō tahani ka koe whewhine fokia. Ko tui pāle tau ni mango full mawha, na e hiriwhaki ano tau te a, koe ngai pōpula, i he tau e walu mo e mahina e ua. Koe tau e ua whakamui e lava pe foki ke whakaatai i e ngai makatuunga pe. Na e tari halaia pe e tamayo e ki koe ni, ki he ene ngahi tikite kotoa tau te whito, ki he ene whakatau atu, ai kilo e taha o kokeini i siulai wafe maua taha. Na doi bebe foki e whakamauanga ne whai hono whakalele hano wakai i lelei ai toko tahani ka koe toko tahani na kau moi eia i he leading role i hono tufa atu ai whaito o kona tapu i wawau pe i he taim te tau pe foki na e whengau e aki au pito to tahani pe a moe kau polisi i taim ne whahoko ai whakatotolo. Ko leo nati motuliki tau tolunga full mawha na hiriwhake ngai po tau tea ko ngai po pula he tau e fitu pe a moe konga i he tau e ua koni ko tau whaosi e lava pe foki ke whaka ata ia i e ngai makatuunga pe. Na ane tari hala ia ke fo itikite ko ene supply a kalami e tolu wafe o e kokeini. Tāna kat kia iko whio whakawe a tau o full maua na hiriwhake ono tau te ake ngai po pula i he tau e fitu pea ko tau e ua whakaosi e lava pe ke whakaata i a ngai makatuunga. Na e tari hala ia foki e tō tahani ki he ene mauia pea moe kokeini whiunga moe kalami e taha afe. Ko makisi aho velo tau ni mango full maua na e hiriwhake ono tau tea ke ngai pōpula i e tau e fitu. Ko tau e tolu whamui e lava pe foki ke whakaata ia pe me ngai pōpula i he ngai makatuunga pe me ngai makatuunga. I e taim te tau pe foki na e mau e tō tahani pe mo e kokeini kalami e taha afe pe a ne tari hala ia pe ia i he whakamau a ngā. Ko ka peni tau mo ua tau ni mango full ma fitu na e tari hala ia pe moia pe ni whako no tau te aki he ngai pōpula tau e tolu. Pe a tāna ki atu ki ai pe a mo ene ngawe i he community i he hoa e ni manoa. Na e rifaki ai ko e whailo e tō tahani i he tikite e ua ai a ko ne mao ai kilo kalami e tolu o e kokeini pe ai kai ngata e ka nane to e whakaauha foki e ia ai ngai kokeini e ni ihi. Na le whamatala foki o pehe ko hono son-in-law pe ko hono foha i he fono ko Leonati na ane mawahe atu e ki tonga tapu pe ene alu koe ki tonga tapu na alu e mo ngai whaito o kona tapu pe e taim te tau na ane pe foki na e tanu mo ngai whaito o kona tapu ia i e whamatala koe o kune o mai pe ane to e hanga foki e Leonati ia o toi laku ai ngai whaito o kona tapu e ni ihi ki he tahi. E whafo ki e whakamau ko e uhinga o ange ai ki i tautea sisi i koe ni ki a kāpeni ko e uhi na ne whae ngā au e koe ni makatuunga i hono whekau i e hono whoha koe i he lao. Ko e whafo ki pia me whakamau ko e uta ko keini koe ni ne mau i he matawhanga o wawau na e asia i he na kamata na haia i aho kamata me aho atolo siulai wafe ma wataha i he aho ko ia na e whaha e he ofisa kolo ko ia ho lewa na ane ave ai whamatala ko ni ke kau polisi i ne iafu a ene wakai ke ngai fukonga ko keini ko ni o khangeia ko hangai fukonga pidiki o ko keini na e mau foke ko keini ko ni e whanau i ho lewa pe nau ave ai ko keini ko ni ki he ofisa kolo na tok ave lewa he ofisa kolo ke kau polisi o tau hiai pe i he taim te tau foki na iai mo e konga ia na e tau hia i he api ko o tui pale. Na e whitutake ai kau polisi pe a mo pale e aho no ka ua pe a wa wha siulai pe na nau eke ki ai o whatatau ke lipoti koia na e mau pe a mei he ne mau koia pe a mei whanau ka o maa foki ai ofisa kolo. Pe a ne whahange foki e kau polisi ko hono foha i he fono ko no mani naiata na e mau ia pe a mo e kokeini i he matawhanga koia o tua lea. Na e befoki e pale na ane whahake kau polisi o kutoton peke nau whalea peke na eata ko uhi ka hoko atu a e nau whakatotolo ka neongo ia na e whahalewa na pea mea tui a aiko no mani na eata pea mo mele pale Pea ne nau whenga ak ma awhi ki nau tolu pea mo tui pale I hono tauhi ai ngai whaito kona tapu koe ni I whamatala koe ia ai whakamau a ngā. Koe ki I raft foki ne mau ai ai kilo e tolungo fulu maono I he matatahi koe ia o tua lea pea ne mau ai kilo e tolungo fulu maono koe ni e naiata ai a koe kokeini ne whaha koe ke kau polisi. Na ne pe foki koe konga pe nia o e kokeini na ane mau ka I he taim te tau pe ko e nau ngawe koia I hono fufu I ai kokeini koe ni ne nau halai ai I he whakamau a ngā. Ko e whamatala koe ni whekau aki pea mo e kokeini koe ni o e mo e kāinga o ko wakai ki ai ko e toko walu ko o smahino o ku nau ngawe popula I he kakoisi kakai eni pea mei vavau. Nai whaha, I he taim te tau, nai whaha foki, pea mei he whakamau anga, o ku hange ko vavau, o ku kei iai pe, ai ngai whaito o kona tapu ai, pea o ku kei whakahu mai pe, ai ngai whaito o kona tapu, ki tonga whakafou mai I vavau, pea mei muri. Nai le pe foki, o ku iai e whakaamu, ko kakai koe ni ne whai aho no whakamau I ki nao tolo ni whakio nao tau te a. Te nao lava o whakamatala o toe whakaiki kiange whekau aki mo e kakai o nao whengau e aki pa mo e kakai mei muri o nao whengau e aki ko uhi ke whakahuange ai whaito o kona tapu ko ia ki vava u. Pea o ki kai ngata pe I kakai koe ni ka koe whakaamu ai potunga ai polisita tau te whito ki ta whaaki koia o nao tokanga I kina e whaito o kona tapu pe ko task force koia e lava ke kore ke kakai o vavau ke nao lea mua pe o to iai hataha o nao ilo ne kaunga ki hono whahu mai e whaito o kona tapu ki he mata whanga koia o vavau. Ka koe taha e ngahi o ngongo o ko wakai fukia o ko mai pe me matang tonga pea koe iai ka inga vavau ko tui pe ka pau ke loto ke toi si ange whaito o kona tapu ke ue sia e tau whanau I vavau pea ke ki whana atu ke kau polisi. Ka koe tau ngahi o ngongo pe ia pea me I he matangi tonga te tau hoko a te pe mo tau ngahi o ngongo I he lava pe ai ki I whanongo nongo koe ni.
Whakatapu he ki he a o whanga Kai ata ke fofola e whala Aula vea tu ke kawenga Ai poa e mohono tala Iwe vai poa e te tatu
United Kingdom of Four. E tau mua ngawe ke whakaivia ai ngahi whamili e wahe ngā foa. E tau lele iange ai to unga whakako. Mo ui haisini hange koe tauhi e ngahi apolo e maa. O ngā whakaekonomika o hange koe whakatupulaki e mauanga ngawe. O aki ngawe I whalehanga o kanga a tai. O mauto e rau kawe I foki ai mahu inga ke iai hapalani ngawe e hoko koe whalalaanga I whanonga anga o e moui. E tau mo mataha, piki hama kai vai manawa. Wātolo aki whakalaka ke tūloa e ke kai mo inu ai. Ai tau tangata o e wāhinga whoa. O mautu o pā ke whairu mautu uku ingata e le leifalu fua a koe moao. E tangata I whanua o whoa. Pāpāpato, United Kingdom of Four.
Koe phone application e Radio Vake Tali Folau te lava download ki o iPad, iPhone pe smartphone. Search pe a Radio Tonga Vake Tali Folau e Apple Store o ka pau ko iPhone pe koe Kuko Play o ka pau ko smartphone. Fili ai e ngai station whakatonga e hiva mo ngai station me ngai otmote pasiki. Free download, free listening. VTF Global Media Network transmit 24 hours. Download lewa ki o telefoniki ke whi moia hoa e wafa o I kai ke kiongo ili e kina tukausia peta e lata ia feitu pe I kolope. I bet you will love it. Enjoy. rio Vake Tali Folau tau hoka atu rewa ke whanga ki o ngongo pe me Amerikani pa ko tui koe ka ki o ngongo ka koe fu o ngongo ni pe me Amerikani pa te tuku nikasione kene ka mata mai.
Koe Emily, wabukalawa in hami te taha pe ua to uta Trump I he courthouse Manhattan. Ko hia koe ko ene ko fia mau ki no arraignment pe koe puka ia under arrest me ri fa tau ki he fa matala kulotonga lele he tanimi I he ongo aia go no fingerprint pe mo no mugshot mga me pe hange pe ko ha taha ku whakahu ia ngahi tuaki o ha whahinga case. O kuki ma ke hepe whoki he koe Palestinian ni, former president ni o Amerikani. Pea o tui pehe kai ke fu tatau whewhe mo ka kai ke he. Kai kamata koe ia hono escort mai koe ia me he Trump Tower ki he courthouse Manhattan. Pehe I he ngai ngongon ko toku mai ne malmalu up to pe ai ngawe ko ia ai city ke fo papau he kai ke fai ha fahinga laka fa ha den hanga wesia ai proceeding ko ni fa fo nge to ka police no to lua fe ni mangiau he me he NYPD ka be foki ke Secret Service e na whinga o aki ke ono whakata ngahi hala whanonga hala koe ke whanonga mai mi ai ki he courthouse koe tu koe he taini migos tu uta he courthouse ai awe ke whunga waka ono tahani ma o whai ai ngawe ko ia ki hono fingerprint and so on ai au koe tu koe he taini mi o ihe malu ia o District Attorney Emily Pea awerewa me ai ki he courthouse o hae tutuni ko ia ai whakamau pea te rau toksi o rewa ko hae ngahi charges ko ni kau hamai I pongpong ni utu hei pea moe felony makehe me ngahi I tuaki ko ni e tolu noa ko toto mai I he ongongo ai ko tu ko ni I he taini mi upe kau whai ongongo ko e to tawhamau ko ni o kun amanaki ke ne whakahako whatongia ko he pongpongi ni o ku ika ka whamau ni o fo ki Trump organisation tahapene whamau ni whai whatongia I he ngahi kesi ki mua Emily ka koe tuku koe ni he taini mi ulahi apito ngahi whehu I kau ki kai ke lawa ke tari I he taini mi ano ngahi whakai ki hiki kai I he taimi te nau pe ko e anga pene ngai whamamahalo a kau whai ngongo ka I he taimi te nau pe I whamatara ko e taha whukeni o e whaituu ne nowhai a Trump I New York I he ngahi taulahi petok hiki ko ia ki Mar-a-Lago I Florida ka ko e ne whoki mai whoki a neafi ki New York ke talitari ki hono arraignment ko ia ko ngahi tuaki ia ki ngahi hia whikau aki mo ene businessi ka behe whoki ke ngahi charges ke o au ke ngahi civil charge ka e he toko I he taini mi o kulorotonga I he courthouse I he taini mi Emily au behe vave be ka kono ka koe e tau sia ko in legal terms ko hinga ia and turn in himself today ko ngā ko no indictia he grand jury pea ko ia ne so hake ke turn in himself I honi a to siteni a ho fai pleli wono o to lupa ko kaweni I ha whaka historia I he historia o Amerikani ki ha former president ke whaka ilo ia ki ngahi whaihia whikau aki mo ngahi ngawe kaka peko ngawe pango ha peho wharea ka koe fraud whikau aki mo ne ngahi businessi pe to e tāna ki mai kei ai ngahi tuaki ia ne o atu ane afi I he tawhaaki ke. Ka I he taimi ta tau pe, mo manatu I oku kei kau Trump I he running for president, Paka whehui lewa, ko meni hei kai ke wesia ene lere ko ia ke kau I he whiri. Ko tuko I he lao I he tainimi a Amerikani, ko qualification ni ko ka taha ke hoko ke lere ke kau I he whiri, uaki ko si tseni kita born citizen, ua ke tau tolo nima, o whai ki olunga. Ko ongo fo I criteria pe a koe toe, ta tau e pe ia pe o ku ke I pirisone pe o ku lotonga charge koe, o ku kei ke more hao tonu ia au meri ke run for president, Aia, o au pe ia ka pau e whiri kai whanua ke hoko ko Palestini kau ke lotonga I he pirisone o ke whakalao pe ia ko ni stutone Amerikani, Ko iai ko utawhakia ko os mahino pe ia, pe os whamahino I pe ia e Trump ta rawa I pe ia, pe e charge pe kai he kei lere pe ia, he kei lere pe ia, pe kone kei kau pena he whiri ko ki he Palestini. Ka I he taim ta rau pe, hange ko mea kani o ku whai kai talanoa, ko tonga kina ai mea kani hoko, ngā ko lai whoki ai tuka ki. He tawhaki ko ia o Trump ko kaupe nia I he ngai mea whaparit kare kene anga wesia ia kai pe he whoki ki ene kau ko ni ki he whiri Palestini meri o ku nau pe he is more like political instead of criminal ka koe ngai whatatolo ko ni o whai ko ni whikau aki mo ia it's just so too much meri tulahe bito a ngahi ngai tu kwa ki o kai ngata pe ki ngai ka venga ke e whane tu kwa ane a whi kai hi taim da rau pe meri toko lahe bito kakai hono si ofi ai process kai ni proceeding kai ni kai hi taim da rau pe ko tui lahi ka warning ko nei tuku mai me he mea ko ia o New York ki ka laka whakahaha tēnā oatu ho to tonu ke laka whakahaga ko miniti pe ke mau e lao Emily kono puke ia koe fuange toko tāwhi I mea kana hoko I Sanuari aho ono se ke fukakai lau iafi ko na hu ngā pōpula hu pirisone ko hiaga na ngā mau e lao
Koe mea ko wakai kia o asi ko he ngongo Trump under arrest
Definitely, yes.
Pea koe whaunga koe o ku whai ake ko hono arrest ko ni koe a former president. Aia e alu ki he district attorney's office. Koe ne urak alu ki ai pe alu lewa ki he mea kui ko the processing. Aia o ku ia kau whakatotolo, kau investigators, Pea te nau hangalewa ai ene fingerprints, ai a koe ngahi process ia koe hataha oku arrest. E kau polisi. Ai koe ene fingerprints, pea koe kai ke handcuffia, he kai ke handcuffa a drami ai. E alulewa, e koe kolo ape ne fingerprints, ai koe going through a process koe ia o arrest, tuku kehe pe handcuff. Aveleva mea pe aluleva mea ke courtroom pe ke lolo am fa ke minute pe tanima in the courtroom ai alage hallway elevator al ke courtroom pe e ko ne huma leva ko ia ki tua e huma he public hallway pe o hange una to fa mama fa pe ko algo through the courtroom he kai pe ke handcuffia Pe aluleva me courtroom ki he ke feitu ko fai ko ene indictment. Pe e time te tau pe foki e toki le ai e toki tala e ngai tiki te ko toru noa ko pe to lahi ange ko o faka ilo aki ko tangata a drum Pe e ko oskoya. Pe e mavaheleva pe me he courthouse. E tene lua i he public hallway alua te be corridor pe ko fafatolo ko imui ki district attorney's office e tari me ai ene motorcade I feitu ko ia ke aveia ki he mala e wakapuna ke puna me ai ki Mar-a-Lago Aia o ku teu leva ke fai e ne lea ana ia I he fiafini pe me hono api nofo anga o whekawaki e nia pe a moe whiri Palestini. He ko mea ko mari ai under arrest ka koe ke a uye ke handcuff not only ka ngata pe ai ka ko osko ngai process ko toa ko yan e go through ai pe a te foki le vai o talanoa in public is an event.
Makana whatonga ipe o whahinga under arrest ko ni o ihe malu o district attorney moe moe a criminal investigation ko ia a New York pero ma tu foki e mali ko ha average person in former president ni pe o ko ihe ai tonga ia secret service where he gonna run? He can't run anywhere. Mai no inga mai.
Koia. Ka ko de lea ko o te ke fa he fia fini he ne o ko ki hono api. Koia. Ko ne lea feka aki it says 2024 Republican presidential. Ko Trump foki na independence, right?
Koia.
Ka ko tu ko dai mini ko uhi ko mea ko ya o ku hoko ko ya o hoko he ahoni o tu ko aki e fa demokrati. Pe a ko tu ko dai mini ku kai ke toe ko ne lea ko anai he kai ke toe I independent e huma leva as a Republican, right?
Ko tam kana ne win ko ai Palestini. Na ne win as an independent.
Right.
Kana he kamata leva hanga he Republican o support ya o afe ai.
Koia.
O finga ki pe mo Republican. Me ru ho he taini mi ko ke te back up ya he Republican,
Koia.
Ne o be o ku nau o wai be nau nga hilave fika o aki pe mo indictment ko ni I he nau pe he ko ke totonu o a be ki he former vice president Mike Pence on pe he ne ke totonu ke nau hanga he demokrati o indict I ha former president o matunga I ngahi tuaki ko ni ka o kulahange e nau tui ko taha benia ngahi mea whaka politikare o ku ne wesi ai ngahi tuaki ko ni ka ihe taim de nau be me lifa historia fo ki ko me nau lawe ko ki ai ke whaka ilo ha Palestini malo lo matunga ngahi ngai whaihia o tukuaki ki ai o i kai ngana be I he lao kai pehe foki ki he ngahi civil lawsuit emli ngai uhinga ke pe ke lahi ambito ai ngahi palpalema whakalao ko i ai nai to hai ai e Trump ai to tafo o ngai ako ni e ua ke hu maia o taki o lead in a defense team Pia ko ata kona ke so ko I tani mi ko ata ia he ne hu mai pe ko me hono no apino fanga I he hotel ko ia Trump Tower ko ne hu mai ko ke hu ko ki me ane re Pia I he time na tau pe ko o ku fafifia ki New York City ka pe ki he me ia mo e ka ngau ko to o na hanga o tataki a fatongia ko ni o kai ke halak faha emri ina mau I alao pe go tu pe ne lele o pita no tuku mai ngai fatokanga ko ni ke kakai ai mau inga ga ina tolu ke nau tauhi ai molmalu pe mo lao he na o mai pe na o tu mai pe fa pita ke laka faha he guai hota wa taina ke laka ka ke tauhi pe lao ke molmal. Pea ko mea ko ku tau whianga ngai moia I he hauani ka he taimi ta tau pe. O ku kei I he o kei process I tainimi te kai ke hake ki he pe humai ke alu ki he courtroom ai ko unau kei tatari ki he tainimi ka I he lotongani kulotonga I he hanga te au I he floa hono taha nima pe aku whangatangata au pito ai kau whai ngongo I kai ngofua ha camera ia I he courthouse ko e ngahi ata pe ko ku ma o ka fai ngongo ko e ngahi area pe o ku whakangofua ke iaha camera ai ka o ku lahenga area I he floa tahani ma o whakatapui o au pe ki he huko ia ki he whare hopo I tai nimi ka he taimi tanau pe o ku te eki ai ke o ke kai ke hu man Trump ke hu ki whare hopo o whamau koe tene preside I he arraignment koe ni o pehe koe whamau koe nia o ku ne ilo lelei pe ai ngahi case ki moa a Trump he koe ia pe na e whamau ai o pehe he pretty much know a lot ki he Trump organization ka I he taimi tatau pe meri ki tatari ni ka wene ki fuongongo o ku wha historia I historia o Amerikani meri wa tatau ki he lau e tolahe mangai kau whai o ngopa ku lotonga lai pe ia I he taimi ngahi ngahi kau taha o ngongo ai mea kanu ku lotonga lere ko I taimi ka men o ku te ke mahino e wili e toki osi ai arraignment ko ni pa to whakalao lewa ke nauhanga o tuku mai ai ngahi lisi ko ia o ngahi whakailo ko kia Trump lava lewa ko whai ngongo ke nau ilo ko ha ngahi charges ko ni hena e hanga he whamau ia o whatapui ke tuku mai ha information ki toa ka I he taimi tatau pe o au pe meri ki he pe ka whangongo na moene makshot he ke whangfua ia ke tuku mai ki he media unless e leak mai e leak mai ha whahinga whaunga ke hu mai ki toa ke ka koe tuku I he taimi io kua whakahu a Trump under arrest I he marumaru koe ni o Manhattan District Attorney o hange pe katoa ta whaihiga basically ko mea gani koe ki ene guilty or not guilty ko mea whamau be whainga ni he of course it plead not guilty e tari tonu hia pe Trump ia ki he ngahi charges koe ni ka hangalau o tonu hia toko tahanga to pe meri ka o lewa pe kua tuku mai mehe whamau me whare hopo o ku ke hala ia pe e toki hoko lewa ia ka koe whaunga pe ni hono tuka ki I hataha pe nga pau tuka ki hataha ki hawhahinga hia o ku te kei tonu hia pe ka reo pe ko osi ai hopo pe toku mahino ngai pe o te hala ia pe tonu hia pe toku whakalao reo ki tau pehe ka toka taha koe oku hala ia neongo oku te under arrest hangi ko mea koe nu hoka Trump ka koe tuu koe I he anga hono interpret koe tau mahino I ai lao e kei tonu hia pe a Trump ka rewa pe ko tutu ni ai whamau o ko ke halaia me ko hae tau tea ko ia pe to glawa rewa ke tau pehe ne halaia ai tau tahani I hinga hia ni tuku ki ai ko tuku I he taini mi ko tuipe mau mahina to Mili
koe ngai ata pe koe na ko o atu koe na ai a koe tuu ia koe I he taimi ni o live ni pe Messian News ka koe lolotonga koe ni o ku lolotonga I loto a Trump ai a koe tahatahae ni tahatahae pe mana tui whako ta ofi koe ke tali ia he na e kole he CNN pe a moe ngahi kau taha whai o ngongo ne nau kore ke nau lava hu ki loto ke whale hopo whai ano whai tai mai
ke tali
ai hopo ka ne ke tāria ai go tu e tai minim na tu upe me he tu a whare o whaita ia tu teu ki hu mai mo ki.
Ko Holloway meri hanga Holloway fu wata ni ma.
Ko ia. Ko tu ka minu si oku live mai ai mea ko na he tai min.
Ko ia.
Pe ko o atu pe ka tala no pe te ria na tu se tau foi video.
A tu speu sai pe ko lo pe o mau inga na to la he pito tau kakai meri na na support the Trump. Tau ko la tau kakai. Pe ya ko la uga nga ta fono nga pe he ka ko ange be ko fu a ko a Trump ko Palestini meri na tau feinga ko to be te tau be po feta faaki o frate mo a faka demokrati ne ongo feta faaki te kau ki ai ka ko ta imbe fili ata ke hoko ko Palestini na tau hanga fa bai e Palestini ko ia tau feinga ke tau ke tukuleva e tau tau loto ka tau support e Palestini ko ia me Palestini ke Palestini me o tui pena na to lahi mo ki tau toka inga tonga na tau support Trump i ne hoko koia ko e Palestini ka ko e o hinga ko ngahi keisi ko ni o tukua ki ai ka i he taim tana o te ki ai o kei ke lava ke tuku mai whakai ki o e tukua ki ko ni ka o lewa pe ke
osie mea go fai
ka le pe ko ha ai tutun me whamau e meri
ko na moni hanga ko ne ya ne nga lea pe he is going to be a dene hanga attack faka dene feinga ke whaka politikale a ene respond ko ia ke ngai tiki te koe ni
kaya
oku taime ni ko whakaukau au ia kau whanongo hange pene hafo inga unu wha politikale ko inga i te uko ne whiri
ke hepi whoke e tau ngai whakaukau e meli
kaya
kai he taime te nau pe oku he to lahi talo hoka a Trump ko business mo ne fight a system for a long time he find ways can he fight the system kage ko ngai a lawa to lahi kai he time de tau pe ko fono do pe wa no la mo no tutun pe ka pau ya fa hinga na fotonga te mo e lao ko na fotongia pe ki na hanga o fa hoko ia ka ke
ko tu fuka na lere ia te ko tari e na ia he ku ke lere u process ko olunga i he i loto pe to imagino mai ia ai me ko ia ko osi ko ia ai me ko ai fama wanga ka go
ko te tau ki na fonofo pe i process ko ni o Trump he ke tau whaama Amerika tau kolos ki tonga o pe he ki mau inga tau ki mui ange tau ki nofonofa nge he ni ka hae ai ola ko ni ai keisi ko ia o Trump pe la pe ki hanga o turn on the audio Amerika if you want ki rau sio ka hae ngai whamatara ko ni mahino pe ka o ni ngai mea mau inga
falsifying business records to a felony aren't the appropriate charges to be relied upon. Or also in the state, you can challenge the grand jury minutes, which is something federally isn't typically done. So there are several motions that his lawyers might choose to make.
And Adam Kaufman, would the former president's attorneys, would they already be in the courtroom? And given that it's 2:03 and the court is supposed to begin at 2:15, is it likely that the former president's attorneys already have the counts in front of them, that they already know what the indictments the former president is facing are?
I think that is likely. I would imagine they've received a copy of the indictment from the prosecutors. They're probably going over it, probably more than anything to think about what public statements they might make on the record at arraignment to sort of voice almost politically on behalf of Mr. Trump their opposition or what they perceive as the weaknesses in the case, just to get something on the record to counter the show that is really the DA's show of having this arraignment occur and the negative that sort of is for Mr. Trump.
And Caitlin Collins, you are in the hallway, I assume next to or near where our camera is. Talk about what you're seeing, what you're hearing.
We have not seen the former president's attorneys yet, Anderson. Obviously, we're looking for a new face that has been added to that team, Todd Blanche. He knows this place well. He worked in the Southern District of New York. It's a little bit chaotic and loud behind me, Anderson. That's because I'm standing in a scrum of still photographers. There is only one TV camera, I should note, that is allowed in this hallway of the 15th floor to capture the former president's arrival. We are expecting it to come through those double black doors that you see ahead of you, but there has been a lot of movement of some of the officers who are on here. They do seem to be lining up. It does seem to be finalizing. We just heard the police chief say he's coming.
Hold on, Caitlin, 1 second. Karen, I'm sorry, Karen, who's that?
So those are DA staff. That is the district attorney's security. The gentleman that we just saw who just went back in. So one question I have is, will the district attorney, Alvin Bragg, actually appear in court himself? We saw the attorneys who are handling the case, Susan Hoffinger, Peter Pope, and others who are assistant district attorneys. Everyone who works in the DA's office is an assistant district attorney. There's only one district attorney, and that's Alvin Bragg. And so one question is, will DA Bragg actually attend the arraignment? This is a DA who actually does go to court proceedings. He watches people on trial, not just high-profile cases. He's a very supportive district attorney. So that's the gentleman who typically.
Let me just quickly go back to Caitlin. Caitlin, you have something?
Well, I just want to note we're wondering which doors exactly he's going to come through. We did see Trump's body man behind those double block doors that you're looking at there that Karen was just referencing, where you were seeing DA staff come in and out of. If he goes straight to the courtroom, he would come through those doors and take an immediate left, his left. Of course, we were told he will come to the cameras. We will see if that happens. But we did see a Trump staffer behind those doors. So we do expect the former president is in that direction.
Okay, Caitlin, thanks. Karen?
Yeah, so just that gentleman that you see closest to the door in a suit right there, he works for the district attorney's office, and one of the things, actually he works for the NYPD. He is the detail, but that's the DA squad. There's an actual police precinct that the NYPD has in the district attorney's office. It's called the DA squad, where they have detectives, and one of the roles that they play is they are the detail that provides security to the district attorney himself.
And obviously that detail has been beefed up, just given what the threats that are being made and have been made and encouraged by, or the arguments the former president has been making about the district attorney.
Yeah, I mean, all DAs, Mr. Morgenthau, Mr. Vance, and DA Bragg, they all have police protection and a police detail. So it's not unusual.
It'll be an interesting decision by the DA. Does he physically appear in court? On the one hand, it's the biggest case he will ever handle, and he wants to give the imprimatur of his entire office. On the other hand, again, there's this challenge of treating this like any other case, and it would be very rare, far fewer than 1% of all cases, that the actual DA makes an actual in-person appearance.
Well, this district attorney does, from time to time, go to court. This week, he was in a courtroom for a sex crimes case that he wanted to show the district attorney had an interest in. So appearing in this courtroom would certainly, as Ellie says, there would be a logic to it. He is the name, the voice, the face of the office, and he is the reason this case went forward.
There would also be political calculations, both for him and for the former president's team. The former president has been obviously very critical of this district attorney, so him appearing in the court might play into that in some respects.
That's right. But as we had mentioned earlier today, for those of us who are just joining, he has a press conference planned essentially for immediately after this arraignment, where he can, for the first time, because the grand jury investigation was secret, talk about the details of this prosecution.
So it appears more people are going into the courtroom.
When we see the former president, just to let our viewers know, we're not going to be speaking. We want to let you hear what is happening in that hallway at that time. So as soon as we see the former president, we will we'll just let the natural sound. We anticipate we are about 6 minutes away from when the court is supposed to start. How likely is it that it would be on time?
That is a $1 million question on a normal day. This is not a normal day. So assuming that the processing went on time and that the judge is expecting a former president in his courtroom at a specific time, I think we have a better chance than normal today.
I think this is highly choreographed and arranged for security reasons more than anything exactly what's happening at what time.
The former president, where would he be at this stage now?
He would.
There's Alvin Bragg.
There's D.A. Bragg right there.
There's Alvin Bragg, Anderson, and I should say I worked with him for years as a federal prosecutor across the street. He ran for this office. He's been in office for about a year. He beat a very crowded Democratic primary here in Manhattan, very narrowly, in order to win this job. He is a deeply experienced prosecutor. I've known him to be nothing but a straight shooter, an honest prosecutor, a man of integrity. He's a trailblazer. He's the first African-American man or person to be the DA of this county of Manhattan. And so he's already carved out a place in history. This will, of course, be another part of Alvin Bragg's legacy. And I think it is not surprising that he's making an appearance in this courtroom. I think it would be an astonishing omission if he did not. This is the most important case he will ever be part of. And by going into the courtroom here, he's making a statement. He has to stand behind this. He's the person who the citizens of Manhattan elected to this office. He's the one whose name is on the door. He's the one whose name will be on the indictment. And this will be the biggest part of his legacy.
Adam Kaufman is also with us. Adam, would D.A. Bragg be speaking during this court proceeding, do you think?
I doubt it. To me, I think he would probably have the team that is going to prosecute the case stand up and do the arraignment. I think there's a fine line between sort of being the face of the office and showing up to support and letting it be known that you're the guy behind the prosecution. And maybe speaking and taking over the arraignment would be a step too far and could be construed as sort of showboating. So my money would be that he is present and supporting, but not taking an active role.
Alternatively, he could also say, look, Donald Trump attacks anyone who does anything with respect to him. He goes after people's wives. He goes after people's spouses, families. And I could also see Alvin Bragg saying, I don't want to put my assistants who aren't politicians, who aren't elected, who bring these cases without fear or favor and bring no politics into this whatsoever. I could see him wanting to shield them from that as well. But I agree with Adam. It is typically not done. But in this particular instance, it at least will have been discussed whether or not to do that, again, just to draw that away from his assistant DAs.
And one of the challenges that he faces here is protecting his office. Protecting the integrity of his office, the independence of his office, the people who work for him in that office. We've already seen him start to do that in his statements in response to the threats that have come through from Donald Trump and in response to Congress, which is trying to intervene in this and interfere in this. And Alvin Bragg has sent a letter back to them essentially saying, butt out, you have no jurisdiction over us. And so that will be another challenge. In addition to actually prosecuting this case, he has to make sure to protect his people, protect his office, protect their integrity and independence.
And, I mean, the fallout from the verbal criticisms or the written criticisms that Donald Trump has made, the verbal criticisms he's made, whether on social media or to the press, has been, there's about 60 threats to District Attorney Bragg, his first assistant, and the judge in this case. And I've read through some of those threats that include extraordinary promises of violence and threats of violence and suggestions of violence. So I think showing up in this courtroom is very important to Alvin Bragg to say, I am not hiding from anything or anyone, and I am behind my staff here.
Just 2 minutes now from when court is supposed to come into session. We don't know if it will start on time or not. Let's just talk a little bit about how things will start once the judge has hit that gavel and the court is in session, Karen.
Yeah, so once that happens, the clerk will call the case into the calendar. The clerk sits in the well behind a desk off to the side, and the clerk will call the case into the record. There will be a court reporter sitting there taking down all the words that are said, typing into a stenography machine. And the clerk will call the case into the record. The case will have an indictment number, and they'll say, calling indictment number XYZ.
By the way, sorry to interrupt. A question I should have asked you before. If the president's attorney, assuming the former president's attorneys have the indictments in front of them, have they already, do you think are they able to be in communication with the former president? Does the former president have his phone? Like, does he have his phone taken away from him or anything?
That's
ordinarily.
I mean, an ordinary defendant in a normal arrest, they would have what? Everything, their phone, every keys, whatever, taken from them.
Yes.
But the lawyers have to have had a chance to actually sit down with Donald Trump and go through the indictment with him because he's going to enter a plea. And so in order to enter a plea, he has to know what he's pleading to. In fact, the judge typically will ask, have you had a chance to review this indictment with your attorneys before the judge takes the plea?
They may well be meeting in one of the back rooms behind those double doors right now. I mean, there's conference rooms, and there are places for counsel to meet with their client. So that could be what's going on now for all we know.
So that would explain why we have not seen the former president's attorneys entering the court. We've now seen the prosecution team. We've seen the district attorney opening through those double doors and turning left, going into the courtroom. We have not seen, obviously, the former president or his legal team at this point entering the courtroom.
That's right, Anderson. And it could take a while. If there are 30 plus counts in this indictment, as we've reported, a lawyer would want to go through all of them with Donald Trump, and that could take time. And he may be angry. He may have questions. He may want to talk it through. And so we're already a little bit past 2:15, but that can take some time. And so, we'll have to wait and see how much longer it takes. But a 30-plus count indictment is a long indictment.
Plus, if there is that conspiracy charge that Adam Kaufman was talking about earlier, that could be pages and pages long. That is the speaking indictment Adam was talking about, which will have a lot of language from a long period of time and lots of elements to it and acts that wouldn't be there in the other 30 plus charges of falsifying a business record. So they would want to go through all the facts because it'll also give an indication of what was the evidence that was presented to the grand jury, because any facts that are in the indictment are facts that were given to the 23 grand jurors who sat and listened to this case since January, and they were all voted on by those 23 grand jurors. So the copy of this indictment that we will see, all of the elements in there, you will see that that is the evidence that was presented to the grand jury, and they voted on each and every one of those.
So would the former president see the evidence that is behind those charges?
Well, go ahead.
Not at this moment. He would see the actual indictment, but within that 45 or so day period, prosecutors would have to turn over what we call discovery, which is essentially their entire file. And it's important to understand this. In criminal practice, prosecutors, state and federal across this country, have an affirmative obligation to turn over all of their evidence, including evidence, especially evidence, which may be helpful to the defendant, which may suggest that the defendant is innocent. People sometimes call that Brady evidence, but that is an important part of the job of being a prosecutor. He is owed that evidence as part of discovery, which will be within 45 days or so, typically under the state system.
And Adam, would a normal defendant be given as much time as they needed in order to confer with their attorneys to go over the charges against them? If the court was supposed to start at 2:15?
Normally it moves pretty quickly, and you're sort of on the judge's schedule, and you move when the case is called, you're ready to go. Again, unusual circumstance. We don't know how long Mr. Trump has been possibly meeting with his counsel to go over the indictment. In state court, there's just a lot of cases to be called, so things sort of move a lot more quickly than they tend to move in federal court. Arraignments are quicker. Everything tends to move a lot more quickly and a lot more volume in state court. One thing I'm wondering. Sorry, I just keep thinking about. Karen was speaking to that sort of idea of a conspiracy and a speaking indictment. I'm trying to think. I'm sort of racking my brain. I'm trying to think what the conspiracy would be. A conspiracy to do what? Because unless it's a financial crime, there's really no state conspiracy to violate a federal election law. And so it'll be interesting. Again, I think we're all in the same position of waiting to see. But whether that 30-count indictment is, again, 30 counts of falsifying business records or something more interesting.
Anderson, this indictment could have an awful lot of narrative detail. That is in the prosecutor's prerogative. Prosecutors write their own indictments, and I assure you Alvin Bragg understands just how much attention will be on this case, and this is the thing I'm doing is trying to refer to specific pieces of evidence. For example, if there are important quotes in texts, in emails, in documents, I would put that in that indictment so that we in the public and the media can see that. And so
Hoko tu hai proceeding ka ni EF ka waki pia mo Donald Trump ai au ko loto nga I he courthouse I he tai nimbe hangi ka te au o ko nau ke sort out I he courthouse ai indictment ko ni ka pe fo ki arraignment e whahako I he whale hopo. Kako tuko I tani mi te ki ai ki he kumai no iu te ki ai I he whale hopo o ku ke I he whaitu koe ni o ku whai ai a hono whailonga nima mo e whahaki ai a ngahi ki he timi ko ia a Trump whahaki ai a ngahi whakailo pe hoko hangangi ka te au o ku naulo tonga sort out e ngahi mea ko ia I he tu koe I he tainimi ki he kumai no ia Keke, te rau kei nofo peheni, koe kau whukieni I he whakailo ha Palestini manoro I he poleanga o Amerika mono wha historia ka I he taimtarau pe o ko te kiai ke lava ke whahamai a ngahi whakaikiki koe ni I he ngai whamatala ko ia ka whaiangongo I he tainimi ka tau ke tatari pe ai a ulotonga I he whaitung koe no whai ai whailonga ni ma I he district attorney ka was mahino o I he malu I he tuko I he taini miko Donald Trump o I he malu ia o district attorney pe koe process koe ni ahono whaka ilo ia pe mahina be o ko makehe be Donald Trump mo average person e fonga ko an fai lo pa o ko puke mai hata ke fahu aia e fope I he halafronga tatau ano fai longa nima fai tai maksad me e ka fai ngongo pe ka ngatai ko kana ke o kuai e feedback o ke lo pa ko mai me fe ka te whenga ke kake ai ko ke tatari pe ni ke o si mai ai process ko ya pe te na hokot leva ki fare hopo ne pe e la minute pe e te whala ke minite tahani ma ka ko e tuko e tani mi o ku ki fuolo pe ko ia ki fai pe tari ko ata ko na o live mai pe ko ke mra pe ta I fo va ta ni ma ai o pe ko o si ko ano process ko ia I courthouse hoko mai pe ki whare hopo ka tuko I tani mi o ko tau ke tari ai hu mai ko ia a Trump ke hu ki whare hopo ka o kulo tonga process I he Kau wha mare pe ki lahi ai ngai sound ke o whanongo ki ai ka I toko I taini mini tau kei tari pe e hoi makai ngai biange pe ko me nao pula pe ko ki ai fua Palestine malolo I historia Amerikani ki e wha ilo ia ki ngai hia pe ai o whikau aki pe ni pe moe Koe lai tahanga I tuaki koe ni Whikau aki mai whonga koe e ne whalele ne pisnisi o mai pe ki konga o te u koe ia ki ne whiri koe ne hoko ai koe Palestini ai ne whilawe ia mangai paanga ne totongi ki taha oe whiwhine iloa I malai koe ia oe whilimi koe ia kakailalahi koe ato movie ai koe taha ai loea a Trump na ne hanga o totongi e whiwhine koe ni o pehe whamatala ke oa na alea ki hene ki hono kaunga mea koe ia pia mo Trump ki mua pe hoko koe Palestini kana pehe koe paanga koe na e totongi a ki na ngawe pehe e loya koe ni former lawyer a Trump ki hono totongi o whiwhineni pe a tokihanga e Trump o totongi a lawyer whafoki na kau foki a lawyer koe ni I he witness ki he whakailo koe ni pere pehe he timi koe ia Trump koe loya koe ni o ke nelea ke moni ana pehe loya I he timi koe ia na whahoko e ne whamatala koe ia ki he grand jury ai koe kinau toro ni na honga o decide ki na honga indict koe ia Trump ai ana pehe loya koe ni koe o kunelea ke moni pe kai ngatai koe ngai mea kotoa pe I ne whamatala koe ni e toki ha mai ka kano kato oi mo ni I hano I teimi koe e lele ai hopo pe ne pehe loya koe ni koe ni whamatala mo ni katoa pe o kuha mahino mai tatawai pe ko hai o a pe ki ha former president o kui kai ki tau marunga ke I he lao kai ngai ngai mene fe abe aki ngai wiki ko ni ko mali wanto tara te fito ki he lele ko ia ngai whamatala pe kono whai ki he grand jury ai ko toko ua wha ai ko toko ua wha kai nau decide pe whakahoko ai ono tuaki ko ia po fa ilo ko ia Donald Trump I whingawe aki mo district attorney pia koe tūkunga ko utau iai koe I he tainimi o makeheia me he ai ko tahape nia o ngahi whakatotolo kehe e wha ka tau ki foki he o teo ko ia o CNN I he tainimi
So that's the Trump defense team.
Yep.
So obviously we're about to see the former president.
That tells me they were probably back there with him, talking to him, because I think he's back there.
And Anderson, on the topic of Alvin Bragg, again, I was colleagues with him for a long time. Also important in his history, and we're looking out for the president here. I'll be quiet when.
Actually, let's just focus on what's about to occur. Alyssa, it's very possible. We don't know how much the former president.
There
watch.
he is.
Let's just watch.
President Trump, Will you come speak to us, President Trump?
That was just
Former President Trump entering the courthouse to hear the indictments read against him. An extraordinary moment in history, John.
Yeah, and, you know.
Kaya I hoik makainga ni motoki. Wakai hake peke ki I for Holloway ko ia. Ne lava he camera ki na hanga hulu ia Donald Trump. I ne huma ko ia osi ko ia ai whakailonga whitu ko whakailonga ni mā pe mo e whahaki ai ko ha ai uhinga o ko under arrest ai kona whalea ta hawi he malmal ko ia o district attorney. Pea me ai a bana mo whatonga i ne huma ka tapoltoa ko ia o he maha ke ai pe ki he hui a koe ki he courthouse. Pea ko ne hu kona ko ia ki he courthouse ko e ko ne whehanga ia pea mo e whakamau ke o mai o e whakaikiki o e ngahi tukua ki kotoa pe whikau aki ko e moia pea hangi ko mea koe nau lawe koe ki ai ko Trump o ihe malu ia o e ihe malu ia o e district attorney I he tai nimi pea pe ko e ha ne plead pe guilty or not guilty e tok mahino e ha tu tuni ko ia e whakamau o hangepe ko e kakai ko toa pe ko whakahu I he sistemi Amerikani pau ke face the judge ka koe tu koe I he tainimi hange ko mea nau lawe koe ki ai neonga pe o smahino ko I ka tahai above the law pe toi maalunga ngea I he lao e whanua ka I he taimi te tau pe o ku ke ai pe e whatongi ai a mo whaunga ki hono malu I a former president hange ko e Secret Service I whingawe aki pia mo e New York Police Department pe ko e NYPD o hange pe ko e ngahi fotutu kuna whahoko he osi pe ko ia a hono process kolosi mai me ai hu he whare hopo hai to tūne whamau pe te tau toksio lewa ki ai how to move forward from here e tok mahino ai hai tu tūne whamau ki ngahi charge ko ni ka pēka whamau ko ni o koe ko ha whamau ia o ku pehe o ku fo'ou ke ne toki learn ngai mea ka ni ka koe whamau ko ni o ne o si ilo lelei pe ai ngahi tarau fito ki he a drum organization whamau ko ni ne o swai tu tūni ki ngai mea ki mua I he whamatalai e kau whai ngongo keike ko e tūkunga e koe o ki ai koe I he tainimi pe ne tau toki ilo pe koe ha ai ngahi whaiki o e whaka ilo koe ni hano tuku mai ki he kau whai ngongo ka pe ki he public e nau ilo ka mea mene umahi no whafofua ki he pe seti lahi o kakai o e whanua una poupou I ai whaka ilo koe ni o whadau ki he ngahi po ke he pe o ngahi station whai ngongo ka pehe koe pe seti lahi o e kakai o e whanua una hanga o poupou I a hono wha ilo ko ia o Donald Trump pea ko ia hange ko mea ko mo kai peki he anta o ku ko Holloway kana ne lahi bita ngai u sea ka peki ngahi ki kakai ke nau tangutoai o tari ke nau ui ko nau ngahi hopo ka ko e floa tahani mai ni o si hanga nau toria remove ka antoa ai hanga hi sea pa ngai te pile ke matu aki ata abito pe ia ko nga fuki toka teu na whahinga me e hoko o hange pe ko ngai toka teu ko ine nang whahoko I he I hono e Scott mai ko ia Trump taua ki he courthouse ne lahi abito ngahi hala ne poloka ke atape ai ngau ko ni ai Secret Service ke pe fuki ki he NYPD ai nau o mai ko ia Trump ki courthouse o au be ki hane osi ai proceeding ko ni ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be aia e toki ka I he teimi tau be e mahino ia me courthouse pe o mahino pe ka ki tu e hu Trump o ave ki pili son ka go tu pe mahalo e tau pe ki toa e os mahino pe o ko Trump o tonga ia he Secret Service for his safety going on ko former president be ko former president ko to be o ye now Secret Service ki tonga ki na to ko ia ko ke malo ki na to to de fito na hoko ko palestini pe malava pe ki hoko ki na to ka ta ke ti ta fihia i ngata pe i he local ka malava ki international fainga ka kai no fo ka ki na to ko nga ka fainga tutuni na fa hoko ka decision na fa ke ko ngai malo pe ia o ko fai ki family mo former president ka pe ka now hoa and so on kage ko ang mahini pe ya pe go tu pe ka ki tatau ne ngo pe o fai ano fa ilo fa hu and arrest pe fingerprint pe maksot ko ha ka ka ki tatau ya mo ha average person ano fa hu kage ko me no tau o ko famwe ke tau wa ko ge hani ke fa mahino mai ko hanto to ne fa mau ma tunga i ngahi fa ilo ko ia e tolu noa ka ngi ka te au to tana ki mai o pe he o ke pe mo felony pe ko to ilo ko to pe ai ngahi classification ko ia misdemeanor mo felony na category ke pe ko tai mi go ia ha felony charge ki ha taha o ku ale vai ke le volo to ma ke hange lava pe ke fa ho to ta ni no fo pilisone to ke he kapela ki tua pe ko ha pe to ni ko ya fa mau ka ke ko anga ya na fo matala e to la hi fika wa ki pe mo Donald Trump mo nga hi to ki ko ni ka ko no mo ni e ho ik mo kainga di dau toki ilo pe ka ha to unika fa mau o ma to unga i he i nga charge ko ni he te ke neongo indictment nia and so on i he fili ai grand jury ke fa hoko ai fa ilo ko ni ka i he fa ka to ko ia o e fa ki o pe he pe ai lik mai pe ko no fa ha mai ka fa ngo ko fa ilo ko ni o ku i he tati ki te e tolu noa ka ti te e tolu noa ko ia o ku ni sila ia o i ilo heta ko ha ai ngahi tati ki te ko ni ka ko hange pe ka ngahi hongo ta whanongo ki ai o ku kau ai i loto i he te ki te ko ni ai mea kui ka hash money ko paanga ko ia ni totongi aki ai fifine ko ni ufan fatapo fika o aki pe mo porn star no ma no te falia eta pe ne la habito ai nga hi fomentala fika o aki pe mo totongi ko ni ka hi time da be ko me go o ku ki hangi ko o ku asi ko ki tua ko firma da ki kolose ne ki o ti o ki lo bohan ka kai kun to hu mai ta po to o afiko mo ki na to fa help pe ka lawyer a Trump pe ka prosecutor I have no idea ka ko pa de mo sio pe ki he Secret Service ai atako e tani minga pe ki ka policy na ke le o hi up to pe ho way ko ni ka te fa inga additional activity e hoko he lo tonga ko ni proceeding ko ni fika ki pe mo Donald Trump i he to ko ia i he taini mi ke ka ngai famata ko ia ko to ko mai ngai wiki ko ia ko maliwa to a pe ki he wiki atu ne pe Donald Trump ne tweet pe ana pe ko ne to ko mai ki he ka kai ko fonua ne pe he to site ko ia ngai wiki ko ia ko maliwa to e frahu ia ka ngai ki hoko ia he na lo tonga lele ai a hearing here a grand jury ki no papau I pe Trump pe kai pe fra ilo pe kai pe o ta wa mai ko ia mi he wiki ko si so ngai ata na ia angi ka te ne kamosi ilo to I fale hopo ko na go asi mai ia ka ki kai ki ngo fua ke iai ha whaahinga ke mra I loto I he whare hopo pa koina. Koe nau kamata ke ko tuipe mahaloka ngai. Ata pe na ia ka whai ngongo kui loto po hai ko ki nau tolu ngofua ke nau I loto nau hanga o whaitai o tuku I mai ke lawa ke mea ki ai kakai o e whanua. Ai a koe tau wakai koe ki he lai ata koe nā koe no molo pena Donald Trump with the with his lawyer when he kau whafofonga whakalao ai koe tahina ngai ata I loto I whale hopo koe angai kutu I koe ki ai kai ke o kuki wahe tupe o whatau ki ngai mea koe nuku whanong koe ki ai kau tau wako ko tau peka hae mea koe ni koko pe a kia te au ko tui ko normal proceeding pe nia kia tō taha o ko tukua ki ha whai hia pe a ko pau ke ne whianga ngai pe a moe whakamau pe ka tuko I he taini miu lo tonga I whale hopo a Donald Trump ko os whai a hono pūki ngia ona o sia I he floa pe ko ia tahani ma pe a kolosi mea I ki he whale hopo ki hono tu watu he whakamau ngai whakailo koe ni pa koe hale wai tari koe ai ne kauloia pe te nau ai nau plead tonuhia pe halaia ai koe ngai mea koe lele koe he taini mio matunga koe ha ai whakaiki o ngā hitukua ki koe ia pe koe ne mahino koe ia e tuku mai lewa ki he kau ki he public ai public lewa koe ha ai ngahi whakailo ko ia pe te toksio lewa ki e kona whaiki ki hana tuku mai I ha tau pehe peha ha fōa mi hen e nai pehe ne rei wha amanaki e fuoloa ai process ko ni ka koe tū koe he taini mi o ku hanga te ako me mi ale nia ke me mi alwe ki hoa ta ka nai pehe whamatala mi pe tahani mai o no hake ki he floa tahani ma o puka ai ospo no puka ko ia pia huma I whare hopo o whahoko ko ia ai ine whianga ngai pia moe whamau ke o antua e ngahi tua ki ko ia ki ai pia hiri pe ko ia he koutui I he tō lahi na nau whamatala pe he kai ke ulaki heki na hanga na tōluia o ki I hono ni ma there's no need for that koe ki whia maa uia ka koe whainga process ko ia ai koe ki hono puku ka koe ia au pehe whakalao o he malu o district attorney pia koe ne toka osi koe me whare hopo koe hai tutuni koe ai whamau pe o ku malu I ki toa pe o ku peila te ki whahata no ki mea koe ia ka ko mea pe mahino ia he ki awe drop ia tuk pili sone mahino pe ia e a tā pe ia hoko atua ene ngahi pokalama ko ia whikawaki mo ene campaign ko ia ki he run for president ka wan pene for mananti lao ko ia milika koe lao o ku ha mahino au pito lao loaki ko mau I hoko koe tō tako na e whaile I tonu I Amerikani pe o pau ke tau tonu nima koe fo I kau pehenga I lau highlight me ka whai ngongo ko mau pe ia o ke hau tonu au ke campaign ke Free Palestine tau e pe o ku whailo koe whakahu koe pe o ka pau ke lotonga I pirisone ka whire ka kai ke hoko koe Palestine o ke whakalao pe ia se maari ai ka whiu I le vai ka motoro o ek maka inga e ke hoko pe Trump ia ke ne whiri ka Palestine ka tumu ke tau kolosangi ka hae update maka ni ngai whamatala ko ni I he taini mi tau lere whatahape mo nao tō I he tō koe I he taini mi
going on right now in that room with those lawyers sitting behind that table at the defendant's table?
Yeah, so that's the defendant's table. To the right will be the prosecution table. You can see the chair over there, the purplish colored chair, that's going to be where the clerk normally sits, or the court officers. And you are going to, and the judge is sitting in front, in the middle of all of them. The way they're sitting, the person all the way at the bottom of the screen with his head towards the woman, that's Todd Blanche. He is the attorney who was just brought on to represent Mr. Trump. He's sitting in the lead counsel's chair. That's typically where the lead counsel will sit. And so he's sitting in that position. He was the attorney who represented Paul Manafort when Cy Vance brought similar charges, meaning falsifying business records, et cetera, against Paul Manafort that were dismissed on appeal for double jeopardy reasons because, if you recall, Mr. Manafort was prosecuted federally, and then Mr. Trump actually pardoned him. And so Cy Vance brought similar charges, slightly different but similar, and it was on appeal ruled that it was double jeopardy and that the state couldn't bring those charges. I would imagine that's one of the reasons Mr. Blanche was brought onto Trump's team, that he was successfully beat through legal arguments a case brought against somebody who is a Trump ally. Sitting next to Todd Blanche is Susan Necklace. She's a criminal defense attorney in New York. She was the lawyer who represented the Trump Organization in the trial that recently went and Alvin Bragg got a 17-count conviction, a sweeping conviction against the Trump Organization, where Alan Weisselberg pled guilty and testified on behalf of the district attorney against the Trump org. He did not testify or give up any information about Donald Trump. But Susan Necklace was one of the lead attorneys in that case. Mm-hmm. It was before this judge, by the way, Juan Merchan, same judge, same defense attorney, and some of the same prosecutors. And then, of course, there's Mr. Trump, and then next to him is Joe Tacopina, who is also a well-known criminal defense attorney in New York, who is also the lawyer who's representing Mr. Trump in the from 3 weeks from now in civil court in the E. Jean Carroll rape case that will be going on April 25th.
Yeah, and next to him, of course, Boris Epshteyn, who was a White House aide to Donald Trump. John Miller, let me ask you, we see these images of law enforcement officers standing behind Donald Trump and his defense team. Is that normal? Are they there to provide security? Explain to us what's going on there.
So that's normal in a day where nothing is normal. Usually they're there to ensure that there's no trouble from the defendant and that everybody in the courtroom is safe. And the way this often goes is the defendant is brought in from the pens, the prison cells, to outside the courtroom, and the judge orders the court officers to remove the handcuffs, and then when the hearing's over, to replace the handcuffs if the defendant isn't being released. So that's their normal place. What's remarkable about it is that standing in front of them in the defendant is not somebody that they had to uncuff or will probably have to recuff. But it's the first time Donald Trump has probably ever been more than 4 feet from a Secret Service agent from his security detail. But right now, he is in the custody of the Manhattan DA, under the control of these court officers, and under the control of the decision that this judge makes while we're sitting here talking in the next few minutes.
And David Urban, this is not the kind of expression that we're used to seeing Donald Trump, especially in his post-presidential life, when it's basically rallies or, Instagram photos with brides and grooms at Mar-a-Lago. This is a more chastened Donald Trump.
Yeah, interestingly, if you go back to that wide shot again, Jake, at the counsel's table, Boris Epstein's sitting there. And so I'm wondering if he is, Ellie, if he's registered as counsel, Right? To sit at the table, you have to be at the lawyer's table. You have to be a counsel of record for the president.
You either have to be admitted in the state of New York, or you can be waived in sometimes.
So,
it can be admitted just for purposes of one particular.
And so I find it interesting. Boris is not a criminal defense lawyer; he's a political advisor. And so, Jake, the only thing I can think of is he's sitting at that table, so any communications he can have with the president moving forward are privileged. And they kind of they can't be they can't be subject to disclosure. It's interesting that Boris is sitting there. I guess he's not traditionally a notable criminal defense lawyer as the rest sitting there at the table.
That could be just it, because if he is serving as a lawyer, then any of his communications with the team of lawyers or with the client, Donald Trump would be privileged.
I saw it as something even more basic than that. Is Donald Trump has certain staff around him or sort of safety blankets for him, people that make him feel comfortable. He doesn't have long-standing relationships with most of these attorneys, to the best of my knowledge. But Boris is somebody, he's an original 2016er. He's somebody that he has a close relationship with. And I think just having that one person near him helps him.
And also, Alyssa, if I could just note, with these pictures, he's looking right at the camera. I mean, the photographers are there, the still photographers are there. He's looking at them while his attorneys are conferring, or Boris Epstein is looking off to the side. And he's looking at the cameras, and he doesn't look like somebody who has, I mean, we'll see what's in the arraignment, what's in the indictment, rather. We'll see what the charges are, but he doesn't look like somebody who thinks that the indictment is nonsense.
He's just been through a process which, as Van pointed out earlier, I mean, every criminal defendant goes through. As he entered the hall, the 15th floor, he didn't even have somebody holding the door open for him. I don't know if you noticed, and we could replay that video at some point of him making an appearance on the hall. There's a court officer, I believe, who enters before him, doesn't hold the door open for him. And the former president actually has to push the door open for himself, which is probably the first time he's had to do that in quite some time.
That alone, knowing Donald Trump, will stick with him in a way, just a symbolic way of noticing that the difference, the lack of pomp and circumstance, the lack of sort of service being provided for him. Just that moment, that could have been a stark one that stands out to him.
One other thing that's interesting, Alyssa, and I wonder what insights you can provide for us on this, is that it notably, the former First Lady Melania Trump did not go from Mar-a-Lago, from Florida, to New York with Donald Trump, with her husband, the former president. Obviously, the underlying activities that are the origin of these charges have to do with him allegedly cheating on his wife with Stormy Daniels not long after she gave birth to their son, Barron. And I'm wondering if that, in your view, is probably one of the reasons why she didn't make the trip.
I have to imagine, just optically, you would think that the former president would want her by his side because of the circumstances of this case. From what I've seen, he has a very tight-knit group of aides with him, a smaller footprint than he probably travels with. I'll be curious to see if she's by his side tonight when he gives remarks as he gets back to Florida. I think that would be important, since this is a case that directly deals with allegations of an extramarital affair.
Yeah, I don't know that I would go so far as to call it an affair, but yes. If we could go back to that picture that we just showed a second ago, he was looking off to the distance. He looked really irritated and annoyed. It was a profile photo that we just showed. There it is. I mean, Jamie Gangel, you've been covering Donald Trump for a long time. That is a pissed-off Donald Trump.
Right. This is not defiant. We've seen pictures that sort of are sobering. No question, that is an angry Donald Trump. There's two things to point out. In addition to the fact that no one held the door open for him, we had been told that he was likely going to stop in the hallway and speak on his way in. It did not happen, and I have to wonder if one of the reasons it didn't happen is because he's in custody, and they would not allow it to happen on the way in. The other thing I just want to mention is I spoke to people who have been in civil cases with him before. We see the public Donald Trump, we see what he posts, we see all this fighting and bravado, and I am told that when he's in a courtroom, and I would think even more so in a criminal case, that he is going to be respectful of this judge, who not too long ago he posted and he said, the judge assigned to my witch hunt case, a case that's never been charged before, capital letters, hates me. I'm guessing we will hear a very different report.
And I'm being told by a source in New York government that the indictment has been unsealed, although it's not live yet on the website. As John Miller reported several days ago, it is 34 charges against Donald Trump, and I'm told that he pleaded not guilty to all 34 of those charges. And now, of course, we wait to see what those charges are, Carrie Cordero.
Yeah, well, I mean, so we'll see what the actual substance of these charges are and whether they pertain to more crimes or whether they just are that many charges because that's each count of a particular financial transaction, like a check. But as we're waiting to see what the text of that charging document actually is, as we're watching these visuals, one of the things that stands out to me is just this dichotomy between, on one hand, the justice system trying to treat the former president like any other defendant. So going through the normal processing, having taken that time where he had to be behind the scenes and fingerprinted and processed through whatever paperwork needed to be done in New York. But the other side of the screen showing the extensive security procedures and all of the police presence that's there, and the fact that there is not the public in the seats behind the defendant, and this room is not open to the public, just shows how not normal this situation is. And that despite the justice system maybe trying to make this sort of the way other defendants would be treated, it's just not that way. This is a completely unique situation.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is an interesting balance of trying to act as though we're all equal under the law and Donald Trump will be treated no differently than anybody else, while also, obviously, he is a former president. This has never happened before, Andy McCabe. And also, you know, to be fair, I don't know that a case like this would be brought against Donald Trump, real estate developer, for the same alleged, I mean, who knows? Maybe it would be, but on the other hand, who knows?
It's really hard to say at this point, having not seen the indictment yet, right? But that's a decision that I think each one of us has to come to after reading the document. The DA's office certainly maintains that they bring this charge of falsification of business records, and sometimes with the felony enhancement, on a fairly regular basis against white-collar defendants. But again, we don't know what's going to be in this document. I will say, though, Jake, that these photographs of the former president are so striking, but to me, they are very familiar in a way. Over a course of over 20 years in the FBI, having been with numerous people on arrest and arraignment day, there is an undeniable humility and humanity that comes out against whoever has been called before the court and accused publicly of a crime in this process. Whether you're, and I've seen it from street-level criminals all the way up to CEOs and white-collar people accused of white-collar offenses. This moment, you may be sitting next to your lawyers, but you are alone before a judge and before the law and facing some very serious allegations. And it is a moment that he will never forget, his family will never forget. And it's a somber thing, no matter who's going through it.
He is an individual, of course, very wealthy, to the manor born, who has, in many ways, escaped consequences for actions for decades and decades. So I could see why sitting at that table would be particularly humbling. He probably never thought he would ever have to. Of course, we are still waiting to find out what exactly the charges are. But just to repeat my reporting from before, the indictment has been unsealed. A source in New York government tells me. It is not live yet on the website, but there are 34 charges, and I am told from this source in New York government that Donald Trump pleaded not guilty to all 34 counts. We are trying to get more details and information about that.
I think as we consider why he may not have spoken to the media on his way in, and we will see whether he does on his way out, the gravity of this situation really sitting with him in this moment, I think is really important. When he comes out and says something, what he says is now in the context of an actual criminal case in which his, actual freedom is on the line. And that's a totally different situation that he has ever faced before. And so the normal kind of, rah-rah rally bravado that you would see from Trump would not necessarily be appropriate in this moment. I cannot imagine a Trump attorney saying, let's put Trump in front of a camera off the cuff and have him say something. They would probably be much more comfortable with him standing in front of a podium, reading something that they had cleared. But it would be very interesting to see if in this particular context of a criminal case, they say to Trump, go in front of a camera and go for it. I don't care how many times you plan things with Trump. A lot of times he does what he wants in those moments.
Yeah, and he definitely goes rogue. So, Carrie, just to bring context to this reporting we have from a source in New York government, that the indictment has been unsealed and there are 34 counts and Donald Trump has pleaded not guilty to all 34. When that happens in a courtroom, do they recite each charge to the charge of X? How do you plead? And he says not guilty? Or how does it go?
So different practices, but in what I would expect is that they would read the charges, and you may also want to check with our New York lawyers who have been in the New York DA's office in terms of what their experience is in the court and Judge Merchan in particular. But they would read the entire indictment, or he could waive the reading of the indictment. And so one of the things that we want to listen for is how the actual proceeding before this particular judge went forward.
Let's go to Karen up in New York. Karen, how would it proceed? Would they read each one of the 34 charges and he would say not guilty to each one of them, or would it be a waiving of them all and just one plea of not guilty?
Yeah, so typically the way it's done is a defense attorney will say, the judge will ask, do you waive the reading of the rights? And the defense attorney will respond, yes, but not the rights thereunder. The fact that he's already, if the reporting's correct, the fact that he's already pled not guilty to all 34 charges leads me to believe that that probably did happen here, that they read the reading, they waived the reading of the 34 charges and instead just arraigned him on the indictment. This is a long proceeding, I will say, for an arraignment. Because especially if he's already pled not guilty, that's the main thing that would happen here is the reading of the indictment and how do you the entry of plea guilty or not guilty, and he entered not guilty. So the question to me is what has been happening since he entered those pleas of not guilty here, and potentially they could be looking at future dates for scheduling or whether or not he wants to appear or has to appear, I should say, at future dates. But more likely is there's some legal arguments that are being sought after by either the DA or the defense attorneys who are asking the judge to rule on certain legal questions that they may or may not have, or perhaps the judge is setting the parameters of what is appropriate to be talked about or not. But this is going on a lot longer than a typical arraignment where there's no question of bail because this is not a bail-eligible offense in New York. So even if he was a flight risk or in some ways they were concerned with that, this is not a crime for which you can even ask for bail. So custody is not an issue, and if he waived the rights there, then that's also not an issue. And so I don't know what's going on there, but looking at that picture on the screen, the lead prosecutor in this case is that's Chris Conroy, who's been at the DA's. He's a long-term assistant district attorney, and he's been there for a long time. The woman behind him is Susan Hoffinger. She's the attorney who successfully prosecuted the Trump Organization and got a 17-count conviction where the opposing counsel was Susan Neckles, the woman seated to Mr. Trump's right, and then you have obviously the same Judge Merchan there. And
just to be clear, the Susan Hoffinger is the woman. The gentleman at the prosecutor's table is Chris Conroy.
Yes, the woman behind him with the black jacket and the white shirt.
Okay, that's Susan Hoffinger.
That's Susan Hoffinger sitting behind. So she's the head of the whole investigation division, which is the white collar arm of the Manhattan DA's office. So she was a defense attorney before, and she was a prosecutor before that. And Mr. Bragg, DA Bragg, brought her back to lead his investigation division, which is it's an executive level position, very prestigious. And like I said, she was the trial lawyer who successfully tried the case against the Trump Organization and got the 17-count conviction on behalf of the office.
And Karen, who is the woman at the table with Chris Conroy to our left, his right, in the blue dress?
She's another ADA on the case who works in the Major Economic Crime Bureau. The team is going to have multiple attorneys on it, and the question is, we just didn't know who was going to be the lead lawyer, who's going to be speaking on the record. It could have been Susan Hoffinger, it could have been Peter Pope, or others who are at an executive level who are working on this case. Chris Conroy is a senior investigative counsel. He's just an ADA, I should say. He's an assistant district attorney, a very senior, seasoned, excellent lawyer who they are having be the ADA meaning assistant district attorney, who will be arraigning Mr. Trump and speaking on the record.
So the interesting context you also brought up is that Susan Hoffinger, the woman with the white shirt and black jacket sitting behind Chris Conroy at the prosecutor's table, just defeated in court the woman, Susan Necklace, in the green suit at the defendant's table right next to Donald Trump in the Trump Organization case, which was a big victory for District Attorney Alvin Bragg, I believe, right?
Exactly right. 17 felony count conviction against the Trump Organization.
And Carrie, go
Worth
ahead.
noting, though, that that case ended in fines. I mean, it was convictions, and the case was successfully prosecuted from a prosecutor's perspective, but the end result was fines for the Trump Organization. I just think we have to keep that in context.
Right.
In terms of this, even though this particular proceeding today has a lot of gravity to it, and the former president is sitting there at the defendant's table, there are a lot of possible outcomes, and some of them are other than the former president ending up with a felony conviction. Some of them could potentially be something as simple as a fine.
Absolutely, and all of us should, in journalism and in the public, should be skeptical and open-minded when it comes to any accusations made by the government against any individual, and we'll see exactly what the District Attorney Alvin Bragg is proceeding with against Donald Trump when he brings this indictment forward, which we're told has been unsealed, although the public is still waiting to see it. Adam Kaufman, let me just ask you, when we're told Trump pleads not guilty to 34 counts, which is what a New York government official has told CNN, 34 counts. What does that mean? Is that 34 different felonies? Is it 34 misdemeanors? Is it one felony and 34 counts of that one felony? Translate that into public speaking for us.
Right. So we don't know. We don't know what the counts are. We know because this is a felony indictment being arraigned in Supreme Court that at least one count is a felony. If it's the falsifying business records, under New York State procedural law, every time there was a false business record, it would have to be charged as a separate
Misdemeanor falsifying a business record is just when you, with the intent to deceive, you enter a false or erroneous record. You make a record entry that is false or erroneous in some way with the intent to deceive someone. What makes it a felony is when you make that erroneous entry and your intent to deceive includes the commission or concealment of another crime. And there's been a lot of speculation about what's appropriate and what could that other crime be. And case, because that is something that, although it's been done many times, or several times, I should say, before, it's not ever been tested or litigated in court.
And also the idea, Karen, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, but the idea that this alleged campaign finance falsification hush money payment in 2016, that normally the statute of limitation, this is what I've been told is the theory, would have run out. But because Donald Trump was in Washington, D.C. for 4 years and then has been in Florida since leaving the White House, it's almost as if the statute of limitations there's a pause button hit because he's no longer in New York. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the statute for a felony in New York is 5 years, but there are a couple of pauses here. In addition to the one you just mentioned, that he was outside the jurisdiction continuously when he was in Washington, and don't forget he also moved his residence from New York to Florida. The governor of New York during the COVID pandemic pressed pause on the statute of limitations for a period of time for all cases, for all criminal cases in New York. And that pause was for more than a year. So that is going to be another tolling, is what they call it, of the statute of limitations that the
manu papahi me aku ia no ka oniu ko makosi si ono lau ta koe to ki manu palaku te oia we lau koe ai ofa paya ki fa itoka kai si fefe asi oto ofa anga pure pe mua koe o fai ha folofola pa te utaria ni pe tahini peike alu a koe ia o kumisi a kakala mo ha foi o faanga pa toko sina ni ke luva ki a kakala mahina si e te toka
Forced today to live in reality. We're reading body language right now. Pretty soon we'll get to read an indictment. That's the most important thing that will happen today, seeing what's actually on paper and what they can lay out, to Kerry's point about how do they connect the dots here. But reading his body language, this is a man, Andy mentioned CEOs in court, average Joe's in court. This has to be a thud for him because he lives in a fantasy land. He's going to go back to Mar-a-Lago tonight, where he has an office that he made deliberately to look like the Oval Office, where they have napkins with a seal that looks like the presidential seal. He calls his plane Trump Force One. He insists that everybody call him Mr. President. He says that Joe Biden lost the election and that he should have been reinstated already. He's not in that world anymore. He's a defendant in a trial case right now. One other point I just want to make. I'm just looking at Twitter. Donald Trump Jr. just tweeted a picture of the judge's daughter saying she worked for the Biden-Harris campaign, seems to be relevant. Oh my God. It is not relevant. It is not relevant. She's an individual adult. But this is what I was about to say. This is the game they play. It's not a game. It's not a game. This is how they play. Right. They try to intimidate, they attack, and they put at risk people who should not be dragged into this process. If Donald Trump is presumed innocent, if he can beat these charges, good for him. The judge's daughter has nothing to do with this, but this is what they do. This is how they have so taken this country off the rails and outside the norms.
And there's a reason why they took the prosecutors' pictures off the website for similar reasons. And it's really unfortunate that that is a world in which we live, and you have people on social media doing what you just described. Another thing that I keep thinking about is that Trump fought back against media companies, against businesses, you name it, for decades, trying to use the threat of lawsuits by doing that. One of the people in recent years, before he became president, that he used as his chief henchman, this is what he calls himself, was Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen was the man who kept him out of the very situation that we are looking at, that he is in right now. And today, because Michael Cohen turned after he took the fall for Donald Trump, that is why Donald Trump is sitting there right now. The man that he employed put him there. And again, it is not only necessarily Michael Cohen's testimony. We believe there's certainly documentation and evidence that are going to go into these 34 counts that we're going to see soon. But that turn of events is quite noteworthy.
Karen, I want to ask you a question and then throw back to Anderson. When somebody within the former president's circle, like his son or a campaign or people directly affiliated with him, posts an image of the daughter of the judge at a time where political violence is increasingly becoming more and more normal and more accepted, is that something that the judge could admonish the defendant and those in his immediate circle to not do? Or is that something that people just now accept as a modern reality?
No, that will not be accepted. That will not be okay. In fact, the fact that this is going on significantly longer than anyone would have anticipated, and much longer than a normal arraignment, leads me to believe that the judge is having some sort of very serious discussions in court right now, because motion practice and all the things that Donald Trump wants to do, make the arguments about whether the statute of limitations or sufficiency of the grand jury or whether a charge counts as elevating it to fall false business record. That will all be done in writing, in motion practice. It will be briefed by lawyers at another date. Right now, the only thing that's happening in court, it was just supposed to be an arraignment. It would not be anything about custody or bail, since this crime is not bail eligible. So what could they possibly be talking about? I think it's the fact that Donald Trump has crossed a massive line here in New York when he had a picture of himself with a baseball bat to Alvin Bragg's head, and then right after that calling, in his way, calling for death and destruction in the streets. That crossed a line in New York. He could have easily be charged with another crime there, obstruction of governmental administration, because he was trying to intimidate, using intimidation and threats to interfere with the court process. Doing the same thing to the judge, these veiled threats to his daughter, that's another, they are committing more crimes. And so whether he gets arrested for them is a decision that will have to be made by law enforcement. But I can assure you, this judge, Judge Merchan, is not going to put up with it. And this judge knows the Trump organization and Trump and his ways and his allies. He sat and was the judge who presided over the Trump organization trial. So he is not a stranger to the ways of Donald Trump and Donald Trump's orbit. And he will absolutely have a pre-prepared and pre-planned speech and admonition that he is giving he is defendant Trump right now before Judge Merchan, and letting him know what that means and what, as the judge of this court, will expect of him as a defendant.
Anderson, back to you.
Yeah, Adam Kaufman, who's been watching this. Adam, Karen was just talking about the one possible thing that the judge is discussing. What else would account for the length of time here? We had talked earlier about whether this indictment sort of tells a story, whether it's just a dry recitation of facts or if it's a lengthier indictment that sort of tells a story. I'm wondering if that plays a role here as well.
You know, Anderson, it's not, unless they didn't waive the reading of the indictment. That's certainly a possibility, in which case they're reading however many pages and however many counts this is. In 18 years as a prosecutor, I never saw that happen. But it's certainly possible. But it's, to Karen's point, an arraignment takes 5 minutes. It's over and done with. Especially here, there's no bail consideration. There's nothing really to talk about. Motions are made on papers. They're not made orally. Even if defense counsel wanted to stand up and give a speech for 5 minutes about how outrageous this is, I still can't imagine what could possibly be taking this much time.
Karen, we had talked earlier about Adam had brought up the idea of a conspiracy count. Talk a little bit about what that might entail, if in fact there is such a thing, and why that would be important.
Yeah, so interestingly, what it says right there on the monitor, Trump pleads not guilty to 34 felony counts. What that tells me is there may not be a conspiracy charge, because the charges that we expect to see here are falsifying a business record in the first degree, which is a Class E felony, the lowest level felony. And a conspiracy to commit that crime would make it an A misdemeanor. So to Adam's point that he made earlier about what would
I'm sorry, Karen, it looks like they're about to come out of the courtroom. Let's listen into the hall.
How did you plead, President Trump? How did you plead? You want us to stay put? So we did okay.
So obviously, any thought that the former president, was going to be coming to cameras and obviously not happening. Whether or not he wanted to, we don't know. He is still in the custody, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ellie, he is still in the custody of authorities.
He is until he walks out that door, Anderson. He is in the custody of the Manhattan District Attorney's office. He presumably has been released on his own recognizance, which means he will come back whenever he is told. We should get a sense of what the schedule is. What we will learn coming out of this, of course, the biggest thing is the indictment itself. And we're still waiting on that. It has now been unsealed. It should be available to the public. It's possible they were waiting for this proceeding to end before they posted it. We also should get a sense of the schedule moving forward. When will discovery be due? And when will motions be made So we'll have a sense of how this is going to proceed. And we'll also learn, presumably, what took so long in there. Was the judge talking to them about some of the over-the-line statements that have been made?
Karen, just in terms of what is happening right now, so the former president has left the courtroom. Where does he go from here?
So now they are going to take him out of the building probably the same way that they brought him in, which is through a separate elevator that's typically only available to judges and the district attorney. They'll take him from the 15th floor all the way down to the first floor, where he will then walk out of what's the Hogan Place entrance. This street right here is called Hogan Place. It's a very tiny little street in lower Manhattan named after District Attorney Hogan, and they'll put him in a car, and it's over.
So at what point is he no longer in custody when he exits?
He's no longer in custody now. He's under guard because they have to protect him, but as soon as he's released from court, he's no longer in custody.
We believe he's leaving now, I believe, John.
So presumably he was released on his own recognizance. We have ears in the courtroom, but they're trying to get to places to communicate to us. But he'll get in the same motorcade package that brought him here. That will take him back to LaGuardia Airport, where his plane is standing by, and he is scheduled to fly out of New York today. Now, this is all subject to change, but the plan was to fly out of New York today on his private jet to Mar-a-Lago without coming back to Trump Tower to hold a press conference. And what we've seen is, for all the discussions about making a statement on the way in or a statement on the way out at the courthouse, that obviously didn't happen. So that motorcade is now on the move.
Also standing by, Laura Coates, John Dean are joining us. Laura Coates, today, the former president now leaving the court building. Either heading back to John, do you think Trump Tower or do you think the airport?
They're going, if they're sticking to the schedule, they're going straight to LaGuardia Airport, straight to his private jet, and straight back to Palm Beach.
Laura Coates, what do you make of the lengthy arraignment?
Well, listen, there has only been 46 presidents in the history of our country and millions of criminal defendants. And look what we have now. One who is now a criminal defendant on his way out of a courtroom. An extraordinary amount of time to have him there. He is likely trying to argue a point about the relevance of this particular case. I assume his lawyers were the ones to do so. But note who was behind him in that courtroom. You didn't have Secret Service. You had two presumable marshals, one with handcuffs dangling on her own waistband and appeared to wear gloves. You're seeing the conduct of what would happen for every criminal defendant in this country, and Donald Trump was now one of them. Going forward, the schedule is going to be so important. Importantly, Anderson, look for that pre-trial motion briefing schedule. That's where you'll have the motions to dismiss. That's where you'll have the challenges as to whether this is likely to be an appropriate elevation from a misdemeanor to a felony offense. That's going to be the next consequential step here. And of course, whatever this former president now says about this, we know the law and order adage. Anything he says can and will be used against him, including his statements on social media and even through different agents on his behalf.
I want to go to Caitlin Collins, who is on the 15th floor. Caitlin, very brief glimpse of the former president as he exited the courthouse. I'm wondering from your vantage point what you saw.
Well, remarkable, Anderson, that he did not come over to reporters. We were about 50 feet away from where he was there, and he was expected to come speak to us before, but he was in that courtroom for about 45 minutes or so, much longer, or I would say a little bit longer than what his attorneys had said beforehand. They believed he was going to be in, therefore they had predicted about 30 minutes or so, and they had expected it to be a relatively smooth process. He obviously did not look pleased coming out of that courtroom. I will say we officers and the metal barricades, you could see they turned them around. And the way the barricades look is like a claw type thing in the middle. They pushed them. So it did not appear he would be walking over to the front. It's unclear why. We've asked officials here, why the barricades were there in the direct access to it. But that is, ultimately part of why he did not come over to the media as we were standing there. Obviously did not look pleased. You could see it on his face. Despite his attorney saying that, he was in a resilient mood earlier today.
Let's go straight to Kara Scannell, just got out of the courtroom. Kara, what have you learned?
An hour. I'm in a very crowded space, so I hope you can hear me.
I hear you, Karen. Go ahead, you're on the air.
The former president pleaded not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Those are all felony counts. The prosecutor said that this was part of a conspiracy that started in 2015 and involved the payment of at least $130,000 to Stormy Daniels. As part of the allegations, prosecutors said that this was part of an effort to promote his candidacy by burying negative stories ahead of the election. And now, we don't have all the additional details of what else might be included in this, but that is how they outlined it in court. Now, in this brief, well, it was about a 45-minute arraignment, when the former president entered the room, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. He walked in, he licked his lips, he was scanning each of the rows filled with press. There were about 60 members of the press in there, each row flanked by court security officers. We were not allowed to use any electronic devices, so we've all kind of been filing out now to report the news. He spoke only a few times. He entered the plea not guilty on his own. He also was addressed by the judge, who addressed to him some of the threatening statements that he made. That was something that prosecutors had raised. They had asked the judge not to impose any kind of gag order, but just to raise the potential issues of Trump's threatening social media posts. They handed up copies of those posts to the court and to Trump. The judge said that he was not going to impose any kind of gag order. He said he wouldn't, even if he was asked right now, but he did warn the former and also the prosecutors to warn their witnesses to tamp down their rhetoric, to reduce what they were saying about the case, and the judge warned both sides, but particularly speaking to former President Trump, not to make any statements that would incite any violence or threats against any officials. You know, the former president has put on a number.
We're having a problem with Kara. We'll try to get back in contact. Ellie Honig?
So, Anderson, we are getting our first look at the indictment, and with the proviso that we've not yet had a chance to read all of it, a couple of initial impressions. First of all, this is what we call a bare bones indictment, contrary to what we were discussing before. This essentially just lays out the statutory language, the name, the date of each offense, but there is not a lot of detail in what we're seeing at this moment. There do appear to be 34 charges in here. There does not appear to be, and we're looking at it for the first time, there does not appear to be a conspiracy charge per se. Now, that doesn't mean they can still explain the whole scheme at trial, but it looks like these are charges based on falsifying of business records and then falsifying business records in order to commit or conceal some other crime. So those are some initial impressions as we page through this indictment for the first time.
Karen?
Yeah, and interestingly, it does not...
By the way, where are you getting this?
I was given a copy.
Okay, go ahead.
But I have been given they did file a statement of facts in addition to this bare bones indictment. The indictment itself doesn't talk about whether or not what crime was relied upon to bump it up from a misdemeanor to a felony. But there is language by way of a statement of facts that was also filed along with the indictment, which is indictment number 71543 of 23. 23 is with respect to the year 2023. And there's an introduction that talks about how Donald Trump, this is again the statement of facts, how Donald Trump repeatedly and fraudulently falsified business records to conceal criminal conduct that hid damaging information from the voting public during the 2016 presidential election. So right from the outside, this is all about election interference, and that's how they're framing it. Then it says from about August 2015 to December 2017, the defendant orchestrated a scheme with others to influence the 2016 presidential election by identifying and purchasing negative information about him to suppress its publication and benefit the defendant's electoral prospects. And it says, in order to execute this unlawful scheme, the participants violated election laws and made and caused false entries in the business records of various entities in New York. So the DA's office here is relying on election laws as the crimes that were being either concealed or committed to elevate the falsifying business records to a felony. It says one component of the scheme was that at the defendant's request, a lawyer who then worked for the Trump organization as special counsel to the defendant, they are calling him Lawyer A, covertly paid $130,000 to an adult film actress shortly before the election. So this is talking about Michael Cohen paying Stormy Daniels the $130,000. It then goes on to describe how that's done and the false business records that are used or that were created to conceal the payment. So after the election, this lawyer then goes on to they describe how each check was processed and disguised for payment of legal services.
Is each check a separate count?
Yes, each check appears to be a separate count. Some of them, some of these, there were invoices, and that would be, as Adam Kaufman was saying earlier, each entry of a false information into a business record would be its own count. And so each item has its own count. This statement of fact then goes on and talks about a background. There's a section called background. Before that was the introduction. And it talks about the Trump organization from approximately June 2015 and to 2017. And then it talks about a scheme. They call it the scheme. And they call it the catch and kill scheme to suppress negative information. And then it goes on and gives very detailed facts. There was a Trump Tower meeting in 2015. And then it says a few months later, they tried to suppress a doorman's story. And there's just a lot of information in here that we'd love to digest and come back and tell. But this statement of facts that was filed by the district attorney's office is to tell Mr. Trump, first and foremost, and his legal team, what evidence was presented to a grand jury and what will be relied upon at trial and what will be proven at trial.
I just want to go to CNN's Kara Scannell, who's gotten out of the courtroom. Kara, describe just what you heard and saw in court as we continue to look over the indictments.
Well, Anderson, when the former president entered the courtroom, you could hear a pin drop. He entered, he scanned each and every row filled with reporters, and he had a bit of a scowl on his face. He walked very slowly to the defense table. Then he didn't speak until the judge asked him to enter a plea on those 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. And the former president said in his voice that we all know, not guilty. Now, the prosecutors also asked the judge to address the rhetoric that the former president has made, both by the verbal attacks he's placed on the judge, as well as the district attorney, Alvin Bragg. And the judge said that, he was concerned about these statements. An attorney for Donald Trump, Todd Blanche, who just came onto the team, he said that Trump was frustrated and that he has not had a chance to address all of these allegations that the prosecution and their witnesses, including Michael Cohen, have gone out and publicly spoken about. Now, the judge said that he didn't agree that this was justified by frustration, and he said he would warn both sides, both the prosecution and Donald Trump, to tamp down their rhetoric. He wasn't going to impose any kind of gag order, but he also warned them that they needed to address this, to tamp down and not incite any violence. I'm a little out of breath because I had to run around the block because the security is so tight here to get out of the building.
It's all right. Just take some breaths.
But that was basically it from the president. He didn't. He wasn't asked really any other questions to engage, which is normal in an arraignment. There's really just a little engagement from the actual defendant. I think we see him in his motorcade leaving now. There, his attorneys are speaking to the cameras.
Can you explain why?
Okay, hold on. One second. Let us know when they're rolling. Guys, we have the attorneys.
The attorneys are on 544.
One second. Go ahead.
Shimon, you're on.
Today's not a happy day. Today's a very sad day for this country. I think that...
Can you hear?
You're on. I think that what you saw in the
I hear you guys.
Unsealed today is exactly what has been talked about for the past 7 years.
You're saying
and the district attorney has turned what is actually a completely political issue into a political prosecution, and it's not a good day. It's not a sad day. I don't expect this to happen in this country. You don't expect this to happen to somebody who was the president of the United States. And on the one hand, there's not really any surprises. I know there was a lot of talk over the past several weeks and the past several days about what's going to be in this indictment and what's going to be there that we don't know. There must be something besides what we've been talking about for the past 4 or 5 years. There wasn't. There's nothing. The indictment itself is boilerplate. It doesn't allege any federal crime, any state crime that's been violated. It doesn't allege what the false statement is. And it's really disappointing. It's sad, and we're going to fight it. We're going to fight it hard.
Were you surprised by anything in the indictment?
No.
How about you? Were you surprised?
Yeah, I was surprised there were no facts in there. I mean, normally in an indictment you have alleged facts. So they said that this was a false business record entry to aid and abet another crime without saying what the other crime was.
Can you talk about his demeanor? How was he doing?
Trump's reaction was when he saw the charges against him.
When you say what his reaction was, what do you expect his reaction was? I mean, his reaction was exactly what would happen if it happened to anybody that I'm looking at now or anybody that's hearing what you're saying. He's frustrated, he's upset, but I'll tell you what, he's motivated, and it's not going to stop him, and it's not going to slow him down, and it's exactly what he expected, and so to that extent, there's no surprise. But he's also upset and frustrated and disappointed and mad that this happened.
What about the warnings against his
There was not a warning. What do you mean?
From the judge, talking about
the judge did not warn. The district attorney made a statement addressing what they perceive to be, I'm not sure what the words they use, inappropriate rhetoric of some sort.
Vake Tali Folau, hange pe ko ia mo mea I hoi makainga. Ko e osi mai a proceeding ko ia indictment ko ia o former President Trump pe hange pe ko e ngahi whakamatala ko ia whikawaki pe mo e proceeding ko ni o ha mahina maheni ko e whakailo pe tātiki te ia e tong fuma wha ia o kui ai pe hano ngahi whakaikiki Pea neongo ngai whaikiki ko ni ka oku wharatau ki he whakamatala o ki pe ai depend pe me foi case indictment ko ni me he timi attorney ko ni ka lawyer ko ya Trump o pe oku disappointment o hinga he o kai ai ha mea fo ogia ki nao tolu loa kia ua o koe kia hano fact e tahaman pe kia hano makatu unga ki nao mau I alao e state ka pe he lao e federal I nao whamatala koe ni koe angai whamatala koe ia e kau loia pe I he time te nao foki e toki mahino ia ko whetai me to e whoki mai ka tō koe ni hono malu koe ia Trump malu pe ki toa koe keis koe ni o koe kia hawhai ngā tāno ai whikau aki moha peila pe ko ha and so on pe a koe ai o ku ata pe ia ki toa to ke hea tok tai me whia mao ai ki whoki mai ai ki he whale hopo ka uha mahino pe heni e hoko atu ai o whoki a Trump ia pe ku atape ia o kei ki te I he malu ia o e whale hopo ai o atape ia ke tuang ki toa pia ko iai ko tukunga o ku iai ka kono whaikiki ko ia o ngā hi whailo ko ni e toki o mai anu kakano mono o ko ia o ngā hi whailo ka ko ki hanga koe wakai whikawaki ni mo ngahi whamatala loi whikawaki pia mo ene businessi tata whito ki whaunga ko ia hono whamatala I o ngahi whamole e ko ha mai o tohi loi ngahi whamatala ko ia kaua e paanga e taha 130,000 ko ia tong ko ni whiwhini ko ni ena pihene ka mo ia whamatala ko e kau ia I whakamore ko ia o whamore ko ia o whatongia ko ia ki ne te i te mkona whiria ko ki hoko e Palestini pe kono wharea taha tohi loi pe kono claim loi e whupanga ko ia kai pehe ki ngahi whamatala loi whikau aki pia mo e business ko ia Trump kai ke e lahi no whai ki ana e toki e tok tuku mai ia ngai whamatala kai ke ka koe mea bine umahi no kua na o sihanga o tāti kite a Trump kite tongo fuma wha pia whaka iloia ka wad bene a whamanatu ta tau e pipa ka ha mea kani a District Attorney o New York e nio ne nofo a Trump i New York e ngai tau lai pia ko hono kolope nau te hanga o tāti kite ia ki ngā hia koe ni ka I he time that au pe oku kei inoseni pe and drum until proven guilty mahina pe ko anga ia ai mea ko toa whikau aki mana tuku aki hata pe aga tuku I he time mi oku kei tonu hia pe a drum ka are pe ko tutuni whamaunda mai osi koe ai hopo ko whetai me osi ai hopo ki ila hata ka hae mea koe hokot koe he time mi ke hokot pe ke whakalao pe ka Trump ia ke hoko ko ato ko tau candidate ke Philly Palestini kai ke we sia whakalao ngai te ko ia pe mahino pe me folo pe kana ki hang mamale to lai ba ka me o ku fu take too long ai no pe ko mini pe ni ma ko huat pe o lawa te ngai lawa mai he mau ngai me au ku whailo ki ai, pia koe haere wai tari tonuia, pe tari halaia, pia ska pe nau hu mai toa. Ka nai ki fuafuaroa, o hange ko ngai whamatala, o koe kia hake e kora, pe ka whainga tutu uni whata pui. Whakamau hato e fume alahi, ta whako Trump, ka ko whapapau mai pe ki he whai ko ia Trump, ke o te nau whaiha whainga mea ke whaiaha la whahaha e kakai ko ape koe, ka whainga mea ke ne hanga wesia e ta whaki e taha, whainga whamatala, ko kore pe ki hanga ta whaki ki tūtu hifo a e ngai whamatala ko ia, o no tuku mai ki he public, ko inga ko safety and so on. Ka I he taimita nā puku ha mai he ni I he whamatala I CNN ni hanga he e. Foha ko ia o Trump, o tuku hake ai anta o whewhine, o e judge whikawaki o pehe, o gren whikawaki ki he demokrati, whakoia o paiten ki mau te po pega o tui pe I rau whanonga ka ngai whamatala I ka koe kaweni I he ngai mea o ki pere ngesi o koe ka whainga mea ki o hake I he taimi koe ni o lotonga whai ai lolotonga ai proceeding koe ni pe malawa pe ki te iai ha tau pepe ka pau o hoko ia ka whahinga whamaramana ki o whiwhine o e whamau e la be ke to e puke mai mono fo ha ilo o ke tau ilo ngai honi e hoi mo kai ngo tau ilo ka ko kaweni he mea fa lo loma fa historia americani ki ha Palestini malolo ko fa ilo ia inga hia ke ka ko kaupeni he vahe fa taha o ngahi fo tu whikau aki mo te whakalao o ku lotonga I he tukaki ko ia o Trump I hanga ko ia e tau whai whanonga ko ni ke ko tui pe toki ko hanga tono ia Trump ki la Guardi airport I New York ke hanga tono e whokia ki Florida ata pena ne tuku mai e lotonga ko ia court proceeding pe awai mosio ke ka officer ko na I mui o officer ko ia te unga uri ka officer pe ia ai whare hopo te ungai ni na hanga te au ko Secret Service ia te nau hanga o tō ngai o malo I Trump na whainga mea kake ganga pia toka teu ka koe oseange ai meani ka ike halaka whahaha te ni hanga wasia ai motorcade tatau pe aluat ki whare hopo mo e whoki ko ia ki he airporti o gai ia ha whainga wasia ai ane mateu lelea pita New York Yana taitari e Palestini ke turn himself in ke process I he ke puka pe sio ke whamau ange pe ka ngahi no moro ki taha o whahu ka koe o whahu I malu ko ia o e District Attorney ka koe ne atamai pe ana koe ni pe ki whamatala es mahina pe mi he hopo koe ni no process pe ke ono tāte ki te kana e os mahina pehe kai ke whakahuia pehe whauke no prisone. I he whingawe aki ko ia ai New York Police Department ka pehe whake Secret Service ono arraignment ko ni o Donald Trump. Kake, maa ko ia pehe hoi makainga ko aten whamarok mo tō ka whataha I he painga Vake Tali Folau no pehe ka ki whangamari eni nga e whakahistoria ia I Amerikani ki ha Palestini malolo ki te kwakia ki ngahi hia pia pe I he tari ko ni ai ngahi loya ko ia ka loya ko ia an Trump o nau pehe o ki kai ki a ha fact whikau aki pia moe ngahi tuaki ko ni o ke pehe ki hanga mau I ai lao whaka federal ka pehe ki lao SAT ka I he kake everybody will have their own opinion ka wai pe makau loya ko ia Trump ko na opinion ia na tolo ke pe opinion ai di ia ka pe ki timi ko ia no hanga o ta ki te Trump pe to ke pe mo opinion o kakai o fonua fa dau ki fomatana to lahi pito ko pe seti hanga te au ko pe seti o foma hiva o na hanga o support hono whailo ko ia o e Palestini. Keke, taha peni mai whae taha o ngai charges, katau sio ko ha ai ngahi tuaki, pe ko ngahi whailo e whae ia, he malai ko ni o FBI whikawaki pe mo ngahi top secret document na e tauhi abina whaanga ko ia o Trump I Florida, te e pe mo a special investigation ai Congress ia whikawaki pia moe mega ni hoko I he Januari ahono pia te ai pia moe whakatolo tahai au whikawaki ia pia moe ne interfere pia moe a whiri ai au te hama inga case koe ne tongo fuma whako ni oku iai ai ngahi case ai whikawaki makehe me he tohiloi ko ia ngai whamole I he tawhaki o ne business ka pe he foki ki he ne wesia pia moe interfere pia moe whili kai he me o hake kotoa e ngahi tuwaki ko ni ki a Trump pia hangelau ki whamanata I pe e tukai tai ni mia o kuke innocent pe a Trump pia ka aureva ko whai hatu tūni a whamau pega tu ni leva ko ia ko feri leva ha fu ha lo o e hopo ko ni ko ma ko ki ai o tala mai e to ko lahi good luck ko e nei hopo ko ni e ki e la big drag on for a long time go I tau I lo ke anga pe tu ka fa mari mo to mo me pa nga va ki ta fro nga muy en tu ko spe foi vitio ko ni ko tu pe ma ke te hano tatau ka tu ke tau foki ki e tau po kalama hoko pera toki cross mai malo.
Once they are in there because they're either caught ahead of time or somehow their actions were foiled, and so and prosecutors might not know what crime the burglar was intending to commit therein. It could be
Ke o atu ki tapa kotoa e kolope, ki tu taki mai ki o ni manoa, tau noa fit ni mani mataha, pe ko email radio VTF@radiotonga.vtfusa.com. Pe ko taha pe ngahi Facebook a radio Vake Tali Folau. Ko mau tuku pā ke whapapau, e au hole o me he tapa pe I he kolope, ki he tuli ki e wha o e mamani.
o ke ilo nai ko sa e fai to e COVID ta haiwa o ka pau ke ta ni manoa pe to la hiange pe o ke mahamahaki pe o ke mo ua ia langa mahaki o ke tu la ve ngofua ke COVID ta haiwa pe lava ke puke lahi o to fale mahaki ko no fai to ke tai mi koe te ne hau faki koe me puke lahi pe mo o mo ui foki o ka pau ke ngoi puke fitu tak leva ke o to ke ta haiwa ve taha ke ma o fai to oni ke tai mi te tau malava pe o fa paanga fa ngoni e US Department of Health and Human Services.
Tiare o Patiti Fa, Master Artisans of Polynesian Costumes, Accessories, and Design. Our Polynesian-owned small business has handmade costumes for over 15 years. Our island creations are shipped worldwide daily, whether it be Tahitian, Tongan, Samoan, Cook Island, Fijian, Hawaiian, or Maori attire, we've got you covered. Customization is key when you're trying to stand out in the crowd. At Tiare o Patiti Fa, we work with our dancers to create the perfect piece that helps you tell the story of your performance. If your love for the Polynesian culture goes beyond dance, then you'll love our jewelry collection. From earrings to bracelets, rings, necklaces, and Tahitian black pearls, you name it, we've got it. Whether you like an existing piece or would like to have something custom made, we've got you covered. Looking for more than costumes and jewelry? Well, then head over to our website to check out our costume supplies, hats, flowers, pareos, sandbelts, coconut oils, and so much more. Visit www.tiareopatitifa.com or check us out on Etsy at www.etsy.com/shop/tiareopatitifa. You can contact us via email at mavet@tiareopatitifa.com.
Need help paying your electric or gas bill? Let us help you. Call Empower at 626-660-1096. Looking to make your home more energy efficient? Empower at Southern California Pacific Islander Community Response Team offers free programs to help you. Call us 626-660-1096.
Ko tai mieni o tau whatata hai whamiri ka i ngā munai kau ngā mea i ngai katoa ngā kekehe. Ko tai mieni ke whapapau iai o ka kato a hohu malu i. Ko tai mi momoko fukieni tau toe wāo whiangi ai. O whia mao ke tau toe ma teo ngangi. Ko hohu malu i COVID tene whapapau iai o malu i koe me pukelahi to roto whare maki mo ma te foki. Wakai lewa ke vaccines.com. He te tau malawa pe. O whamaanga whanongonongoni e US Department of Health and Human Services.
Got
Vake Tali Folau mo mea mai ata ko na o amanaki mawahe to a drop me airporti ko ia Laguari airporti ini o ke foki ki Florida ke ho ko foki ngai fong tau fai ki e ka fai ngo fika waki ko ia pe mo entitlement ko ia hani ka pe foki arraignment Aro whako ko kia Donald Trump, ko ki tainga taimit ka ni, hau don ko ia Iowa, te rau ko ko tu pia mo au ka te uat pe ngahi ata ko ni pia mo ngahi. Ka ko whambe, o wata haku ea ne whitu ko maha ni whakaukau, whikawaki pia mo ko tuibe tolai ia ki mo tolu e kau, Te tuat pe ai fica telefonia na ki te hua tai ata. Te tuat pe fica telefonia pa uia hata o ko fie uia ne fe hui e lambe ke fitu taki mai ka hi tem tena pe ke tau toi ki foki pe ke tau siangi ka hafai ki e ka wana lai so e CNN fica waki pe mo indictment ka ni malo.
You know, Michael Cohen is a convicted perjurer, disbarred lawyer, guy with an axe to grind. And, you know, anybody that's even watched Law and Order once would love the opportunity to cross-examine that guy. So, you know, they can put window dressing all around it and say, look, it's not just him, it's documents, it's Stormy, but it's him. It's Michael Cohen. It's a guy that basically, at least if you listen to Bob Costello, perjured himself in front of the grand jury again. And they're going to, that's when, that shows you it's politically motivated. No reasonable prosecutor would go to bat with Michael Cohen as your star witness, but Alvin Bragg's not a reasonable prosecutor.
But is it not true that Michael Cohen brought documentation for the charges he's made, and those documentations are at the core of the 34-count indictment of Donald Trump, which I've never heard, I have yet to hear anybody dispute the facts in the indictment. I realize it's early yet, but as a matter of fact, it does appear that Michael Cohen was telling the truth on these hush money payments.
Well, you're making a little bit of a leap. But look, non-disclosure agreements, we can demonize it and say hush money and, you know, talk about how salacious it is. You know, if that was illegal, Congress would be in a lot of trouble, right? You've got an entire fund set up for congressional NDAs based on harassment. So it's not illegal to have it. Nobody's disputing whether there was a non-disclosure agreement. The Ninth Circuit just found out who violated it and has to pay attorney's costs. The issue is the credibility in terms of deciphering some sort of intent, looping some sort of federal felony into the case, and it's just not going to come together. It was a political promise Alvin Bragg made, and he's run through. If I wanted to point to a particular document that's significant, it would be the federal case against him. You know, they had an interest in trying to make it into a federal prosecution. Nobody would ever accuse the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan of being afraid of going after Donald Trump. They set it up in his plea with a federal election violation as one of the charges, with all the other stuff that Cohen had been involved in, and then he failed as a cooperator. And they couldn't even give him the 5K departure. They couldn't even give him the credit for being an honest cooperator, and that case fell apart. So Alvin Bragg is picking up the trash that the U.S. Attorney's Office wouldn't touch, that his predecessor wouldn't touch, that he wouldn't even touch the first time. But now, for whatever back channel reason, we'll be real interested in pushing for information about how he made this decision. Now we've got this case, we'll have to deal with it, but pretrial motions should be very powerful.
Just as a point of fact, I believe the issue is not whether or not an NDA is legal. It's the question about whether or not, if you're paying somebody to be quiet because of an election, whether or not that counts as an election expense that needs to be counted as such. But let's move on, because I want to ask you, the next court appearance in this case is not until December. It's April now. That's a considerable amount of time away. Are you concerned that it's so far away and that much closer to 2024? Would you like it to be moved up?
Well, I'm not really, paid to be on the political side. I'm on the legal side, and so I don't want to speak out of turn. The only thing I would say is, because I think most of us anticipated an indictment that would have the frailties this one has, the idea of trying to expedite a motion to dismiss is not totally foreign. So we'll see. If we're stuck with December, we're stuck with December. But I know that the attorneys will get their heads together and figure out if there's a way to try to push this earlier. I think the December date is probably a pretty typical kind of auto-generated date when it comes to a new case coming in the door. But I like the idea of at least resolving some important motions to dismiss earlier rather than later. But we'll see.
All right, Trump attorney Jim Trusty, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
All right, good seeing you.
And Kerry Cordero, you heard Jim Trusty there talking about what he called the frailties of the case, what I've heard other people, including you, talk about, how strong this case may be or may not be. Your reaction now that you've had a chance to go through it, is it what you thought it was going to be, and are you unimpressed?
It is what I thought it was going to be in terms of focusing on the payments that were made, the falsification of the records, and really tied to the payment that was made to Stormy Daniels. In terms of a case that's being brought against a former president, it's a little underwhelming. There's not more to it. There's not more violations, tax violations. There's not an incredible new set of facts that we didn't know about publicly. It's really the facts of this case as they have existed for basically almost 7 years.
And we've known about quite a bit of this. I mean, Anderson interviewed Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal years ago.
Right.
And we knew about this as well as the payments.
So the facts are almost 7 years long, and the facts are pretty stale. And what the DA's office has done is put that together in a theory of the fact that the former president falsified his business records in order to enable that payment to be made to her. To the extent that the documents appear to link that to the effect that it would have theoretically had on the 2016 election, brings into the picture then whether or not the DA's office is really arguing that this was campaign finance violations, which is something that the U.S. Justice Department never charged with respect to the former president himself. He was not charged with campaign finance violations. So that is probably the basis upon which the former president's defense attorneys are going to make a number of motions and legal arguments.
Yeah, let me bring in Caitlin Collins, who's been in the court building all day. And Caitlin, tell us about what happened in that room when the judge spoke to the attorneys.
Well, it's such a remarkable moment. I mean, we were wondering what was going on for so long. The Trump attorneys had predicted it'd be about a 30-minute hearing in there. Obviously, it went longer than that. And when those three defense attorneys came out, including the newest member of the team, Todd Blanche, who spoke first, as you saw when he came out and he was speaking there with reporters. Excuse me, Jake, obviously we're sitting right outside the courthouse. It's a little bit loud over here. Todd Blanche came out and he was arguing that he believed it was boilerplate language in this indictment, that nothing really surprised him. But the conversation quickly turned and the questions to those attorneys to the former president's social media post about this case, which we know they spent time on with the judge there in the room behind closed doors, because Trump has posted in recent days about the judge himself, claiming in all caps letters that he hates him, criticizing, of course, over how he presided over the Alan Weisselberg case. That was the chief financial officer for the Trump organization. He has also obviously gone after the district attorney in this case, Alvin Bragg, calling him an animal, calling him a racist, attacking him at length. And also there was the question about that post that Trump had posted on Truth Social, which included a link to a photo of Alvin Bragg next to a photo of Trump holding a baseball bat and a photo from his time at the White House. And it was just remarkable to see those three Trump attorneys spending a lengthy amount of time right after they got out of the courthouse where their client just pleaded not guilty, defending his social media post. You heard Joe Tacopina saying, he wasn't swinging the baseball bat in that picture, saying we're not social media consultants, we're not PR consultants, we're attorneys. But we are seeing how those two things are colliding here, because those social media posts by the former president were brought up there inside the courtroom when it came to what he has said about Alvin Bragg and about the case at large. And just a remarkable moment there to see how that has affected this. And Trump attorneys have kind of struggled with this, saying they believe some of them were ill-advised, saying that's not really their purview. But certainly when you're a Trump attorney, what he does post on social media, especially when it's about a case, and right before he's about to go before the judge.
Caitlin, I got to interrupt. I'm sorry. Well, here's the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg. Let's listen in.
On a New York Supreme Court indictment returned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct. The defendant repeatedly made false statements on New York business records. He also caused others to make false statements. The defendant claimed that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. This simply was not true. And it was a false statement that the defendant made month after month in 2017. April, May, June, and so on through the rest of the year. For 9 straight months, the defendant held documents in his hand containing this key lie, that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. And he personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen for each of these 9 months. In total, the grand jury found there were 34 documents with this critical false statement. Why did Donald Trump repeatedly make these false statements? The evidence will show that he did so to cover up crimes relating to the 2016 election. Donald Trump, executives at the publishing company American Media Incorporated, Mr. Cohen, and others agreed in 2015 to a catch and kill scheme. That is, a scheme to buy and suppress negative information to help Mr. Trump's chance of winning the election. As part of this scheme, Donald Trump and others made 3 payments to people who claimed to have negative information about Mr. Trump. To make these payments, they set up shell companies, and they made yet more false statements, including, for example, in AMI, American Media Incorporated's business records. One of the 3 people that they paid to keep quiet was a woman named Stormy Daniels. Less than 2 weeks before the presidential election, Michael Cohen wired $130,000 to Stormy Daniels' lawyer. That payment was to hide damaging information from the voting public. The participant scheme was illegal. The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. The $130,000 wire payment exceeded the federal campaign contribution cap, and the false statements in AMI's books violated New York law. That is why Mr. Trump made false statements about his payments to Mr. Cohen. He could not simply say that the payments were a reimbursement for Mr. Cohen's payments to Stormy Daniels. To do so, to make that true statement, would have been to admit a crime. So instead, Mr. Trump said that he was paying Mr. Cohen for fictitious legal services in 2017 to cover up actual crime committed the prior year. And in order to get Michael Cohen his money back, they planned one last false statement. In order to complete the scheme, they planned to mischaracterize the repayments to Mr. Cohen as income to the New York State tax authorities. The conduct I just described, and that which was charged by the grand jury, is felony criminal conduct in New York State. True and accurate business records are important everywhere, to be sure. They are all the more important in Manhattan, the financial center of the world. That is why we have a history in the Manhattan DA's office of vigorously enforcing white-collar crime. My office, including the talented prosecutors you saw at arraignment earlier today, has charged hundreds of felony falsifying business records. This charge, it can be said, is the bread and butter of our white-collar work. And fraud presents itself in all different forms here in Manhattan. We have charged falsifying business records for those who violated federal bank secrecy laws. We have charged falsifying business records for those who were seeking to cover up sex crimes. And we have brought this charge for those who committed tax violations. At its core, this case today is one with allegations like so many of our white-collar cases. Allegations that someone lied again and again to protect their interests and evade the laws to which we are all held accountable. As this office has done time and time again, we today uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law. No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle. I'll now take questions.
So we're going to take a limited number of questions. There are no follow-up questions. One question per reporter. I will call on you. And again, we have limited time. Thank you. First question will be Rick.
Thank you. Rick, why now? I mean, some argue that this is a political move. You're not going to be a political person. If we're going to go into
We conducted a thorough and rigorous investigation, as we're known to do, at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. I've been doing this for 24 years and am no stranger to rigorous, complex investigations. I bring cases when they're ready. Having now conducted a rigorous, thorough investigation, the case was ready to be brought, and it was brought.
Mr. Bragg, the indictment says that there were 34 false business records. And they would then conceal another crime, but the indictment does not specifically say what those crimes were. We are assuming, perhaps, that they might be election-related. I'm wondering if you can specify what laws were also broken.
Right. So let me say as an initial matter, the indictment doesn't specify that because the law does not so require. In my remarks, I mentioned a couple of laws, which I will highlight again now. The first is New York State election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. I further indicated a number of unlawful means, including more additional false statements, including statements that were planned to be made to tax authorities. I also noted the federal election law cap on contribution limits.
But why weren't there those crimes charged? Why wasn't he charged with those crimes?
Well, I'm not going to go into our deliberative process on what was brought. The charges that were brought were the ones that were brought. The evidence in the law is the basis for those decisions.
Hi, Mr. DA. You had expressed a year ago that you had some reservations about the case's readiness. Can you talk to us about what were some of the questions in your mind that needed to be answered in order to bring a case of this magnitude?
I'm not going to go chapter and verse into any thinking. What I will say is, I believe the time period you're talking about, I've been in office for a couple of months. The investigation, in my view, was not concluded into the conduct in particular that is the basis for the charges today. Since that time, we've had more evidence made available to the office and opportunity to meet with additional witnesses. So, as I said earlier, I've been doing this for 24 years. I don't bring cases prior to a thorough and rigorous investigation. Now, having done so, the case has been brought.
Mr. Bragg, Garrett Hake with NBC News. Your predecessor took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Federal prosecutors took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Do you believe you have new evidence that led you to decide to charge this, or why now?
Well, as I just mentioned, we have had available to the office additional evidence that was not in the office's possession prior to my time here. And as to your part of your question about the federal, we have a distinct and strong, I would say profound, independent interest in New York State. This is the business capital of the world. We regularly do cases involving false business statements. The bedrock, in fact, the basis for business integrity and a well-functioning business marketplace is true and accurate record keeping. That's the charge that's brought here, falsifying New York State business records.
Thank you. DA Brett, I'm just going to read that line from your statement of facts. The participants also took steps that mischaracterized for tax purposes the true nature of payments and furtherance of the scheme. Do you allege former President Trump was one of the participants who mischaracterized the payments for tax purposes?
I'm not going to go beyond the plain language statement of facts, which I think speaks for itself.
Brett, can you please comment on the strength of the evidence that Trump personally intended to violate state election law through the actions that are charged in the indictment?
So the charge is falsifying business records. The charge requires, as I specified, criminal conduct that was concealed. One of the concealed crimes we allege is New York State election law. I went through in our statement of facts, which I think many of you have in front of you, goes through things including, text messages, emails, contemporaneous phone records, multiple witnesses. All of that will be, as you saw in the fall, borne out in a public courtroom in downtown Manhattan.
Last question is Jonah.
Yeah, Greg, the charges are related to the hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. The release from your office also mentions another woman, Karen McDougal, as well as a doorman. Can you comment on how those players are related to the charges you've brought or to the case overall?
I'm glad you put your finger on that, because it's not just about one payment. It is 34 business records, 34 false statements in business records, and we're concealing criminal conduct. And the earlier question about New York State election law, when I talked about conspiracy to promote a candidacy by unlawful means, those unlawful means we allege include the conduct set forth in the statement of facts, which is additional false statements separate and apart from the charged ones in AMI documents, planned false statements to taxing authorities. It is not just that one $130,000 wire payment. Thanks so much.
Any comment about any incitement of violence by former president?
At what point do you think a gag order is necessary?
You've been listening to the Manhattan District Attorney speaking after today's court hearings. Let's talk Karen Friedman Agnifilo. What do you make of what the DA has said and also what the attorneys for the former president have said?
Yeah, so I think the district attorney here is showing everybody that this is a case that has a lot of corroboration, a lot of evidence, text messages, emails, other things. It's not just relying on Michael Cohen. And he was very clear to emphasize that the crime that bumps this up from a misdemeanor to a felony includes at least 2 New York State crimes in addition to a federal crime, because one of the criticisms that has been given to the DA's office and the theory here is how could you possibly use a federal election crime, since this was a federal election, to bump up a New York State crime. Now, it should be noted that that has been done before under Cy Vance and Robert Morgenthau. There were several falsifying a business record cases that were brought under theories such as this, one of which was a big bank case that involved a lot of money in asset forfeiture, and the bank pled guilty, so it was never tested in court. But it's certainly a theory that's not novel, that's been relied on in the past. But Alvin Bragg, I think, wanted to make very clear that that this here also relies on New York State crimes to kind of take that out of the conversation, take that out of the motion practice, because that is clearly was anticipated to be one of the big weaknesses in the case. It was a legal weakness as opposed to a factual weakness. And obviously, another criticism of the case has been that there have been factual weaknesses in the case because it relied on Michael Cohen.
Dio Vake Tali Folau, hanga mena lawe kai tu kata pe whainga maari ki ha taha pe o ko fie kau mai ki he tau pokarama ki haua whamui mui kai ni kai tu kwange ke atatu ai lai ne ke ata ko tu pe mana e whainga mai whare aisi Kaya ai mai tau whika te whoni o pau ke whie tā mai e tuku mai ha o lawe mai ki ngahi tuwaki kai ni o Trump ka kona ka lai nena o atape whika te whoni ono ni manoa wa iwa whai wa tolu noa hiwa ka koe tuwa i he tairi mia koe kau analyse o pena e whakai kiki wha matala koe whika wakmana tuaki a Trump hange koe mea kane lawe ke District Attorney ko ngahi tohi wha matala paanga oku i kai ke mo oni o whatatau ki he lao ko i a New York State ki a taha pisinisi au ni bega white collar crime bego ha taha pe ia ko e tau ni ua whae ni ngā oe I he tawhaki ko e ni hono prosecutor e kakai ke he pe una whahoko ngai whamatala loi whika waki pia moe e nao ngahi pisinisi pa wai pia moe wesia ki he tawhaki ko ia o e paanga whamatala paanga whika waki ki he whakamore ko ia o e taimi ko na e whiri ai ko e ke hoko ko e pe ko e paanga ko ia whika waki pia moe whiri Donald Trump aia o pehe koe he ko tafueni e ne lawyer ko Michael Cohen na ne whamatala ki hono totongi whafokia e Trump he ko ia na ne hanga o totongi ko ia e whiwhine ko ia ke whakalongolongo e paanga ko ia e 130,000 ke oa e lea ki he ne relationship ko ia mo Trump I he ke whalolongo. Paka paanga ne kau ia I he claim ko ia whikawaki pia mo e whakamole ki he taimi ko na e whiri ne kau ka I he whiri ko ia peka ne campaign ko ia ki he whiri Palestini something around that. O i kai ngata pe ai kau te ai pe mo ngahi whamatala paanga e o pehe o kui kai ke totonu pe kai ke mo on o ku pehe ne hokoka te ngai mahina e hiwa ka koe me mega uho ia pe koe matuunga ia o hanga he e District Attorney o file ngai charge koe ni ne o wake ka whai o ngoi whi hui ne kai hanga he federal ia o charge a Trump ki he ngai case koe ni ka ko ha mea ko chacha I he taini mi ka o kei tō pe ai District Attorney I he ere whamatala ki he ngahi tohi loi ko ia o e whamatala paanga I he business ko ni pe o ku tapu ia I he lao ko ia o New York pea I kai ngata pe I he lao koe whikawaki pea moi businessi kauna tau ue sia mga he lao I he taimi ko ia o ku te campaign e pe koe whiri taimi koe o whiri Palestini o au ko iku ko ia ki he Palestini ko ia Trump ne lahi a ngahi whamatala paanga pe he o kui kai ke moni pe koe whamatala loi ai au ne pe he ka kau ia I ngahi whatatolo na whahoko o iko ki he whafofua ki he tikite tā tikite ko ia e tongo fuma wha ki he mahino I o ku felony katoa pa tau ilo pea mikani Mr. Minami he felony pea Ko ha ai tuunga o piko le volo ko o felony o ku ni kamata ki na analyze o whanau atu pehe he whiwhine taha i kau analyze o ku o kau ia i he neongo felony ka o ku maa pe kai maino ka aku ia felony is a felony pe ke obviously te me whangi whamatala o la pe ke tuku hifo a le volo ko ia kai he taim tena pe to foki mai a drum for 40 sema tani man ka te au ko tai me to foki mai ki fare hopo so plenty of time i he lere atu ko ni kai ke kau ia fitu tak mai ke ono ni mano wa i fa i to no i va ba we ha comment ki he figau aki pe mo tunga fa historia ko fo no ni ki ha palestini malolo ke tātiki teia ki he ngahi felony e tongu fu mawha. He ki toi ngā taimi at koe ni. Toi miniti e o fu mawha ki he waho tone wai da hoko tatoruia ki he station hoko ka i he taimi tau pēo. Pau ia taha o kua hane whehui a taha pe a laine. Ke tau ki tala noa wawe pe ki ai. Nga pau koia pau ia hataha o fie lawe mai ki ai ka koe tuu koe ni he taini mi ko tui pe maha te toksio ki he ngahi o ngongo koe e atu ana iange he ngahi kau taha television lalahe o Amerikani o atu e nau ngahi opinion ma nau ngahi whakaukau ka ko whampe ke o atu ia e tau rea whatonga tau whawhiofi pe ki ngai mea koni oku hoko whika waki pia moe mo Donald Trump i he ngahi ka ka mea mene o usio geo i mukai ngai pe he tolahi o kai ka mea whoko mea ta tau pe o whata tau ki ka wanalai so i ngahi tuaki o kai ke ha mai ha tuku aki i fo o me ngai ke ska ni pia wa no ta no te tari mai ange ia te ai ahi tai mai pe ai tai mai pe ko tui pe o ku ngā ue ka whenga maari e nia ia e tuke tei o pehe o koe ke hataha e above the law tata e pepo kai he pe district attorney ka ngai charge ko toa pe o nau o hake ki alunga o whatatau ki he lao ko ia o New York as a state aia koe uho ia koe e nau charge o makatuunga ia i whamatala loi i he tawhaki o businessi pe una tau ue sia pe mga hilao tutuuni whikau aki mai tako taha o ku kau ki he whiri koe ni pe koe campaign koe ki he Palestini pe koe taha pe nau tolu he Congress Kake ko me beno ha mai no ka te ni fa pito ai malu I ko ia o indictment ko ia ni he punga polisi ka pe foki secret service no fa paui ke ona ha fahinga mau e hoko I he taimi ko ia me fetu fono mai ki ai a Trump me no hotele ko ia I New York ki he whare hopo pia mei whare hopo ki malai wapuna o ange pe ka ngahi tala tutun ne tukuma neafi ki he kakai o New York ka kuna o fi lak whahaha whafofa o pito kua toton ke lak whahaha ka o piti ke mau I lao o hinga na nau teu whiwhekai na a whai pe ku hoko he na I kau foki ui e Donald Trump ki hono kaupopou ki nau tuo la whahaha nau tuo la whahaha ko inga he oku manaki ke entai ka haka ho fika telefoni taipe mai ka ho fika e whare aisi kau tātua e rapa ha oku kau koneki pe a telefoni nga pau ko ia ka taha pe fi tamai ko ngi ke o ko fika e whare ai
Ia, koe kopia.
Ia. O le rei mai pe.
Ia.
Tu mai.
O le rei, okay. Okay, John Maro.
Ia.
Koe tau sio pe fokisione. Koe tau sio pe o hange o le o ua pai pick up mai pe. Sai be John?
Ia, o le rei mai.
Okay. Koe tau sio ki he mea koe a demokalati o whai o ku fu maari au pito.
Ia.
Koe takahai e Palestini mo e ne tō no mo e mea kātoa. Ta o sisio ilo i e mea koe. Koe mea kana aturamu o nau. Ki ai koe fō mea ki mua. Koe fō mea koe sia ke mea kana e Palestini koe ni a Clinton, a Obama, e na upeke ka hawa tokana e ki ai. Nea na wase halaki. Pakalinipu. Sia ke pakalinipu kane a mea koni mawa a Trump bea moe pepa toki men kona hono api. Kone toi mawa mo P10. Moe mea a tatau laku no ia pe ia he kauraki. Ko turamu nai abe o tuku whakalele he state. Tane, oho nau tō ruia ke whakaturamu e fo i mea koni. Tako ake mahe whai o ngongo, ke pine pe whai o ngongo tape, ka pau e whakatotolo i atuamu e fo. Tōtu ke puke mai mo P10 i o whakatotolo i he fume. Tane, ki pēi ake pe tuku ifo. Koe upe halaki ko tō a pe a mea ia, ki pēi ake pe tuku ifo. Mana tui, koe uongo ouna he kau. E he kau demokalati. Koe ki pēi ake pe ha mea ki a Trump, ki a Biden, pēi ake pe. Koe ha pe ki mea pēi. Koe mea koe ka Trump, tōki te he ata every day. Oa ukona, e nau ave motu a ki he mea. O sai pe ia. Sai pe ia ko lao, koe hae lao. Pea whai ta tau e lao ki he tō taha kotoa. Ka koe tau si atu ka niku aru Amerikani he whakaori au pito. O tō Amerikani i he tōnga whakatuku tāmati. Tau si atu ki he u tau koni hoko. Kane i kai Biden o whai ai u tau koni. Tau si atu ki he kohopare pefu mau miliona ko mau mai he na pange. Ko tāanga mei se. Nā na business hange ko Trump? No! O hapana te ko mea ia. Pata ko Mariana Clinton i Hillary. Nā ne whakatau ai aluminum, ai aluminum. Ai mea kona ke atomi. Whakatau e pesete wanoa ki Rusia. Pete hei hifo pe ia. Kai haji mea Trump. Koe uhinga he unau mana wa he ka Trump. He ka ko Trump ke te hanga tāki ki nau tōru. Pea tuku hifo ki nau tōru o lomi e demokalatiki. Ai mau mue kopi ko nau whai. Taka uhinga pea kuia ke tau sio le reipe. Tau sio le reipe. Tau sio le reipe. Tau osi sio. Tau sio tonu ho tau mata i he demokalati. He pastiki. Tau tonu ke tau toi sio le rei he te kona kuna kamata ngau e mai. Asu kamo kala dia American. Wana kuna was whakaoa o pe nau tolu. Kunau. Piki tato nau tolu American. Pea ke peko e. Na tau sino peko Trump e. Ko Trump de ne mau e whiri. Pea ke peko. Pukei. Au e ata haku tala mai ia kumau e pite. Ta koia e toi whakawhepaki mai e whakahui. Mo sio anga mea pe. Ta koia nau whenga ko Trump e toi lere he mea. Nau osi ilo ko lere ia e toi mau pe e Trump. Ta koia nau ilo i ko Trump de ne hanga. Taki ki nau tolo ka pau e wini e Trump. Ta koia hunga pe ia e ku e wai ko mea kuia ko mea pe he ko mea. Ka o ku tau sio pe o ku tau sio pe. Ta ku tau sio pe ki he tonga uia Amerikani o ku tu i he fu mea whakatu tāmat. Alu en mea kotoa ki oru. Haka wana presena Trump e aloha mea e whahatau. No way, Jose. Ka teka e sione whakahoa atu mo e. Oho noa i atu he mea. Koe ki mea pe ia o kou o kai ko haku mea koe koe. Te koe tau laku pe ki loto. E ai tā mai dene laku mai ia mea te rei. Tau sio pe, tau tu i he tonga whakatu tāmaki i he konuan. Tau osilo i be e tau to. Ko koni, sio kum nao ai nao tolo ke pasi e kakai koni fu tai whakalao mai. Ke kau he whiri. Ko hinga ko haku fu 5 miliona kosi. Mei he presidente ko a piteni. O si humai e pota 5 miliona ko ia. Roto a piteni ia. Ke nau kau nau tolo whakalao ke nau kau nau tolo he whiri. Ko fu 5 miliona ko ia. Ke nau temo kalati nau tolo. O mana tolo temo kalati pe abe ko tongi nau tolo he hotel pe o mai he pasi. Pa mai mo wala le rei nau pipo mai o fu mai pota. Ka mo sio ke tā koto kona he hala. E tau kau masiva. E tau kau homulesi. Pai whātō kanga e kia. Ka whakapaanga kaka ia koe. Ke o mai o ha. E te nau kau nau tolo he piri. Ke te ngai ke kau he piri. Ke nau wini e te mokalati. Tau sio agi ai. Tau sio le rei pe. Tau sio le rei hoku hoko. Hoko i Amerikani. Te whakamore atu mātanga. Oku hoko i tonga. Lewa malanga tauat.
Ala pito e whare ais koe anga pe e tau pokalama. Ko pape ke tuku mai a mo lau. Tau tau te whira mo tō koe mo mui i ai ngahi mea whapolitikare koe ia o Amerikani. Pea tau sio koe ha ngahi tāti kire koe ni ki he presidenti Malolo. Pea kaike, o kei poki e tō lahi unau tui, me teke whapolitikare ni ai ngahi uhinga lalahi koe ia o ku tāti kite ai a Trump. Kai he taim te tau pe, koe anwhakia e whareaise tau whanonga whapolitikare i ha whanua whatemokalati, Pea iai e toto nuia e ongo ta whaaki ke nao haki e nao ngahi tau kawe. Pea koe iai tuat whaika maari eka koe. Ona ni manoa oi ma whai ma tau noa hiwa. Tuk mai pea o whakaukau. Koe tau no whakani i he whonuani tau whira mo tau koe i Amerikani. O ko tuk mai a mo haho mo ongo i a mo tau. O ko iai ha me au ke ilo i mau ilo i mau tau. Ka koe mea penu ha mai koe ni he tāriki te koe ni mohono indictment o apeke arraignment koe ia o Donald Trump ka i he taim te tau pe o ke whamanatan pe koe tō tako tō pe tāriki te tau i pipo hai e toki mahino pe a ene hawa ia mo ene tonu ia i he a whangatoko ai whakamau ka anga ia e whonga koe ia ni ongo e whae mahalo i pe tuaki i pe koe hape hoi ka koe rock ngai kono process whahu ki loto ki wharehop pe awe lewa ai ngahi talatala ki ka tō koe i he tainimi taitonu hia ai te mi koe a Trump ki ngahi whailo koto pe e tongu whumawha ai au pehe koe ngahi whailo koe ni o i he level o e felony whadau whamatala ko ia ITA le pehe o ko e tua whiha ni a hono tua lahi a hoko i ngai mahina whiha hiwa nai a hono o mai e pe ngahi lipoti o wikai ke mo oni tara pito ke whamata paanga I he tapau business ko ia Trump ka pehe whakona mau I pia mo ngahi lao tōni o e whiri e tai meo ke whahoko ai ke te kau I campaign I he ngahi whiri ko ni ki he ke hoko koe Palestini o koe no ngahi lao mo ngahi tōni pau pehe to kau mo ngahi lao ko ia mo ngahi tōni ko ia ngahi whamata paanga whikawaki mo campaign fund paanga ko ia ki he campaign ni porong whalea e taha Koe panga ko ia 130,000 ko ia ni totongi ko ia se fine ko ni ke whalongo ai au pehe ne kau ia I he whamatala pa anga loi whikau aki mo ngai whamore ko ia ki he campaign ni pa nau pehe o ku kau ia I ngai whamatala o ki kai ke mooni o ko hia ia ki a toko taha ki ne hau whamatala ngai mea o kai mooni mo toton o whatatau ki he whunga ko ia ne whakamore ki ai paanga. Pei ne pehe rewa koe ni whelawe I pia mo campaign fund ianga koe ai whamatala koe tuku mai me DA me he DA whikawaki pia mo uko koe ia o ngahi tuaki I koe ni e tongo fuma wha ki he Palestini malolo. Keike. Ke a tahan pe tau lai ne ka kua toi si pe e tau taimi pe te hata whia kau mai ka ko whampe o ku toko ni at pe no atua whangi whakaiki ku lau ke whai hasi o ke tau mai no I pia ngā tau whanonga koe ni whanonga whate mukalaki koe ni pia hange koe ia te tau toksio atu I he leeret koe ni koe hae ngahi ngā e ho wha politikare te rau pe I he ongo ta whaaki ka kumea mena mahina koe ka te au ne kai ki paupou I he Republican o pe ke former vice president a hono rukua ki ko ia pono tāti ki ko ia o ha Palestini malolo nau rukua ki ko ngā unu wha politikare pe ia e te mukalanti ki a Donald Trump e kai ke ngatai e te reita mafi ko tu ki a he ia Io, ka koe lao ia o pehe district attorney te nao hanga na tauria o tā tikite pe te nao hanga enforce ai lao ki hataha pēia. Ia koe kau DA koe ni kau district attorney koe ni nao asi koe e whare hopo ka nao ngā hoi anga mahin pēia nao tolu. Pēia o charge pēia ki hataha ne hanga mau maui. Ngai lao tutu ni o state. Te rau e pe ko hai. Wa am pēia ki former president. Unfortunately, koe wilo mai koe ni ko ha Palestine malolo. Keke ka koe anga e tau tu koe I tai nimi pia ko ta be fo ke Trump na kai ke o pe fa matala ko ngai ta tiki ko ni ne o ki kai fela be ia ki na hanga o fahu Trump ki brisone ka koe ko fonga pe ni ke turn in himself ke pa ko to ta ko to pe o turn in o ne hanga o turn in himself ki he courthouse ko pa ke process hange pe ko no puke mata fa hia pe ko fa ilo hata ko pa pe ki go through I he criminal process o inga ku tu ki ia ni anga mau I halao pe ko ne o si fa hia hange ko nga hia ko ni pe he ko nga hia e tonu fuma fa no mau I lao ko ia o state o New York Whikau anki pia mga I whamatala loi ki he business pe he whoki ki ono wasia pia mo ngai whamatala whikau anki pia mo e paanga koe ki ne campaign pe koe ne whinga koe ki he whiri Palestini. Keike, koe uho ia oe tukua ki I koe ia tau whianga ngai mea koe I he tai nimi. Keike, pia hange ko mea ngana o lawe koe ki ai te tau e kehe kotoa pe e tau ngahi opinion of course pia koe tō tako kotoa pe o entitled ke ne opinion for sure ka koe pai kai ke tatau e tau opinion e koe ka wai pe ho to tonu ke vai mai o whakau Kia te au o ke kia hau whakau ia Ko me penia ke te au ko ia ko tu bela te mari te ko tambe. Ko hapa ko ai me ko I ko ki ai ko me ai. Pe apau e arat penia o na hanga drop ai all charges. Good for Donald Trump. Kaya hoko ko pe penia Donald Trump. Ki he whiri kai ni ka hoko mai in 2 years or so. O kai ke whangatangata ia ko kore ki atako ia o ku ki to tako ia o ku edmini ki na tili ti ato Polokata James Milner wiki rapa me wiki rapa o Poloka Kau dia taha o ku iai hane whietama i toi petau ki minite ono, Paka pau I kai, o ateni whamalola hi mutol kutoa peu, tau kau whatai pai ngā Vake Tali Folau, ka koe tau whinga pe ke update ato ai ngai mea hoko, I he kau ene mea whai story, ka tau toki sio lewa, pe o ku awe ai ola koe ni, koe ha hono whamui manoa, o ngahi tuaki koe ni o Donald Trump. Pero bueno, tau sio be ki ano whafonga, koe ke kono moni koe ke, he's not happy. O angia be koe whamatala koe ia me ni kauloia, o ku kau mo ki nau tolu I he, angia nau pehe, nau ki hovare he upu, koe ki ai ha whahinga mga tuunga nau pehe, I angai nau whakauka nau tolu, ke o ke ka makatuunga malohi nau pehe to tono ai ke whahoko ai ngahi tuaki I koe ni poe tāti ki te koe ni I te whakio state ka pehe ki te whakio federal. Kei ke koe opinionia o I kauloia, but they are paid to be like that. Ka koe taimi koe e whai ai e whakamau I ia o Trump e tok mahino pe ia koe ha ai tuuni au whangatuku ai whakamau. Pea koe whehu I rewa. Ko wheta imti tau wau koe ki ai o koe tau ilo e tau tō. E lawa behe kauloia koe ni ke drag on forever. Pau koia. Ka ihe taimta rau behe o ikmue ka inga koe wahe whāpene taha o ngahi agency ke he e whā. Mate wharea pe koe ngahi tau pehe pe tō agency kau pehe pe koe taha pene ngahi waa. O ngahi tukua ki koia o Trump. O toi waa e tolu o te gai ke mahino. Pete nau hanga whahoko mai ai nau moe nau tukua ki, pete nau tāti ki te, peko nau hanga hopoi. Koe ki tau ilo e tau tau ka koe taha peeni o ngahi tukua ki. Ai ko New York eni, pa tau si olewa koe ha ai tutuhunia he whai he Congress. Me he special investigation ko ia nei committee me I he Congress na hanga fili ke whatotolo I ngai mea koto bena hoko I he ngai mau na hoko I he I capital I Sanuali ahono aia o gosiai ai ola ia ki ai ka tau siangi ko ha ai ola ko ia Aia koe special committee ai Congress. Papare tau sia te whake taha koe aia ko hono tolu ia. Ki he te whake koe ni a FBI whika waki pia mana whanatolo koe ki ngahi top secret documents nei kai ki tatonu ki he malmal koe ia o Trump. Aia o kukau mo ia I he hanganaki mai koe ha ngahi mau koe ia te whake koe ia. Pea koe tahalewa o e toi ngai whanatolo whikau aki. Mo interfere ko ia e whahai a Donald Trump ki ola koe oe whili. Pea mga tunga ko fair state koe te nau whai ai charge ko ia. Keike, koe ngai mea ko whenga ngai mo Trump I te whakawhalao e tau sio koe ki ai. So, koe kamata pēni, Pea tau sio lewa for the long run. Ka I he taim te rau pe. Tu ke hea kapau e toki ia whahinga tutuuni a Congress ia o Amerika ni na neonga na whinga ki na hanga o impeach Trump I he Congress, and they did that. Ka koe kau senatoa ni ikai. Ka pau na lava he kau senatoa ke impeach Trump. I he taimi ko ia kai lep ki te han whinga maari ana ke lava ki kau mai ki he whili Palestini. Ka ko hinga ne ikai ke successful at the whakoia e kei qualify pe Trump ia ke hoko ko ha candidate ke whili ki he Palestini. O hange pe ko ngai whamtala ko e lao Amerikani roa ki pe ke nai whaere I koe natural born in the US pe a whikaua koe ki eke ke tau toni ma whai ki alunga pe te tau e pe ha ho historia ho whaihia I au ke qualify pe ke hoko ko a whiri ko ha ke whiri ki he run for president mau mai nat pe ke o whalai ke motol ko ngatanga ia tau pokalama ko sentola mahili ka tau hoko atu ki tau station I hoko Rado foki mai hon ton ko ia e walu ke pokalama anga mahini ka mo mea malo